unveiling his much anticipated manifesto this afternoon, and we'll be crossing over to my colleagues who are on standby for us on the ground. Samuel Mbura and Samuel Kojo-Brace are going to be anchoring for us in Takoradi live tonight. You really want to stay with us here on your election headquarters. It has been long in coming, but the moment is here where the NPP will be laying forth its promises, but also its key policy proposals for 2025 and beyond if they win the elections. And that is what it comes down to. This is what they believe to be their social contract. It will dictate what they do if they win government. And we're placing a lot of emphasis on that because we've seen that manifestos have become governing documents. Just go back to 2020, 2016, you will see that the NPP has been implementing a lot of what they promised they will do in a manifesto, and civil society organizations have raised the point about how it's become so important now for the parties to get it right, and for us to also, media, make sure that you get the essence of what is being put out there, but also understand it in a way that will inform your vote. And that is exactly what we're doing today, with some analysis for you here on your election headquarters. I'm here with Raymond Acquah. I'll be joined by Winston, Amoah pretty shortly, and my colleagues on the ground will also bring us the very latest from the ground indeed in Takoradi. You see him there, Kojo-Brace and Samuel Mbura, both of them live for us this afternoon from Takoradi, where we're bringing you this comprehensive coverage of the NPP manifesto launch. This is one of the very first launches that we are going to be looking into, because next week the NDC will also come with their own on Saturday, and we're going to be over that also for you here on your election headquarters. And I want to bring in very quickly my colleagues on the ground, Samuel Kojo-Brace. Samuel, I see from what I see in the background when I just came to you in short that this is almost set to go, and the party's supporters are there in your numbers, waiting to hear what the party has to offer in their manifesto.
For the party, we've seen high-ranking members of the party throng into this venue just to be part of this process. Now, we are yet to understand why the party chose the Western region to do this, but this is a region that, when it comes to presidential, they've controlled for some time. Yeah. So probably it is to consolidate those gains. That's why. But you've been here, you know, for some time now, since morning. What do you make of what's happening here?
Well, from coming on Friday to Takoradi, it was actually a busy journey. Of course, many people were thronging from different parts of the country to Takoradi to witness all this important program. We know very well that the choice of the Western region is because of the fact that it plays a crucial role in Ghana's elections. If you look at the precedents since 2000, we know that the Western region was the game changer for the NPP to win that particular elections. And if you look at the voting dynamics here, it has been a solid background for the governing NPP.
Yeah. So in 2004, the NPP won it again. Yeah. In 2008, they did, and they won it in 2016 and 2021 as well. So it tells you that, yes, it fits into what you're saying, that this region, it sort of tilts towards the NPP.
Exactly. So even looking at the constituency dynamics currently, out of the 17 constituencies that are in the Western region, 13 of them are for the governing NPP, whilst 4 of them are for the NDC. So obviously it is a region that happens to be swinging in the interest of the governing New Patriotic Party, and that is one of the reasons that has actually contributed to their hosting it in the Western region. And in my conversation with most of the bigwigs of the party, they are optimistic that Western region is going to give them their votes in these upcoming elections, and they are so much enthused about the reception they have received in the Western region. Take note that on the day that we had the health walk around the principal street of Takoradi, you notice that dozens of people poured onto the street to support the NPP's cause, and the responses were generally that despite the challenges that are encountered, the people of the Western region somehow still have faith with the governing NPP, and that is rather giving them that boost, that at least they have a stronger prospects in this upcoming election. And you have already seen that the whole streets of Takoradi have been adorned with the paraphernalia of the governing New Patriotic Party, with many people thronging towards this rally. I don't know if whether you took note of the fact that the Ghana Police Service has also deployed heavy men. There's actually heavy security on the grounds coming to the GSTS here in Takoradi, where the Manifesto launch is supposed to take place.
All right.
I spoke with the police chief. He indicated that yes, they have enough men on the ground, but he wouldn't tell me exactly the number of men that have been deployed. We have also seen the military coming to take part in this exercise to ensure that at least there is peace and orderliness. And you also know very well that the hospitality industry is also cashing in, because it was actually a Herculean task getting a place to stay when we arrived. And if it's the case that we had not booked so many, booked our reservation, it would have been the case that we will not get a place to stay. So the presence of the NPP here has actually boosted the local market. They are cashing in. And one interesting thing I have also noticed is that it's like some of them are also increasing their rates at the hotels, because if you check online, hotels that were going for 500 Ghana cedis, 550, they are now going for around 600, 650 and all that. So yes, the campaign launch is focused on the political future of the governing NPP, but on the local economy, it is actually helping them to reap in some gains.
Well, quite interesting. One thing people will be waiting to hear is the sort of plans that this government has for them. The next Bawumia government has for them. We've heard snippets of the things that they say they will do. We've heard the promises of the taxes that they would want to cancel if they should be voted. Today we'll get to hear more about the actual plans that the Bawumia Dr. Matthew Poku Prempeh government will have for the people of Ghana. Specifically, once it is being held here, what is in it for the Western region? Now you hear broader themes, themes of what the next government will intend to do. But you've seen anxious faces of the members of the New Patriotic Party here. They would want to hear from their party what are the details of the manifesto. They've heard from the NDC, specifically on the youth, what the NDC intends to do for the party, for the youth of Ghana. The question that many of them are asking themselves now is, what is our party going to do for the youth?
I remember when the running mate, Dr. Dr. Matthew Poku Prempeh, was addressing the youth as well as the NPP supporters during the health walk. He made mention that their priority as a party is to ensure that the youth gets employment, and this particular manifesto is going to feature heavily on that. And I've already been privy to some of the snipers of it, which was presented before the National Council of the governing NPP, and presented by Mensah, who is chairman of the committee. He made mention that yes, at the time that the NDC took over in office, the GDP was performing so well, and then they contributed to a sharp decline of it. And these were ruins that the NPP actually took over.
So they specifically mentioned that it dropped to 3.4% in 2016.
Exactly. So these are some of the issues or the economic analysis that they have made, and they have done the analysis not from 2020, not from 2016, but at the time the NDC took over from the NPP, and what the party has been able to do so far, emphasizing the fact that the Dr. Bawumia Napo ticket is concentrating on digitizing the economy and also ensure that there is transformation and the economy will bounce back to power. So some of these things are going to feature heavily, but we know very well that there is also an issue that has to do with infrastructure, road infrastructure and all that. You have seen that in Takoradi. When I was coming all the way from from the Kasua stretch towards Cape Coast, I noticed that there was some level of work being done. They are expanding the roads, getting towards Takoradi, the main township of Takoradi. When I was doing the strolling last night, I also noticed that some equipment were already on site working on the roads and ensuring that they are motorable. I remember the last time you came here, you reported about the runabout. I am not familiar with Takoradi, but there was a runabout that reported about the fact that it was deteriorating.
The background runabout just here.
Exactly. When I came, I saw it for myself, very, very bad. But we have seen contractors on site. The NPP is still promising that they would ensure that the road infrastructure is actually dealt with. So Many more of these are what we are going to expect from Dr. Maito Poku-Prempeh and his boss, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, in this coming.
So what we've gathered is that from this manifesto, you'll be hearing things about how the party wants to keep increasing agro-processing, so setting up of agro-processing industries in the district. You'd hear something about that. You'd hear something about job creation, also about sustainable food production for the country. These are things we hear. And also, we are likely to hear something about the plans they have for the elderly people. You know about LEAP.
Exactly.
We'll be having details about what the next government intends to do for elderly people. So these are things that we expect that we'll be hearing from their manifesto.
Exactly. Yesterday, when I was engaging some of the residents here in Takoradi, we know that Takoradi is known as the oil city. The people's concern was that they are not getting their share of all these natural resources that are here, and in the midst of these natural resources, they are still dealing with bad road network, infrastructure and all that. So they are expecting that at least the manifesto will also be specific about what the people of Western region will benefit. I mean, you are much familiar with the terrain here. The people are also into farming. They are into various processing and all that. But I'm saying Mensah Koto, who is a former aspirant in this presidential race, joining us on the discussion here. But the people are really expectant as to what the manifesto will say about the agriculture. Thank you very much for joining us on your election headquarters on Joy News. How impressed are you about this particular program?
Well, you can see that the spirit is here. The turnout is very great. And all the supporters from all the four corners of this country are here for this great launch of our manifesto.
Yes, so we know the contribution of the Western region when it comes to the food basket. You've been in that shoes before as the Minister of Agri. What do you think that your government has done for the people of the Western region that they should be happy about?
I mean, the ordinary farmer who farms 2-3 acres. And that's a typical farmer you find not only in the Western region, but throughout the country. The support given to them in terms of fertilizers, improved seeds, extension services by this government has been unprecedented. This is why in the course of this our term, we've had the highest growth in agriculture, 6.2% in 2021. It's never happened for many, many years. So I'm sure that the benefits that the farmers have received, they will remember to vote for Bawumia in the...
Well, Doc, on that same leg, this year, farmers are complaining of the late distribution of input. I mean, what do you make of this system?
But even worse is the shortage of the rainfall.
Yes.
You know, for 2 months now, in most parts of the country, there hasn't been rain.
Yes.
It is because of the environmental impact and all of that. So that is of more concern than the input. Of course, I'm not saying that we shouldn't have. There are many areas in this country where there hasn't been any rainfall shortage. But we're seeing, you know, these things, they come with timing and so on. And that is the problem.
But you managed PFJ, and we are in PFJ too. And if by now the input have not gone, isn't it a worry? How do we improve it?
No, we learn these things. PFJ has been on for 7 years now. And in all those 7 years, you cannot tell me that the impact has not been negative. Otherwise, how would we be having such high growth of rate in agriculture? Consistently, when we came in, agricultural growth was only 2.3%. We managed to get it in 3 years to 6.6%, 6.2, 4.4. So you see that the growth is going up. And it's all because of the policies, the good policies of the Acquah government through planting for food and jobs.
But this same policy, I'm saying that now the input have not gone. You understand the seasons that we are in. If the input do not go early, they miss the season and it becomes, I mean
those kinds of problems which have led to the delay in the distribution, I cannot tell you now because I'm no longer in charge of the ministry. But I'm sure the authorities there are looking at it, taking lessons for next year's.
But you've managed this ministry before. We've always been talking about rain-fed agriculture and why it is not something we should encourage. Why are we not able to, implement irrigation schemes that can help farmers?
Well, Lugu Dam alone was going to cost us $1 billion. And you know the situation that we are in. We cannot afford very expensive infrastructure in agriculture. But we can afford the basic ones, like these inputs that I'm talking about. It costs maybe 800 million Ghana cedis, okay? But if you're talking about irrigation, which will be extended throughout the country, we're talking about billions of dollars. And at this stage of our development, we cannot afford it. Of course, there are small irrigation schemes to start, which have started for many, many years. And we have continued with those schemes. But the impact of the substitution, where rainfall fails a large majority of the land, and you are expecting irrigation water to replace it, we are very far from there. So the focus is to increase our farmers' productivity by giving them modern inputs, improved seed, fertilizer, extension services, so they can improve their productivity.
But Doc, did you know it was going to be this expensive when you promised that you would construct the dam, the Palugo Dam?
No, of course. I mean, the president cut a short 4 years ago. But in the meantime, we've been hit by this economic crisis. So it's something that we need to look at. You know, you can plan, but situations come in where you cannot implement. And this is a classic example.
But you see, the reason why they are predicting of food crisis next year is because of the rains, right? But we also promised of the one village, one dam. It didn't happen. How confident are you that indeed you will be able to win come December?
Well, I mean, that is something else. I mean, this is why we are bringing out the manifestos and our intention. And we are going to sell it to Ghanaians. We are hoping that they will get some comfort out of that message and vote for us so that we can continue with our government in power.
But I mean, can we really trust your party? Because there are a lot of things you said you would do that you didn't do.
If I don't trust my party, I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be a member of the party. I believe that between us and the NDC,
Bawumia can deliver the seat for you?
Definitely. I'm sure.
You didn't believe he was the right man to lead your party. You believe you're the one.
That was an internal matter. That is past God. It happens in any party. You see in America what is happening there? Yeah. So that is democracy, you know. It doesn't mean that at the end of the day, you don't believe this or that. We are talking about the party, the new patriotic party. And I'm saying to you that our capacity to deliver on our promises are far higher than the NDC.
All right. Doc, I'm grateful to you that you could pass through. All the best, sir. So that's the former Agri Minister, Dr. Owusu Afriye. We're still here trying to take you through what is happening here in Takoradi. This is where the NPP is launching their manifesto today. At the end of today, we will get to know exactly what the issues are. Let's try and raise more people for you here in Takoradi. This is the GSTS Park where the NPP is launching its manifesto. Like Dr. Owusu just explained, I mean, he could not point out some of the things we'll hear, but he says we should wait and see what the party will be telling us. They believe that they have done way better than the NDC, and therefore we should vote for the NPP. Well, this is still here in Takoradi. We will be bringing you more interactions on your election headquarters live from Takoradi. So if as you guys in the studio hold it over, we'll come back to you with more from Takoradi, where the action is happening, where the NPP is launching its manifesto.
And thank you very much. And we'll be crossover again as we continue our coverage of the NPP manifesto launch. And Winston is here with me, so is Raymond Acquah. There's a lot to get through for you. You can see the place is already very packed with people waiting for this to get underway. We've heard from the former Greek minister, but there is a lot that we need to place in context before we start and hear the 2024 manifesto and what it promises to do between 2025 up until the next elections, really. But remember that the context of this is the 2020 manifesto, and that is very key. This is a Bawumia who obviously is seeking to take the mantle, or has taken the mantle as far as the party is concerned, from the incumbent president, and seeking to lead this country in 2025 and beyond. He is, in essence, building on the achievements of this particular administration and led by Acquah. There are a few fair bit of things in the 2020 manifesto that they put out. He himself articulated in 2020. What is he doing to the ones that had been achieved, and what is he going to do to those that they failed to achieve? That is, in essence, what we're going to be looking at, but also looking at his own policy proposals that he's put forward. Remember that before today, he's laid out a very extensive policy proposal that he placed before us to assess. And so we are not starting from nothing. We really already have a sense of where Bawumia wants to take this country because he's laid out his policy proposals already. We expect the manifesto to flesh this out a bit more. We're going to be analyzing that for you and then looking ahead to the 2024 manifesto, which should be launched pretty shortly. And Winston and Raymond will help me do that. And so I want us to get into that right now. One of the first things that we looked at in the 2020 manifesto, because this is on the back of that, is how many promises they put out. And we are looking at it and thinking, goodness me, that's a lot. 223 promises in total. That's quite significant. What it means is they did not achieve everything. They have done some. What do you do with the overwhelming majority that we know has not been achieved is a key question that Bawumia needs to tell us. Is he throwing all these away and bringing in fresh ideas, or he's going to take some of this and build on?
Well, I think that, to be very frank with you, he's not going to be able to. He may take some of these and build on, and we've actually seen that, and as you move on, you realize that some of the promises as captured in his vision statement were part of the NPP's manifesto in 2020. About 15 of them were certain on that. But this is the point. I mean, it doesn't make economic sense, for instance, if you say you want to go and build an airport at Cape Coast, because you're thinking of building an airport in Takoradi. It's only an hour's journey from Takoradi to Cape Coast. The harbour is not something I'm sure Bawumia would want to continue. These were promises that were made in 2020, for instance, that you don't find in there. The fact that you find 15 of the promises that he made, or the NPP made in 2020 in his vision statement, is an indicator that certainly you would have a departure from some of the things. But again, as I've always maintained, that was his vision statement. Today is the manifesto. And post the vision statement, he put in place a manifesto committee. What was their terms of reference, for instance? We will know. What I think we'll see today, a lot of the things that they have done in the past, and broadly what they intend to achieve going into 2024. But I don't intend to see, I don't think I'll see a lot of...
And Raymond, let's place this in context. These 223 promises that were made in the 2020 manifesto came in the COVID year. COVID, we discovered it, at least was recorded, first 2 cases on the 12th of March 2020. Going into December, we knew the economy was going to take a hit, and they still came forward with 223 promises. Post that, the economy had tanked. We are in a crisis still, we're trying to recover. Do you expect to see that many promises in the 2024 manifesto?
To the extent that in that 2020 manifesto, there were promises that were carried forward from the
2016
manifesto. It makes sense that a certain level of continuity. So they say, we want to do this, but we were unable to do within the period required. The 8-year period was the argument that's required. Now, since it's the same political party, it would make sense that some of them are transferred into the new manifesto. But an indication as to whether or not this is not Fufu Sosola Road that appeared in the budget consistently, and later on we actually ended up doing it. I get you, 223, and I've been urging caution for a very long time. I think we should manage expectations this year more than any other year. Why am I saying so? The belief that we are out of the woods, it's misplaced completely. And everybody understands that we are not out of the woods yet. Secondly, they're thinking that it is the number of promises that really make a campaign strong. It's also misplaced, and there's enough evidence to back it. Because most of the time, I was just reading Jampo and Professor Emmanuel Dabber's report on youth participation and manifestos. It is a few of them that stick in the heads of the people. Mostly it's the ones that are translated, abridged, and shared as the leading ones that people get to consume. I'm talking about the larger majority.
An example, this week, the NDC, well, last week now, NDC launches Youth Manifesto. The only thing most people remember is their intervention for first-year students.
Brilliant.
The free tertiary for first-year students is the only thing most people remember. But that document is quite...
I had a conversation after the launch on the Agric and Youth Skills Development section because I thought employment and Agric were very important. I asked people prior to the conversation whether the litany of things that Idmore Combat stood on the platform and mentioned as the things that the NDC will do when it comes to youth skills development and agriculture, I could not get a single individual pointing out a single one of those things to me, which buttresses your point 100%, that it's a few of them that sticks. So if you know that truly, you cannot be boxing yourself into a corner, especially when you know people will track some of these promises. Boxing yourself into a very difficult corner when you do not know how you're going to run going into 2025, 2026, and the difficult years of 2027 and 2028. And I keep on mentioning difficult years because we all know that we are still within the years where we are not paying as much as we should pay for debt. So we are, we are still cozying around, and that's what we call recovery largely. If we end up having to deliver on those ends and go back to the years where we said, when we take 100% of our revenue, 80 will be remuneration and paying of what they call it, interest payments alone. If you go back to those years, you then ask yourself, how are you going to fulfill, especially when in our part of the world, promises are predominantly not functional structural changes, but rather, I will build you this. I will build you, how do you call it, a airport.
You see.
I will build you some factory. I will build one of those ones. If you list those ones, and I'm expecting that not as much as 223 or even half of it, let the people understand that you have a plan to get them out of the current difficulty. But that plan will not be promising them that every road in this country will be done.
Fixed.
Or launching ahead of time, drip with the hope that merely giving a district, let's say Jabin, merely giving Jabin a tractor will mean that all the arterial roads, some of them are done, wonderful roads, will also be done. I hope you get the point. So it is what is realistic. And some will take to the fanciful ones. Others are more discerning. They will think you are taking them for a ride because they can read the same economic data and statistics like you're doing. And you do not necessarily get there because if you are struggling and you have a credibility, every government that stays 8 years has a credibility crisis to go into the future. The question will be, why didn't you do all in the 8 years?
Which was a question that Breeze was asking.
Yes, that question is a very difficult question to answer.
Yeah.
So if you come and lump a lot more, what's the guarantee that I can do within the next 4 years? Or you want the next 8 years to deliver on those ones? That is the reason why it makes sense that you speak to the people in a way they feel you are realistic and reasonable with them.
So you're expecting that a lot less number of promises in the 2024 manifesto than 223
Evans.
in 2020?
Certainly.
Winston?
No, well, you'd say certainly, but the
Or you expect to be more?
there could be more. And then I say there could be more.
Should it be more? I mean, it's a question we're trying to answer.
No, it doesn't have to be
Knowing
more.
where we are
No, it doesn't have to be
in
more.
our economic life.
And I'll tell you why it doesn't have to be more. You see, part of the problem, and you've talked about the fanciful, they say recall. We all agree that when you're going into a campaign, what was the NPP promising in 2016? Okay, free SHS, 1 district, 1 factory, 1 constituency, $1 million, Zongo Development Fund, 1 village, 1 dam. What was the NDC promising to us all? He says, oh, I'll continue all the things I'm doing. At the time, if you listen to the NDC, they're telling you, oh, we're doing this, we're doing that. We'll continue with them. We'll continue with them. So in effect, continuation. People bought into the NPP's campaign of 2016. By 2020, even though, and the NPP reduced their promises in 2020, to be very honest with you, they had more promises in 2016. By 2020, they had reduced the promises, but they were still making those promises. And so then it comes into rent support scheme for, graduates and young people, whatever. I am saying that in 2024, what is it that we want to do as a country? That should be the most important thing. And again, it's the reason, look, today we're talking about free academic facility user fee for level 100 students. Then we ask the question, why can't that person go and take a loan? Those of us who went to school at the time that we needed guarantors, I'm sure if you were a beneficiary of the student loan scheme, you actually was advised to go for the form even before you entered university campus. SNIT did that. So you could have gone for the form before entering university campus. Now, your admission letter was it. So if any political party wants to say, I want, in continuation, you must use your student loans trust fund, for instance, to fund it. You can start from level 100. Make it easy for them to start. Because my point is that every time we make these fanciful promises, it's a cost to the state. It's a cost to the state. Is it the most pressing thing that we need in this country? And so, look, I have also said, and I'm not one who departs from comments that I've made in the past, I have said that the NDC has the momentum because people are talking about, free level 100 fees.
And they're talking about 24-hour economy.
24-hour economy. The NPP today would want to also gain some momentum, direct conversation onto the party, and they would make these promises. Raymond, if you listen to the National Youth Organizer of the NDC, he says, we want to win an election. And for me, that's very critical.
And this is where we're asking specific questions, like which data is backing this claim?
Yeah.
That students are not taking up admission because they lack resources.
Well, there's data that I saw this week, that analysis done by Kofi Asari's Africa Education Watch, that shows that you had 44,000 students in 2021, I believe, who gained admission, but were not able to take up those slots. And then they went into breaking down the reasons. The number one reason was financial.
Okay.
No, we're not asking what has been done by the education institution here that you're talking about. We're asking what informed the NDC's decision.
So the NDC pointed to that research?
No,
so
at the time he didn't. No, at the time.
As in the time they launched it?
No, at the time the organizer was speaking to the matter.
Yeah, but
he couldn't reference that.
But Raymond, let me
subsequently, I've also seen the reference to that document.
But let me also make the point. So, 44,000 could not go to school because they couldn't pay. Those 44,000, you say after first.
It wasn't the only reason though, but it was the number one reason.
Yeah, but so less than 44,000. But those people you say after first year, you're going to help them by giving them a loan scheme.
Well, we're talking about the NDC.
No, I'm coming. No,
today's
I'm using this to make a point. Because anybody who studied the NPP's promises in 2016, right, would have known. And we pointed out, would have known that a lot of these promises were not achievable or attainable. Why? If you want to irrigate land, is it dams? I mean, you just go and dig football-sized dams.
You remember?
Is that what you do?
I don't. Okay, let me not interrupt you. Remember the story, the Hotline documentary I did, the acid test. Listing the litany of promises and asking, do you really have any fiscal room to deal with all of these? Because you remember, the conversation in 2016 was that we had very little resources left. And there was nowhere on the horizon that government was looking. Then the only thing that was feasible and possible at the time was borrowing. So I even sometimes take the view that if you voted for all of these promises by the NPP, you had endorsed a level of borrowing that was higher than the borrowing that we had done in times past.
So let me just
you get the point.
Because there's a lot more we need to.
But let me just add this. One of the things I am going to do now is that every promise you make, we'll do the fiscal impact analysis of the promise. It's one of the things we don't do.
And placed in the context of the fiscal space you have to deliver on that. Because I think that's fundamental where it comes down to.
Yes, because you see, we allowed a lot of things in 2016, and this is where we are today. You just don't make promises because you think you must win an election. And so, yes, 223.
Yeah.
We're waiting patiently.
To see if they will get close.
And then we'll test them.
Yeah.
Where are they going to get the money from?
And when you now begin to break it down, this is a 2021. We're sort of setting the tone for what we're about to hear. And so that we can make comparisons there. It's Bawumia. This is Bawumia standing alone now. So this is his manifesto primarily. This was Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo's manifesto, but he articulated it. Remember when he launched it in 2020, he was the one who actually presented it. And the focus at the time was private sector growth, right? I mean, basically still the economy. Because if you put the 41 promises that you find in that sector to the economy, that obviously was overriding focus. They told you where the focus was in 2020. And it was obviously everybody knowing where we were in 2020, December, around October when they launched it, knew that in 2021, the economy was going to take a hit. World Bank had projected, IMF had projected at the time that, the global economy was going to take a significant hit. Growth was going to slow. So no wonder the focus was on that at the time, on the economy and the private sector growth. And then you also see fiscal infrastructure there. And by the way, I want to go back to my colleagues live on the ground. We'll come back here and sort of put this in proper context for you. We thankfully have the chairman of the NPP Manifesto Committee, Chairman Sabungsu, with my colleagues there on the ground in Takoradi. Kojo Brace is standing by with him.
Is the epitome of who a Ghanaian is. The traditional upbringing is a Muslim who has Christian upbringing. Then, in terms of coming up through the system, we all know his father, a well-established politician. But then at periods in his life, we experience lows. For which reason, as by his own account, schooling, he had to even be employed, be engaged as a farmhand, a by-day laborer. He struggled through life. He went outside to continue. There, he was a factory hand, a taxi driver, but he achieved great success when he graduated and then turned out to be a lecturer at the university. So a well-established academic. Then he came to Ghana an economist, worked at the Bank of Ghana, and rose to be the deputy governor. An established and accomplished technocrat. Then he comes out as a politician. For 16 years, he was with his boss, Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo. 8 of those years, they were in the shadows. And yet they traveled the length and breadth of the country and engaged a cross-section of the citizens of this country. 8 years on, he now comes up as the vice president. He's elected as the flag bearer, and he says, even though I have my own vision, I know society is dynamic, and especially ever since I became the vice president, known people, known friends, no longer can assess me. So let me step out to engage, which is what he did. And again, he stepped out to engage a cross-section of the Ghanaian society. He put together the Manifesto committee, and we were with him wherever he went, wherever he engaged the people, and took out issues that came up and used it to fertilize his own vision, because the man admits that notwithstanding what he has achieved in life, he's not a repository of knowledge, wisdom, and experience. So we have a mixed grill of his own focus, and we have fertilized his ideas with what we had from the people that we engaged to come out with this comprehensive vision. When he met the people, they raised several issues. As I said, we sieved them, we put them in the net and sieved them, and brought all of them. So this manifesto now is a bold attempt to respond to the issues that were raised, so that at the end of it all, Ghana would, the development agenda will have a value addition that is unprecedented. And we hope that by this, we'll be able to reposition the country called Ghana. Of course, having said that, after the launch, a lot will also depend on the party faithfuls to ferry the message to the people, those down there, so that they would understand, have a buy-in into the message, come with us, so that we'll be able to grow this country to the extent and level that we want to grow the country.
What are the key focus of this manifesto?
The key focus, I beg you, let us hear from the horse's own mouth. Let us hear from the horse's own mouth. I cannot, while the food is being pounded, start the beginning of the drinking of the soup. Thank you very much.
Well, let's try and get the let's try and engage Michael Quay Jr. Michael Quay Jr. is is also part of this manifesto committee. So in terms of trade, what's going to be the focus?
Well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much. So the question again, because I couldn't hear.
So I was asking of you are part of the committee in terms of trade. What should be we're looking at?
I'm actually the chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee. So yes, there's a lot of things to expect, but I'm sure, as you can understand, we are not allowed to divulge anything out of this particular time. But what I can assure you is that there are a lot of exciting things coming up from the manifesto, and also a bold response. I think one of the things that Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia has been able to show is that he's not afraid to admit that there were mistakes. We are not afraid, as the finance minister did, to say sorry when certain things haven't gone well. But we also know that this manifesto is in response to a world economic crisis. Just like Joe Biden said just 3 weeks ago, begging the American people to forgive him because of Corona. So why not Ghana? Why does President John Mahama have to go abroad and admit Corona is a problem, but when he's in Ghana, he doesn't want to admit it? Then you know it's mischief. But what Dr. Bawumia has done is go around and say, these are the good things that the NPP has done. There were a few ones that didn't go well. How can we make it better? And this is the response in the manifesto. And that is why people like us, for example, say, we have seen President John Mahama as a president, not as a vice president. He told you and me that he was a spare driver and we should make him the main driver. Why is Bawumia not a spare driver? Why is Bawumia not a mate? Of course he's not the main driver. So now that we see that as a vice president, he has shown certain qualities, we believe that if he is made the main driver, if he moves from mate and is given the steering wheel, he'll be able to steer Ghana in the right direction under the certain circumstances that we have today. That is the principle of this manifesto today, and we believe that it will solve many of these problems.
Well, but I mean, everything about this country revolves around the economy, right? Yes. And he is the chairman of the EMT, right? Yes. And we are in these difficult times. Yes. How can Ghanaians trust the same person who was supposed to have superintendent over a very buoyant economy, because he told us you had the men and ending up this way? How can we trust that he will be the same person?
So when you say we, you mean Dr. Bawumia? But Dr. Bawumia was the head of the EMT, that's true. But Dr. Bawumia was not in charge of the economy, was he? Dr. Bawumia is not the president.
But he was managing.
Wait. And I'm saying,
and that there is the NPP parliamentary candidate for this is the Dom Kwabenya area. Speaking to my colleague Kojo Breeze on the ground there in Takrade. We lost that feed briefly. We'll reconnect to him, and my colleagues on the ground were bringing us that live coverage of the NPP manifesto launch. Just before we heard from the NPP parliamentary candidate for Dom Kwabenya, we heard also from the chairman of the NPP manifesto committee, that is Osechi Mensah, who used to be the majority leader in parliament, talk about what to expect, of course, celebrating the flag bearer of the party, the vice president, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. He will not tell us what to expect, though. He didn't want to focus on what the big ticket items are on the manifesto. We have seen a document, though, that spelled out a few things, at least 17 big ideas we expect to hear in this NPP 2024 manifesto. That document that will be out soon. It includes a whole host of things, including significant wide-ranging tax reforms. It includes the chieftaincy sector and a very controversial proposal to give allowances to divisional chiefs and queen mothers, in addition to the paramount chiefs who already are given allowances. So there are a fair few big things in there that will be analyzing for you here. We'll be crossing over back there to the grounds to join my colleagues there to get a bit more understanding from some of the key players on the ground for you pretty shortly. But my guests, Raymond, Acquah and Winston, not guests at all, an integral part of the political desk with me. We're looking at the 2020 manifesto, laying the stage for the 2024 manifesto. And we were saying basically that then the focus was on the economy. We don't expect this to change this year, do we? That again, the focus should be on the economy, considering where we are, even more so in 2025 and beyond than in 2020.
It will be on the economy. I mean, so far, the document that you've talked about, the 17 bold policies, I've just been going through. I see that more than 10 of them is in relation to the economy. So certainly that's something that he has to focus on. Now, the economy also, because the economy is bad. And anybody seeking to lead this country must show how he intends to, not only get the economy working, but how he intends to grow the economy. Because look, Raymond has made a reference to post-2026, and we've had this conversation before. What we are experiencing today, if nothing changes, post-2026 will be worse. So 2025, 2026 is a critical year for this country. And that is why I've maintained we want to see bold policies that can transform this economy. Today, just last Tuesday, the Graphic Business did a story that said government had, for the 5th time at the time, not met its Treasury bill target. Now, the treasury bills actually what is being used to fund short-term government obligations. And they're rolling over maturing funds. If government is not meeting these targets, what happens? It will be important to note, for instance, how as a country we want to grow the economy without unnecessarily borrowing. Because we have seen what borrowing has done to us. And consistently when you hear persons speak, they look at going back to the international capital market. What that tells me is that we just don't want to learn lessons.
That's the only plan.
Our only plan is just go ahead and borrow.
Have access to the market so that I can borrow again.
Years ago, we were told of how the money was in Ghana. We're told of how money was in Ghana. And so we can actually run this economy. And one of the things we'll be hearing again, we'll be talking about building industries. Again, my problem consistently is that we throw out things, we'll build industries, facilitate the building of industries, facilitate how?
And by the way, something, Raymond, very briefly.
The things you mentioned, and I've seen the first one, sustain and expand the rebounding of the Ghanaian economy, enhancing job creation, well-remunerated jobs, increasing food production to achieve food sufficiency and food security, facilitation of the construction of many more industries, especially in the districts, to provide agricultural...
Again, how is that different from 1D, 1F is a question?
I am hearing maybe the details, maybe how that will happen. But if these are the things, and I'm not saying they are wrong, making sure that you sustain and expand a rebounding economy is absolutely key. But I'm hearing the same things. I am looking forward to, and I think the problem is that because we have not admitted that something drastically went wrong with our system before the years that we are complaining about, 2020, 2021, we are truly thinking the things we need to do are the same old things and to get us where we ought to be. And I am insisting that that will not work out. Why would it not work out? Two things will happen. There is no guarantee that next year or the following year we'll have access to these international capital markets. There's no guarantee today. So what will happen next year? We'll rely on the same sources that we've been trying to deal with, the ideas and other supports that we need today to fund everything. Will we still be relying heavily on the treasury bills market to do our engagements? When we list, and let's not get it wrong, we still have a huge chunk of those Agenda 111 hospitals. We have overlays. If the NPP wins the election, it has responsibility to finish many of the projects that the current government is doing. You get my point? So you cannot abandon them. Adding on to it, it's quite dangerous to one and two. And yet, I'm not seeing on the horizon any major boosting activity that's going to double our GDP and make money more available for government to use, or even tax. And again, two things have been happening. If you check our medium-term revenue strategy, we are basically saying we are maintaining the current, what they call the taxes that we have, e-levy and co. On the other side, there's a lot of talk about removing e-levy and others.
Yeah, just pause, because that's where we're going to go into the Bawumia's own thinking around what he plans to do if he wins. Because it comes to some of the things you've said. We already have an indication what he wants to do. And we're going to wait for the manifesto to flesh it out a bit more. But just to wrap up on the 2020 manifesto, going into this, there was a lot of focus in 2016, obviously, on education. But as you move towards 2020, the focus on education sort of, didn't come close to what you have, say, for infrastructure and economy, for obvious reasons, because the economy then had become the most important thing to focus on because of COVID. I don't expect Bawumia to also make education such a priority in terms of where the focus will be. The economy, again, as we've said, will be the most important thing. In fact, the economy will actually determine how much priority you place on the economy, because you have to put everything here, and whatever is left is what you spread over. And that's why we are saying that we'll be looking at the number of promises they put out and seeing if they meet the fiscal test, right? The fiscal impact test that we'll be doing. In essence, and you see, housing is going to be key, obviously. Governance, and you've seen the CDD document that they released yesterday in terms of what they expect the parties to focus on in their manifestos when it comes to governance. I'm looking for some of the things in there, for example, on corruption, on the election of MMDCEs, and I think, I don't know what Bawumia's commitment is as far as that is concerned, though, because that is going to come up for some.
Let me just make a quick point. Because you talk about housing, you go to the district. You see, consistently we talk about bridging the youth migration. Because there are too many people in Accra and Kumasi. And that's why when it comes to youth not in education, not in employment, and not in training, majority of them are in Accra and Kumasi. But this is the point. Anybody who has a bit of knowledge about business retention and expansion will tell you that you start from the district level. You don't start from the district level by actually sitting in Accra and saying people should bring plans that will do what? That they go to the districts. Because nobody is going to go into areas that they do not get anything or they don't see anything there. What you do is actually to equip the district assemblies. And that is why I say, in the NPP's first manifesto, Evans, of 2017, first budget of 2017 March, they said they were going to give the district assemblies 2 million Ghana cedis each as equity funding for one district, one factory. What that would have done was to now give the district assemblies some advantage to get people to come partner them so they can develop their districts and by extension create jobs. If you sit in Accra and establish a 1D, 1F, or I don't know how they're going to call it this time around, you establish an industrial whatever and expect me to go into rural areas, or expect you, Evans Mensah, to go into rural areas. Whoever you bring into this country will ask himself a lot of questions and say, what am I going to get there? Eventually, you would see what they were doing. They go around and say, this is technical support. Okay. That is technical support.
Winston, just a second. I want to take you back to Takoradi live because Kojo Briggs is standing by with Kojo Nkrumah, who you're talking about housing. He works in housing minister. He's also the vice on the Manifesto committee. Let's go live now.
It's on the horizon. You know, like even the Bible says, in the latter days, there are difficult moments. So difficult times will come. What you need is a leader who has clarity with clear ideas, bold solutions, innovative ideas to resolve those challenges and to take advantage of the opportunities ahead of us. We are clear that our leader has those bold ideas, those bold solutions, those innovative ideas. He's going to outline them today. And what we encourage all of you, our colleagues, for example, in the media and in civil society, to do is pick the issues. If you say transport fares go up when crude oil prices go up, what is Mahmoud Bawumia's answer? And what is John Mahamed's answer? When you say energy prices sometimes go up, what is Mahmoud Bawumia's answer? What is John Mahamed's answer? When you say free SHS needs to be improved, it's not just about now trying to reinvent history by saying that they started it. That's not true. Everybody knows it. Okay, we even consider free SHS needs to be improved. What is Mahmoud Bawumia's idea on improving free SHS? What is John Dramani Mahamed's idea on improving free SHS? So what should Ghanaians expect? Ghanaians should expect clarity in policy commitments from us, what we hope to enter in 2025 as a social contract with them. And Ghanaians should look to compare our propositions to the propositions of the NDC's leader, John Dramani Mahama. And between the two, we are sure that Ghanaians are discerning and will make a choice.
Ghanaians will also compare your performance with the promises. They'll cite some of the promises you made to them that you couldn't fulfill.
And then they will also cite the about 80% of the promises in 2020, for example, which were fulfilled. They will compare both. And then they will compare it to the NBC's promises which they made, which they were not able to fulfill, and the ones that they were able to fulfill. And they will make a decision. Ghanaians are discerning.
Yeah, but again, Ghanaians say this is a government that promised to even deal with corruption, and it couldn't. So a lot of
the government that promised that one of the ways to deal with corruption was to set up the office of a special prosecutor. The president did not whinge from it, he did not hide from it. He set up the office of the special prosecutor. He increased, in fact, unprecedented budget allocations to anti-corruption institutions, including the office of the special prosecutor. He appointed Martin Alamisi Benz Kaiser Amidu, a known member of the NDC, former Deputy Attorney General, as the special prosecutor. Later, he's appointed Kisia Jabeng to take up his role, and nobody has fettered them in any way on how they fight corruption. So the commitments to deliver on fighting corruption he has fulfilled.
But Martin Amidu, you mentioned would disagree with you.
That
I mean, the office is there, but the commitment on the part of the government, the president, to deal with it has not been there. He wrote about it.
We do both agree that resources were made available. As to how they were able to access the resources, as to how many cases they were able to successfully conclude, I'm sure the jury is out there. We currently have a new special prosecutor who has not been fettered in any way in doing his job. He's got the resources, the budgetary allocation. As to how many cases they've dealt with, again, the jury is out. So when you ask the president what he has done about it, he has fulfilled his part. Look at what he's done with the police, the kind of investment in the security agencies to resource them so that they can fight crime, fight all other offenses against the state. The president, the executive have fulfilled their part. You now have other agencies that you should be asking questions of.
So in this manifesto, in housing, where you are the minister, what should we expect?
You want me to read the manifesto before my boss gets here?
I mean, we just want to understand what is it.
You should be sure that the kind of work that has been done in housing, for example, for the security services alone, 1,000 homes. The last about 320 we just handed to the police service, but 1,000 in all. If your government has delivered 1,000 homes for the security services and it promises you that it's going to do more for security, you better believe us. If the government of Nana Danko Akufo-Addo has done about 1,000 homes with TDC in Tema and they promise you that they are going to do more, you should believe it. Today is Saglemi. It's a matter that we are resolving and you are all following how we are going through the processes with transparency, etc. So you will hear some bold promises in housing that will benefit the many, not the few, and you can believe that this next administration will deliver on those.
But the houses that we've seen have always benefited a few, not the many.
Oh, the 1,072 homes in Boom. Have you been there? You've been there, and the people you saw there were the few rich people in this country.
I mean, we're looking at the faces like
no, they are public servants who are benefiting from that, and that's what we are investing some more in.
Thank you, Kojo. So that says the housing minister. You're so here in Takrady, GSTS, to be precise. That is where we are. A heated environment. You could see that the party is geared up for this. You hear the chants by the supporters. You can hear the preparation in the auditorium. We understand that the flag bearer, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, will be walking in any moment from now, and it's expected that we would have quite some promises, and we'll look forward to that. So stay with us here, and let's give you all of that. Evans, over to you guys.
And thank you very much there. We're going to be staying with that. And he's talking about more promises, right? But Bawumia has already put out 68 promises on his campaign trail. Well, call it so. 68. And how many of these will find expression in the 2024 manifesto? In fact, I'm expecting all 68 to find expression in there. And then you can build on that. And then you can flesh it out. But 68 is quite a lot. But it's still less than 223, right? How many more promises would you add to this, though, is a key question. But this is what we've counted so far. So he's not coming into today with a blank slate. He's not coming into today with a blank slate. He's already coming into today with a host of them already he's put out that we're going to be looking at. Let's get into that. Let's get into that. So if you look at the breakdown, as we anticipated, economy is a focus, with 29 of the promises that he's put out already focus on the economy. And we've said it already. That is what we're expecting. Yeah. And that is what the data is again proving to be. And this obviously is looking into 2025 and looking at where the economy is going to be. Our renegotiated debt arrangement, a lot of them will come into play. We'll start paying them, in 2025 and beyond. So you expect the economy to take a hit. And this recovery, many have said, is going to take 10 years. So we're just in the phase, I guess in this phase where we're just trying to see how we manage within the IMF program. And many have also said that they don't see this IMF program ending with a complete out-of-the-woods situation.
No, we may actually extend it.
We may actually extend it, yeah. Right? So rightfully, the focus is on the economy. But key question is, what about the economy is he proposing? We'll come to that. But then you also see mining. And so 3 weeks ago, I had Miracles in the studio talking about the promises and the promises that you're putting out. And I asked him, so what is your top 3 flagship policy proposals for this year's elections? The first thing he mentions was tax reform, tax amnesty. But then part of that first 3 is what they're proposing in the mining sector, which in essence is to say they want more local participation in the mining sector. That is, in essence, part of what you see in the mining focus there for the government. But I'm also looking at, I haven't heard what they want to do to fix the challenge with illegal mining, right? The closest I've come to hearing anything about it is regularizing it, but that's a phrase I've heard before. It hasn't quite materialized into anything. They've done the community mining as your vehicle to delivering that. Community mining, talk to people. Is that become an avenue, a cover for illegal mining in the communities anyway? The communities are complaining about that. So that's another thing. But then you have tourism. I mean, your good friend Bobo is there. But you can see that they are placing quite an emphasis for it to be in third place. I don't know how much you're reading into that.
Well, I mean, it's the way to go, because when people come into your country, whenever they're here, research will indicate that they spend sometimes above $2,000 on a visit. And we know what the year of return and beyond the return have done for us. And so if we can actually tap into this sector and tap into it very well, it could be the way to go. I mean, people are giving free visas, and today, the moment South Africa gave free visa, our friends from Adansi Travel said, oh, because of free visa, let us go to South Africa. You know how much you're going to spend in South Africa when you go there. You're going to spend money. And so if we take advantage of that, for instance, there are billions of dollars that we can earn.
I find it fascinating that is in third place in terms of the share numbers.
I think that
promises made.
We're still dealing with the economy. There are generally very key sectors that we tend to ignore. Tourism is part of the economy.
Yeah.
It brings in for countries that prioritize it, like the UAEs and Egypt. It brings in huge amount of money to them. We tend to, because we think we have options, tend to put it on the back burner. We are not as, we are not on the return, we are still pushing that. There isn't enough active work being done to make sure that every single opportunity, because what do we discuss mostly with our economy? Inflation on one hand and exchange rate. We talk about exchange rate in whichever form. We export goods, then we get money in return, right? Alternatively, when people bring their dollars, come and spend it in your country, that is you getting the hard dollar.
Yeah.
That's improving your economy. So it's other people's way of stemming the powerful influence of foreign currency that they have to go and look for. That it comes to them and they end up benefiting from it. Except that in our case, for some reason, we've always been laid back. Countries that do not have the number of tourist sites that we have or the creative opportunities that we have appear to do more with the little that they have. Sometimes they create it. They create an entire waterfall system and use that to attract people. We are bubbling in the plenty. So we tend to ignore that. We tend to treat it as an afterthought. But it is one of these areas that, and I'm excited that if this will mean, because this government has been here for a long time and there have been a lot of things being said, if this will mean refocusing the center to make sure that its foreign exchange earning capability is improved massively, it would help us. We may even be interested in curtailing interest in other areas that are not working and concentrating on something like that.
You see, Evans, globally, for countries that appreciate tourism, what do they do? Look, I was in Cape Town some years ago, and they took us on a trip of Cape Town. And this guy was telling me, oh, these are colored houses. They've painted houses red, green, and that's what he's telling me. So I look at him and I'm like, but this guy, why? We have very good stories.
Yeah.
We are very good nationalists in this country. In fact, you have the African of the millennium. His birthplace is a place that must be seen. You've talked about the first, slave ship.
Oh, you mean Kwame Nkrumah?
Yes, no. The African of the millennium.
Okay.
Or sorry for Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. Stop the mischief. But this is a man whom everybody would like to see. His birthplace should be a huge tourist site. Okay? Yes, today we have the Kwame Nkrumah Mausoleum. We have other nationalists in this country whom people would want to come and learn more about. Okay? We've talked about the first, it should not just be, the slave castles. We've moved past that. We've moved past that.
And even though we presented it differently.
Yeah, you must begin to create other wonders of the world. And tell people, so we started with, the year of return, beyond the return, and we did the destination Ghana. Today, I was, where was I? Yesterday, I was out of town in my farm, and I went somewhere, and I saw people gathered by the DSTV watching Big Brother Niger. And I asked myself, so are we saying that in this country, we cannot create any reality show that would get people around Africa, the whole world, glued to their sets and watching?
A good question, because culture, we know, is a very important way of also marketing a country.
Why?
We all know a lot about the United States and some states that we've not been there before.
Yeah.
But you can talk quite authoritative about Washington, D.C., because you watch it on television.
Exactly.
So it's important. So let's wrap up on that. So for me, it's fascinating that out of the 68 promises Bawumia had put forth so far in the lead up to today, the policy proposals, 7 of them are on the tourism, sports, and creative arts sector, and it brings that in 3rd place, beaten only by economy and mining. And of course, you have governance, the power sector. Governance is important, so it's great that it's in there in 4th place. And then you have the people with special needs. And I've also heard them emphasize that quite a lot in terms of what they want to do for people with special needs. And then you sitting at the base there is transport. But the credit system is also, the constitutional review is also something that he's touched on already.
You know the thing about credit system? You know the kind of inflation targeting that we do in this country. And I'm going to say something that Raymond would be happy about. You, Ghana, you are not within the core of capitalism. You are the periphery. And the core of capitalism is a credit system. And so when you consistently say you are increasing your policy rate, it affects people's spending. Because you're with the belief that people have too much money and they can just walk to the banks and get access to credit. In Ghana, at the periphery of capitalism, if you don't have a credit system where people can have access to funds easily, and you consistently are increasing policy rate, you are only hurting people the more. It is the reason today industries and people within the private sector cannot grow because lending rates are high.
Well, that's one of the things to focus on today as we look forward to the launch. But something that we noticed, out of the 68 proposals that the flag bearer, Mahmoud Bawumia, had put forth before today, 15 of them very similar to what they had in the 2020 manifesto, right? So in other words, he's not throwing away the entire manifesto of 2020 and starting afresh. He's taking ideas from there and moving on with it. A few of them that we expect a bit of fleshing out today. If you look at consolidated free SHS and TVET, it's going to be repeated. He also wants to consolidate. He actually says he wants to improve it, right? Continue and improve free SHS. The thing I haven't heard, though, what he means by improve. The NDC this past week, in fact, this NDC's expansion on the idea of review, which has become very controversial. I mean, NPP said review means counsel. They maintain review doesn't mean counsel, review means improve. They've said this week that what they mean is they're going to expand free SHS to the private sector. But also, they talk about the boarding is something that they will take a second look at. But at least we know they're going to expand the private sector. Now, the private senior high schools will also benefit from free SHS. It was actually in their 2020 manifesto, but that's what they mean by review. What I haven't heard from the NPP is when...
Sorry, Evans, how does that constitute review?
Well, they say...
Ideally.
You look at it, you want to improve it, they say, well,
yes,
extend it to private schools.
Proposals for improvement are separate from review. A review is we all sitting down and agreeing, for example, which is what Professor Opoku-Amankwa said some time ago was happening. Government will look at everything that goes into free SHS, costs, quality, and every element of that. Then we take each of these elements, like used to happen at the National Education Sector Annual Review. Sector players will meet. They take each of the elements, and what they do is that, what can we do about financing, optimization, rationalization, so that not only are we getting the best for every dollar spent in that sector, we are making sure that it is sustainable going into the future. Then we take the quality element. What is it with quality of free SHS that we are impressed with? Outcomes. Do we have a way of determining whether or not the actual knowledge you want to impart into the children, they get it? Are they fitting into a certain scope about our future as a country? Are they part of the economic development of the country? When I step out of senior high school, am I equipped with something that can make me join any of the workforces, whichever range I fit into? Is that the kind of review you are doing on quality? Then maybe we can also look at the other parts of, so part of it is boarding, the other is day. How much is going into each of these elements, and what can we do about it? Is it still reasonable to spend this amount of money involved? Are we truly feeding the kids what we ought to feed them in the name of freely feeding them, or we are pretending and letting PTAs or, like they say, parent associations, so teachers are all part of it, parent associations actually take care of it? So I do not think that they are being forced, or perhaps that's what I think is happening, to now propose ways of making it better without we going through this engagement, because it is absolutely critical.
Well, those are questions
because these questions did not start with the NDC.
Those are questions that we need to ask also of the NPP.
Yeah.
Because as we see, the flag bearer now is saying that he wants to continue but improve. What does improvement mean? What does it mean?
To say you want to improve something means that you have done some work that shows the areas that require improvement.
There must have been some analytical assessment audit that gives you, a certain basis to say these are the areas to improve. I mean, and those are the questions. And I'm expecting today, when it's launched on this free SHS, now to hear very precisely, what do you want to improve?
That's true.
Right? And what interventions, what new are we going to see with the free SHS? And we know the challenges. They are very obvious. Space is a challenge. Quality has been affected. Let's look at the food they're eating. But they also point, I mean, I was listening to the education minister say that if you judge the quality assessment being how students perform in their senior certificate examinations, he looks at that to say that producing that outcome in terms of the number of people passing means this quality.
You see, Evans.
Right? Is that the best way to judge?
Look,
so he's using the examination.
Raymond,
but that is the exit.
Look, Raymond,
and if more of them are exiting into the universities, for him, it means that you're delivering quality
Raymond
with the current.
I hear the two of you. You've asked very important questions. But I want you to do a content analysis of manifestos in Ghana and find out which manifestos really answer a lot of questions. Okay? So, yes, we're going to hear continue and improve. What, if you're lucky, you will hear is improved by so and so. Nobody provides this. And I'm happy we're asking these questions because there should be a departure from the norm. Because if the NPP had provided, how they were going to go about the one village, one dam, and we had thoroughly discussed that, we wouldn't have been here today. Yes. If the NPP...
But to be fair, those questions were raised when they made a promise. And by the way, on your screen there, you will see the running mate to the flag bearer himself also arriving, Dr. Matopoku Prempeh, joining the crowd there today at Acquah Day, and you see him waving his hat there to them. He's expected to see shortly. So now we can be setting that this is just about to start, and we expect that this will be pretty snappy, because it's just about telling us your proposal in the NPP manifesto, and we'll see Napo himself make a pronouncement or two. He's been penciled into the program today, also because he's a running mate, introducing his boss, Dr. Bawumia. So stay with us here as we watch that unfold.
Evans, do you remember the billboard at the Ghana Standards Authority, which had every district and the competitive advantage and the factory that was going to be established? You saw that?
Yeah.
It looked like a pie chart.
Yeah, like a pie chart. So we're going to do this. So this district, and we're going to do that. We're going to do that. So you saw that.
Yeah.
The point I'm making is that a lot of the time, Nana Akufo-Addo was asked the question how much free SHS will cost in London. Then when he came to Ghana, they put out the figure. I'm saying this thing because over the time, these politicians just don't do these things. And for me, I'm saying these things because any party that doesn't take you for granted will show you how they intend to.
But here's the thing, Winston. Here on election quarters, we will not allow them to just come and say continue and improve and end
when I finish, you would understand. When I finish the point, you would understand. If Dr. Bawumia comes and throws this kind of will continue and improve free SHS, you haven't said anything. What we want to know is how you intend to improve it.
And then beyond the how do you plan to fund it?
Exactly.
and where you're going to get the money from.
What we want to know is how you intend to build industries and what are the problems today? What is going to change? I mean, what are the learnings you have learned yourself from the implementation of the previous policy? What are you going to change? Where would that take us? How much is that going to cost us? Don't just throw figures.
Let's quickly run through, because the program is about to start, about the 15 similarities we saw between Bawumia's proposals already and the 2020 manifesto. This is just on the issue around free SHS. But again, the Polugu multipurpose dam was in the 2020 manifesto. And it's a very controversial one indeed. We've seen the controversy around it. Yeah. They spent $11.9 million. And there's nothing on the ground to be seen, except that they've told us that a lot of that was spent on acquisition of land, doing the feasibility study, and designs that, of course, are on paper, but cost us $11.9 million. What is Bawumia saying he will do about it? He's not abandoning it. He says that he's going to prioritize the dam, the construction, but he's going to use the private sector to finance it. How? We need to hear. Yeah. We need to see what are the new estimates, how much it's going to cost us, and how much of that you expect the private sector to give you. But if the private sector is putting money in there, then Polugu, that dam, must yield something for the private sector, true or false. Yeah. If you're a private sector guy, you have the money. Will you put your money in a dam? And if you do so, how do you get the money back? Is a key question.
That's a key question.
You have to find a way. It is not like the Terminal 3 that we know is paying for itself now. Yeah. Right? When the John Mahama administration put the money in, now it's paying for itself, right? And it's paid for itself quite well if you look at the numbers. So I'm looking forward to really getting them to explain to us how you get the private sector, because this is supposed to be a social intervention.
And
true?
Again, yes.
But part of this also had a solar plant.
And part of it,
component.
So the power component.
The power component.
The power component can actually pay for itself.
Yeah.
The irrigation component, you'd have to tell us how that is going to. So ordinarily, you would expect the government to do this. But maybe the private sector, yes.
Even before you complete that thought, when we say power component can pay for itself, we should take an example for what happens with NECO.
Yeah.
It's a very key point.
That's true.
It's a very serious point. How has the financials of NECO been sustainable over the period?
It hasn't been.
It hasn't been. So why are we so convinced that when there is a dam that's provided power, except we are saying there are factories built in the area, those ones, they are not residential people who have difficulties with payment and all of that, and you can't do anything about it.
You see.
But if you have those targets,
it
could make sense.
But this is the NETCO problem. I don't want to go into the NETCO problem. The NETCO problem, part of it is a political problem. Part of it, you can actually lay it squarely at the doorstep of our politicians. They've created that problem. And so people think they must consume electricity without paying.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a problem.
Yeah, but that's a problem that you also then need to explain to us how you plan to fix that problem with this. Because if you get a private sector in there.
So this is my point. This is my point. If I am the private man, if I give you electricity, I come for my money. We'll solve that one, but we'll solve that one later. When it comes to the irrigation, it is part of the reason sometimes we say the state must facilitate. And when we say the state must facilitate, it is not just saying we are facilitating or we've done this with the state, and that's the end of it. The state sometimes must put money in things which will inure to the benefit of the larger populace without the state necessarily expecting that the money that I put in, when you get that money like this. So for instance, if you put money in, say, irrigation, and we are able to develop and plant more rice, it means that you have saved the pressure on the Ghana city.
That's true.
These are things that the state must do. So, for instance, my understanding of using private sector financing is also resorting to borrowing.
A current example. No, it's resorting to borrowing. I mean, unless you are mentioning to me that Raymond Enterprise has already expressed interest and will go into it. You can't tell me that we should wait to 2025 if you don't get it, but what we do.
No, but if you're going to borrow, then you might as well say borrow. But if you get private sector.
No, it's a very...
Let me make the point. One of the things we've not been very good at is to use GOG funding for anything. And we can do that analysis. We can have that debate. So a lot of the things that have been completed, you go and ask a lot of the contractors, they ask, what is the dedicated source of funding? Not GOG funding. If it's common fund, it's okay, we can deal with this. DDF, okay, we can deal with this. The problem is that when it comes to GOG funding, Government of Ghana funding, when Government of Ghana tells you, I'm going to do something, a lot of the time, where the government of Ghana comes in is when there's counterpart funding.
Okay, good. And from the ground there, I'm getting word that the Vice President, the flag bearer, should be arriving pretty shortly, and so we expect this to start pretty shortly. But again, talking about him, another thing that he had told us, again, borrowing from the 2020 manifesto, going into 2024, is offer online tax filing and payment for MSMEs. And the point about this is, Miracle says that for them is their headline policy proposal for 2024, which is the tax reforms and the tax amnesty. And so we're going to expect a bit of that. And this is something that he said already going into this particular manifesto launch about reforming the tax sector and putting in place this tax amnesty, which for Miracles is their flagship. And you know, the thing when he said it that struck me is, but how can that be a flagship? Because coming into, they're going to compete with the NDC, right? The NDC, at least now, has 2 flagships. It rolls off your tongue. 24-hour economy. Academic facilities are free for first-year students. At least it rolls off your tongue. For the NPP, they say, their flagship is tax reforms. Yes, it will have implications for the economy, but is this something that an average Ghanaian can remember when they get into the booth to vote? You see, why is Manifesto important? And we forget, we're having this great analysis. It is important because it convinces somebody to vote for you other than the other guy. Mm-hmm. Fundamentally, that's why we are doing this. We're not doing this because it's a great intellectual piece. You're doing this because you're hoping that people will see this list of proposals and say, it solves my problem. It fixes a problem I have. I can't go to the hospital, it will get me there. I can't eat 3 times a day, it will give me food, put food on my table. That's a tax reform necessarily convince the ordinary Joe to vote for you. Listen, we'll find that out on December 7th. But that's one. Because you see, we are comparing.
But I was just, I think I've had this conversation with Raymond on a lighter note. I've said to him, how about I defer my tax payment until the tax amnesty starts? That's on a lighter note.
Yeah,
it's not actually meant for me. I mean, I am known. You always be changed.
No, but I must say though, just in line with this, in the last 4 years, we've seen some great reforms as far as the tax sector is concerned. And Bawumia has just arrived, by the way. Bawumia, you can see there on your screen, just coming from the It Is Possible bus, which is the bus he's been traveling in, by the way. He has shied away from traveling in the just huge convoy. They have their bus where he travels in with his core team and surrogates traveling across the country. And we expect that he'll be coming off one of these buses and getting to the grounds for this to start. But again, just wrapping up on what we're expecting him to be saying today, borrowing from the 2020 manifesto. Again, he's talking about investing in human capital. That was in 2020 manifesto. It is here again, and this is a subject that both of you have talked about quite a lot. This 1 million youth in coding. We also see the NDC putting forward the similar proposal. But we expect that we now get a bit more today, right? Again, we talk about exempt VAT on prospecting and reconnaissance when it comes to mining. He's told us going into today, the launch, that he's going to abolish VAT on exploration services. In other words, he's borrowing quite a bit from the 2020 manifesto, right? And some of them he's keeping. Rapidly expand internet services to rural areas, but also aim for 100% internet penetration. So they're rewording a lot of the promises from 2020 into 2024. We're expecting to see all these now in the 2024 manifesto, which is going to be launched, yes?
Yeah, because you see, exempt VAT on prospecting and reconnaissance for mining, abolish VAT on exploration services to encourage mining exploration. You were in there, what has changed? And these are some of the questions that people would ask.
Yeah, and you see, and it's fundamental. The reason why we isolated this is you had 4 years
You're there.
to fix it, to do it, to implement
Yes.
it. You haven't done it. You are bringing it back, though. So what's your credibility on that subject?
Especially when mining appears to be one of the key issues that you are dealing with. And in all fairness, I think there's general sector players, civil society, agreement that VAT and prospecting is making it difficult for local participants to get in there. When you want to promote local participation, it's also making it difficult for it to get a lot more people in the sector, the way we said we wanted it to happen. And that makes it difficult for us to grow the mining sector the way we're growing. 2 things. You are roaming, and I see the Lands Minister roaming and doing all of these conferences, hoping to get people on board. And on the other side, you have some of these things that...
Okay, that in your short is the Vice President and the flag bearer of the NPP arriving there at the venue for the launch of the manifesto. Ahead of him is the national chairman of the NPP himself, who's also going to be playing a significant role today. And he's arrived there with a wife,
yes,
Samira, and as you see, he is waving to the crowd, shaking hands, making his way to sit for this to start. We're going to be expecting him to start pretty soon. And we're already throwing out what to expect because we know, having monitored, that he's put out 68 promises, and we're saying that we're expecting that in the 2020. Our members who were part of the manifesto drafting committee who had worked with him. And remember that, and that's Kwabena Japon there. Kwabena Japon was the chair of their infrastructure and wash committee, and he led that part of the manifesto drafting. So a lot of them had before today. And so this is the first outing we've seen him in a week. Yeah. And presumably, they've now managed to look at this closely. They've dotted the I's and crossed the T's. That's him there, coming out with the wife to the ground now. We're going to expect that this is going to be getting underway pretty shortly. And this is one of the things that we'll be asking a lot of questions about, and you see it on your screens. One of the things that we expect him to be talking about is this very controversial promise to pay chiefs, to give them allowances, right? And we've just been counting 348 chiefs we have in this country, and possibly could be more. But they have clarified that what it means is they're going to be paying divisional chiefs and queen mothers. It will exclude paramount chiefs. Paramount chiefs are already paid. They put it at 1,000 cedis. And I'm asking them, okay, so if you're paying 1,000 cedis already, how much are you going to be paying the divisional chiefs and the queen mothers? How much is that going to cost you? But again, is it realistic? Is it something you should even be doing in a time when the economy is struggling, right? They're going to be spending on chiefs. What for? They say they want to bring the chiefs into the governance architecture a bit more, and if you give them, pay them, then you can hold them and get them to participate a bit more and sort of compel them to contribute a bit more to the governance process. Well, that is the argument.
I mean, yes,
it is
something that would explore
it is why they're doing it. So that's something that we'll look at. And then if you look at another thing that he said he will do, again, compensation will come into play. The reason why this is important is if you're paying chiefs, it's all going to add to the burden you already have, which is how much you're paying your employees on the government payroll already, because you're going to pay chiefs, right? And we know that this has been a big challenge for everybody. This 63.6 billion that IMF have been telling us we have to find a way to control your wage bill. Now you're going to add to that wage bill by bringing in more than 300 people who you can easily decide not to do, but you're deciding to do it anyway. That's why I brought it here. And then you also look at that budget in terms of how it compares to expense going to go. Should you be making promises that will add on to the government expenditure, or should you be reducing? And that's where you see a certain conflict in the policy they're proposing. So here you have a vice president and a part that raises questions about what is the consistency in rolling out that policy proposal when you say you want to reduce ministers. But then whilst you reduce the ministers, you're making savings there. Then you're increasing it by bringing in more chiefs from the other. Okay, presumably it's going to cost you less to take care of all the chiefs, but you need to do it in the first place.
You pay division.
And if you look at, free SHS is another thing. They say they want to improve. If you're improving, it could cost you more, not necessarily, because you can improve and reduce and decide for example, you're no longer going to pay boarding. Boarding will not be under free SHS. That's many will say can be an improvement. Yeah. Say I'm not going to pay for boarding.
Because the understanding is that, and I don't know where we got this from, we have come to some conclusion that free means take up everything. Everything. And we all know that, I mean, it's not everything that's taken up. But do you know we started this conversation? We picked the items that was originally on the item list for everybody going to school. Then the NDC said, oh, we've taken about 6 to 7 of them, so the rest can be dealt with differently. The NPP says, no, we are looking at all the 14 or so. So far as an item on your bill, we are picking up this bill. Now, secondly, the other issues that came up was that why are we truly having a conversation about the amount we are paying in this sector? And Winston, you know what the response was? We have spent only 15 billion on free SHS. What's the big deal with you people? Is that not a chunk of our money anyway? So we should look to anywhere else and not pretend that free SHS is the cause of our problems as a people. But what we fail to say is that 15 billion is still a cost to the nation.
Yeah.
Plus all the other education sector budget, it was still a big issue for us to deal with. And then delivery of even the 15 billion. How often were we releasing the money to the people? Remember, virtually every term, we had to be advocates and insist that schools have not gotten the monies because headmasters could not speak and nobody could depend on it or actually insist on it coming for us to be the ones giving out.
And you're sure there's Kennedy Japan also arriving at the grounds. The Vice President is already seated and this is about to start. But just before we go live to the Vice President to hear what he has to say, and we've already given you a sense of what to expect, this is their big ticket when it comes to the tax reforms, as Miracle said to me on PM Express. But some things that he said he will do. These 4 things. Emissions tax is something that he's already told us that he wants to scrap, right? The VAT on electricity, he never saw the light of day because of the controversy, but he's not going to attempt it. We see him there walking on stage with the wife, waving. And we're going to see him now speak to a teleprompter, which for me is interesting.
Oh, yeah. I don't recall the last time.
I don't recall. Yeah, exactly.
Again, there's also been some concerns about the Bawumia delivery on a platform like that.
Yeah.
When he won the slots, people were not impressed with the thank you note that he gave that day. They feel that there are some hitches in the delivery of this sort. So perhaps this will be a very massive improvement.
Yeah.
That's if he has rehearsed enough, because teleprompters can also cause you troubles.
If you are not used to it.
Yes.
And I expect that his team would have prepped him with this particular. John Mahama has been using this, by the way.
Oh, John Mahama has perfected
it here. This will be. I stand to be corrected. This is the first time I'm seeing. We'll see him. Yeah,
Look,
see him use a teleprompter.
I have seen John Mahama closely with his teleprompter, and you won't even see it. It's such that you won't see it that he's using it, and so it depends on how they set it up. But I do not think that they wouldn't prepare him.
They would have prepared him.
They would have prepared him.
They've bought it. They've trained him to use it. We'll see how he performs with that. But this, for me, is the most curious one, right? Because he's going to scrap all these taxes. That you have, e-levy is going to go, betting tax is going to go.
Oh, he will scrap betting tax.
Yes. He said.
He talked about that in January. I have my own concept.
Yeah. He said.
I support it.
Yeah, he support it. Yeah, he said it's also scrap it. But I mean, it's similar to what JM is also proposing.
Yes,
right?
when he said this in January, I think I've had that discussion with Raymond. I am saying that I don't have a problem with a progressive betting tax. But to wholesale,
I mean, I'm willing to even entertain that. Yeah.
Yes, progressive betting.
But the wholesale, you're not in favor of.
I'm not in favor of.
Yeah, and I see why. Because if you look at how much we're going to be losing if he does this, and this is the 2024 budget.
Yeah.
Doing a projection for the next 3 years into 2027, after 2025, and telling us that we're expecting to rake in the betting tax of 5.1 billion. So if you take that away, instantly you're losing 5.1 billion.
This is for purposes of analysis.
Yeah, I get it.
Because we know what happened to e-levy. But this
I get it. Even the e-levy, it's quite an overestimation of 8.27 billion.
But e-levy is able to make more than $1 billion. So they can get it.
No, well, last 2023, it was just 1.09 billion.
Yeah, so
it was less.
They can get there.
But they've done well this year. First half was 110 million cedis. And a projection that it will end the year over 2 billion, right, for 2024. So that is good. But I saw it and I'm like, well, this is overestimating what you can get in 3 years. But let's assume.
No, so you say e-levy is doing very well.
Well, this year, half year, they've done 810 million.
So by the end of the year, we get
and put it in context.
We will get 11 million jobs.
Why? There's a link between e-levy and jobs?
Oh, the former finance minister was very clear in his
you like being sarcastic. You know,
you start.
But you started.
E-levy was going to do that. But, but you see, the betting tax. So let's use the figures. These are figures that are.
Yeah.
I say that these guys are earning some money. You know, they're earning directly. They must pay something to the state. Just as when we earn money, for those who earn a lot of salary, a lot of money, they can go to the 25 and others. But for those who earn lower, they're around 17.5 and all of that. So let's do it progressively, okay? But wholesale, no betting tax, I'm not.
It's a challenge. I mean, the estimate tells you the story. E-levy itself. So the big question for me is, when you say you are going to be scrapping taxes, at a time when you need the taxes the most, is that a prudent thing to say? But again, if you reduce the taxes, does it improve productivity? Because some of the tax can be nuisance.
The theory can support a scrapping of e-levy, for instance. The theory can support that.
And the theory is?
See, the fact that today, if you say people are, you're taxing financial, you're taxing transfers, for instance, electronic transfers. So a lot of people are actually doing things which you may not see. Hitherto would have used these means of engaging in transactions. Today, we don't do them because we have to pay some money. Okay? If you scrap it, the people will now feel freer, will now feel free to spend more. If they spend more, those persons that are actually buying for that, even though you've talked about the fact that it doesn't go there, the truth is that the online business that a lot of people do in this country, these online people, they do it through e-levy. They do it through
mobile money.
Mobile money. A lot of people.
Financial transactions.
A lot of people don't have merchant numbers. Okay? That in itself curtails that expenditure. I am saying that e-levy itself is a nuisance tax. It's a nuisance tax. So the theory supports its abolition. It's a nuisance tax. It does nothing. Why? How much is that giving us?
Where do you get, assuming this projection by the finance ministry is right, between 2025 and 2027, how do you make this? How do you fix the hole that you lose from here?
You can actually do that, again, you can actually do that with an amnesty on taxes I would explain. That amnesty is a bait.
So you get more people in?
You get more people in it. So, okay. And as I said, the theory was, if you take this out, it's a bait. The tax amnesty is a bait.
But whilst he's doing that, which is the point you're making here about the amnesty, which is
it's a bait.
Big thing.
I mean, today if I say Evans Mensah, bring your company. But you see, the amnesty, I don't know what form it's going to take. In the past, we've seen penalties being waived. If they waive the penalty, you pay the tax. You still pay the tax. So in the past, we would have said you're going to be paying penalties.
But that's one of the things we are expecting today. In the manifesto now, which we expect the detail.
Yeah.
When it says the tax amnesty, what exactly is it? What form will it take? The tax digitalization, I think you have a fair idea what that is because they've done a fair bit of work in that area too. And then this flat rate tax is something that those businesses have been calling for to make it simpler.
Just a couple of weeks ago, the Deputy Finance Minister, Alex Ampabin, was sitting where I'm sitting. And I was sitting where Winston is currently sitting. And I asked him the question about these taxes. His response is that the ministry that's advising government is now reviewing all the taxes. In fact, this digitalization process will finish by the first quarter of 2025. First, the hope is that there will be more people when they are done with the digitalization process. But after all the taxes, they are now reviewing them. So government is unclear in its mind as we speak. What is to be removed, what is to be kept, and what is maintained. But he's sure that if there is a decision taken to remove any of them, it should be based on that review. We may possibly have Dr.
A bit more detail
repeating some of these things, which to me, and I get you, on the face of it, and from some analysis, it might even look like a nuisance tax. But when I compare what, after your massive review in 2023, you put in your medium-term revenue strategy, and that medium term was start from 2024 to 2027, there was no part of that particular deal you said you're going to scrap e-levy. I hope you get what I'm trying to say. Moving it forward, if you are still going through that review, I am expecting that it's not just based on people don't like it and people have difficulties with it. So we are giving fantastic proposals. This review must be concluded to inform what should happen with that taxation strategy.
Well, that timeline I give you is fascinating.
Yeah.
Because the 2024 manifesto you're about to hear, as we've said already, must give us details on that.
That's true.
So if that's the timeline, what the detail
how
will
are
get?
You going to come to
but this is,
some definite policies?
But this is the thing, Raymond, and you would also agree that even when it comes to free SHS, at the time in the NPP, there were those who said don't start free SHS in 2017. But because the president insisted on starting in 2017, the NPP or the government had to start free SHS. So if the president insists on abolishing e-levy, for instance, he can abolish e-levy. And that's something that he can say, I want to abolish. Because today, we're talking about electronic transactions.
My difficulty is with what will be the justification for making government policy when your own people have not finished with a comprehensive review of it.
The most important thing would be what has been his own analysis of it.
Yeah.
Because this is the point. The man has told you that he was supposed to offer supplementary services, support services. So what's been his own analysis? What has he done and what does that tell you? Because today, I mean, we're talking about, going into electronic transactions all the time. The e-levy is a barrier to a lot of electronic transactions. Today, contrary to some of the things that we were told, you've seen people still sending money, okay, making even bank transfers, and are still paying for it.
Well, so that's one of the things that we're expecting to hear from Dr. Bawumia in terms of his own 2024 ideas that will crystallize in the manifesto that should be launched
And again, this manifesto is the party's manifesto.
The party's manifesto.
Dr. Bawumia may have extraordinary ideas going into the future. Unless he's able to bulldoze his way through, there will certainly be people on the table who say, relax. Even though you believe that this is so dear to you, the collective integrity and collective reputation of the party is on the line when it comes to these ones. So give and take would happen. And a bit of a tempering down of some of the things that perhaps we have heard in this time past would also come into play. Because that is how the party and of course, I mean, I've seen some of the members of the manifesto. They are not people you can just say, oh, swallow this hook, line, sinker, and let's just go and put it out there. So maybe the exact wording and the exact detail, or what will even be couched as the platforms for delivering the goals going into the future, will tell us whether or not some of the things you're even talking about today will still find expression in its fullest form in the final document.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, and the stage is set there.
You know,
we're just waiting for this to get underway.
You see, because Bawumia has already spoken to us. Now, the difficulty the campaign, the manifesto team would have is to depart from things he said previously. Because
Things he said,
as in his vision statement.
okay.
Because I believe...
But I don't expect a departure.
No, because the basic document they would use will be his vision statement.
Because if they depart, we'll pick that up on
We'll pick that up. So, Raymond, they
pick
can't depart. They are going to go according to what the man said he was going to do in January. And it will be the things that you would see, you would hear them talk about.
Yeah, and which is that's what we've been telling you. Because we didn't create this. He himself put it out. 68 of them, he said he will do. And we are saying that we want to see the details in the manifesto document that is going to be launched. And that should start pretty shortly for us. And then, whilst we talk about tax, they themselves have said the tax reforms is their biggest proposal going into the 2024 elections. They want to improve this. They want to improve this tax to GDP ratio of 13.1% because it's the lowest. It's actually below the average, the African average of 16.5%. If we talk about the lower middle income countries, it's even way less. The question is, the proposals that they have put forward in terms of tax reform, would it take us even to the average of 16.5%? The Africa average, would it take us there?
I mean, if you look at the budget documents, they seem to suggest that over the medium term.
So tax amnesty, you expect that will draw in more people.
Yeah.
So that you expect all things being equal.
The medium term.
all things being equal, it should increase a bit.
The reason why I was actually
digitalization of the tax infrastructure should too.
Was that the medium-term revenue framework strategy actually captures some of the things that Dr. Bawumia says is going to abolish. And it is some of these things that would lead us to getting to the 18% that we're talking about. So we have to see now what it is that he's going to introduce that can get us there.
Yeah, but he said it already. He's told you already that he's going to do tax reform.
But
these ones have put numbers. They've put numbers to it.
He told you already that this is what the thing is going to do. Tax amnesty, tax utilization. The president himself has arrived, by the way.
Put numbers to it.
Just a second for those watching. The president himself has arrived. We were asking earlier whether he was going to be there. Yeah. He is there now. I think he's the only reason why it hasn't started yet. He has arrived now, and he's taken his seat. So we should be getting underway pretty shortly in the next few seconds. Yes.
Except that maybe I'm quoting specifically what the medium-term revenue strategy says about e-levy. It said, redesign the electronic transfer levy for enhanced revenue mobilization and administrative efficiency.
Definitely no scrap.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is that if you look at the budget, they've put numbers to it. Okay, and these numbers would help. I mean, if I open the budget, I can share those numbers with you. So all these things that you've been, Bawumia is promising, He's not put numbers to it.
Well, you expect numbers in the manifesto?
No, I don't expect numbers.
Okay.
But subsequently, he must provide the numbers.
Yeah.
I don't expect numbers in the manifesto. But after the manifesto has been presented,
oh yes, especially when you're in government, you don't have that excuse at all.
You must come and tell us the numbers, because, like I stated, going forward, it is not going to be business as usual. It's not going to be we will do this and we will have
fanciful hopes.
No. It is why we are where we are today. So tell us how much this is going to cost us. These promises, how much is going to impact the fiscals. Then we'll determine. All of us would have the debate. Is it feasible? Is it not? He's talked about you will not go beyond 105%, of the previous year's revenue by way of expenditure. It means that for him, he's not going by the 5% of GDP, even less. Let him come and provide the numbers.
So we'll see. I mean, it's about to start. The moment of truth is almost here. And this is a big one, though, and here too, we have to ask him questions. He says he's going to have, in terms of his ministers and deputies, not more than 50. My question to him is, which ministries are you going to sacrifice and which ministries will you maintain? You have to tell us.
Oh, it's very easy to do that. I mean, frankly, I would not care about how he decides to arrange the ministries. But I am happy that anybody is of the opinion we should reduce ministries and ministers in the Republic.
Yeah, of course. I get you. But if
I get your detail,
but if in the reconstruction of the numbers, you take away, for example, Ministry of Water Resources, Works and Housing.
Yeah, but you don't. Right? With respect, you don't.
There's a huge debate around which ministry would you keep, and that's why governments have struggled. I need to see that. I need to see the thinking that goes into your 50.
If government wants to prioritize what they call it, a sector or a project, they don't necessarily need a ministry to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is how government had conceptualized the idea that if you want to prioritize, have a ministry for it.
So,
but I agree with you that that's not what you need to do.
Mensah, do you need a minister for chieftaincy affairs?
Well, you don't.
You don't.
Absolutely don't. Yes.
You don't need a minister.
Even there's an argument about whether you need an information minister.
I mean, and there's minister not only for chieftaincy but for religious affairs too.
Chieftaincy and religious affairs.
Wow. You can only have it.
Do you need a minister for information?
I don't think you do. I don't think you do. You can have a government spokesperson and have the person
because every ministry has
other
its
things.
CRO.
Exactly. So you can have somebody at the top.
A minister that would organize.
You need a minister.
Meet the press
for fisheries.
Well, you don't, because put under agriculture, generally. I mean, so we're just now about to start, and so a few questions that I'll be asking, things that we expect to see, and things that we expect him to flesh out a bit more in the manifesto. And then if you look basically at the numbers in terms of the 50 that he says he want to do no more, if he does that, he's going to save us some 12.7 in terms of the money, right? The current ministers compared to, what he's possibly proposing. Some 12.7 million annually, which is not bad. I mean,
this is a very conservative.
Very conservative, of course. This is just salary. This is just salary.
No, but it's the principle.
It's the principle, yeah.
A government is willing to cut back. That means that's the most important part.
The principle. I mean, that you see him there in your shot there, attempting to.
And I just remembered, you don't need sanitation and water resources. You should go back to works, housing, and water resources.
Well, that's what both parties are proposing now. Yeah. They will keep water and sanitation together and then put under one ministry, but not by itself.
As a Minister of Sanitation and Water Resources, you don't need a ministry in charge of sanitation, because you only took sanitation away from the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development and said you've created a new ministry because your thinking was that Ghana should be the cleanest city in Africa.
Which hasn't been delivered, really.
Anyway, I think we can go and...
So, as you see there, just about starting, everybody else is set. The room is charged as, people enjoy themselves ahead of the big event itself. We're going to be looking forward to the details as we've just laid out for you. This is not one for dancing and drumming. It's one for hard analysis. This will make or make the party after today true. This is where, at least for those who pay attention to manifestos, for those who pay attention to manifestos, they will be looking to take and see whether it addresses your needs, whether you've thought through carefully how to address our collective challenges. But for the vast majority of us, will this matter? It's a question that we'll come and answer once we finish hearing them. Let's go live now to Takoradi, to the GSTS premises there, where the party is just about to outdoor his 2024 manifesto. Speaking right now is Miracle Sabwaji, who is the Director of Communications for the Bawumia campaign.
Good afternoon to the old, the young, the woman and the man in every corner of this country. To the Gen Zs, we say good afternoon to all of you. You are very much welcome to the launch of the 2024 manifesto of the new Patriotic Party. Selfless leadership, bold solutions for jobs and businesses. And this afternoon, you should expect to see yourself in the future that Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia and the new Patriotic Party is seeking to build for us. For the mason, for the carpenter, for the laborer, for the barber and the caterer, the lawyer, the doctor, wherever you find yourself, whoever you are, the new Patriotic Party, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia has a plan for your future. My name is Dennis Miracles Abuaji, and I am the Gen Z president.
Good afternoon. I am Antoinette Acquah Fijina Tibudako. I'm the proud Deputy General Secretary of the new Patriotic Party, and I'm also the Deputy Campaign Manager for the 2024 election. And believe me, everyone, it is possible. We are doing it together. We would all recap that 16 years ago, in 2008, His Excellency, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, was introduced to us and to the whole of Ghana in Takoradi at the NPP Manifesto launch. Fast forward, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, today he is the leader of our great party. He is the flag bearer leading the party to victory in the presidential election in 2024. He is a proven leader, undoubtedly. He is a man of many people, a man of destiny, and he is a unifier. I won't make too much noise. This afternoon, we are going to hear it all from him as he speaks to us boldly about the plans he has for Ghana's future. But before him, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let us always remember that before him came a strong and amazing president, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. He's here with us, and also with us is the leadership of our great party. But before we continue with the introduction of our dignitaries, I respectfully ask you, please let's be quiet, put ourselves in a somber mood, and let's have a medley of prayer. We are inviting respective people from all faiths, and they would all pray with us together. So may I now kindly invite a traditionalist, Eja Enekum, the Takoradi Osahini Ketechie III, who would give us a traditional prayer. I would also invite Apostle Dr. Rockefeller Owusu Safo and Reverend Timothy Kumson, and also the regional chief imam, Imam Zuklifu Abdul Wahid, and together they'll give us a medley of prayer. Thank you.
Ego, Tobe, Cuckoo, Ndamasi, Majema Wadi, Yama Sasifua, the Banjanaswa. I'm already a coupon too for me. Already a Johnson Amonsa. A Johnson asked me a case, but you should be said, Mamma. Already, Sherman. As also for song. As also for Sunny. As also for Sa. I asked me to say this in Sunday. NPP, Abbey. Yayabi, Yaya, and Sansani. I feel Yaya. And so, out there, we should start your one when people and then K. And say, NPP, I have Yako, and Sansani. None of Fado, and then Calafo. Ewadi, until Sibu Akmon, who is very better, Imel, and Sunny. As I say, Monsa, your money, Passa. I saw me in here. I saw me in here. And pets me like and hey, aha. Perfect no for now. I go for the work for Tamala. I know quite be. Go for Tamala. I will for. I'm quite insanely. I want to see the morning passing. That's it. Toby! Cuckoo!
صلوا على النبي الكريم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. آمن الرسول بما أنزل إليه من ربه والمؤمنون كل آمن بالله وملائكته وكتبه ورسله لا نفرق بين أحد من رسله وقالوا سمينا وأطعنا غفرانك ربنا وإليك المصير لا يكلف الله نفسا إلا وسعها لها ما كسبت وعليها ما اكتسبت ربنا لا تواخذنا إن نسينا وأطعنا ربنا ولا تحملنا ما لا طاقة لنا به واعف عنا واغفر لنا وارحمنا أنت مولانا فانصرنا على القوم الكافرين. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين.
Please, we are praying. Our Heavenly Father, we thank you. Father, we give you all the glory for this special occasion today. Father, we thank you for the life of our President, His Excellency, Nana Addo Dankwa, and his Vice President, His Excellency, Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia, now our party's flag bearer, who is going to be elected as coming president on the 7th December 2024. We also pray for his coming vice president, Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempe. Heavenly Father, we thank that this occasion will be an enormous occasion that will bring all the party members together, because together we stand, division we fall. Unity is our strength for this occasion. Father, we pray that whatever we are going to do here today will bring glory to you and the people here. We thank you that everything will come into mighty conclusion, so that at the end we will say, God, we bless your holy name. We pray for the traveling mercy for each and every one. If we finish this program, in Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you very much to our religious leaders. Kukrudu! We'll quickly move to acknowledge all of us here, and we are not going to leave anybody out. We have thousands of people out there, part of the program as much as those of us here in the auditorium are enjoying it. And so let me acknowledge the presence of all polling station executives of the New Patriotic Party. Are you here? Let me hear you. Are you here? All the polling station executives. That's right. All constituency executives. Are you here? We also acknowledge the presence of the national chairman of the New Patriotic Party, Mr. Stephen Ayesu. Please put your hands together for the national chairman. And so we duly acknowledge the presence of all the national executive members, and we have the General Secretary, Lawyer Justin Kodria, in our presence. Please put your hands together for Lawyer Justin Kodria. let's acknowledge the leader of a majority group in Parliament, Honorable Afenyo Marcus, the MP for Efutu constituency. Please put your hands together for the leader of Parliament. And so we acknowledge the presence of all members of Parliament. We also acknowledge the presence of the Chief of Staff of the Republic of Ghana. Chief of Staff, Honorable Frema Opare, please put your hands together for Honorable Frema Opare, the Chief of Staff of the Republic of Ghana. I can also see the Chairman of the Council of Elders of the New Patriotic Party, Honorable Hakman Owusu-Agyemang. Please put your hands together for Honorable Hakman Owusu-Agyemang. And so we acknowledge the presence of all the Council of Elders of the NPP here present with us. I also acknowledge the presence of the Chairman of the Manifesto Committee, MP for the good people of Swami, Honorable Oseche Mensah. So please put your hands together for Honorable, for the good work he's done with himself and the committee members. Ladies and gentlemen, the biggest acknowledgement goes to the teeming members, sympathizers of the NPP across the length and breadth of this country. The woman watching us from Pando, the elderly woman in Busa South, the little child who is waiting to see what the future holds for him, with Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia as president, and watching us from the Western North region, the millions of people watching us this afternoon in Ghana and across the world. We thank you for staying with us, and we can assure you this afternoon is definitely going to be a great one and a memorable one indeed.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in every territory, we will always have to pay due respect to the owners of the land. And as a great party and respecting our tradition, it is my honor to introduce to you the regional chairman of the New Patriotic Party in the Western region, Chairman Ndede Tia. Chairman, you are welcome. The chairman has been leading this party since 2015. His dynamic leadership has resulted in the strength of the New Patriotic Party in this region. Chairman, we would like you to share a few words with us. Thank you. We can do it better. A round of applause for the regional chairman, Chairman Ndede.
Thank you, Madam MC. Kukrudu. Kukrudu. Are we here? Kukrudu. 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 Thank you very much. Your Excellency, the President Nana Acquah, President of the Republic of Ghana, Your Excellency Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, Vice President of the Republic of Ghana and the 2024 NPP flag bearer, Honorable Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh, running mate to the NPP 2024 presidential candidate, Honorable Akosia Frema Opare, Honorable Chief of Staff, Chairman Stephen Ayensu in team, National Chairman of the Great New Patriotic Party, Jason Kodia Frimpong, General Secretary of the NPP and National Executives, National Council of Elders, Honorable Ministers of State, Honorable Alexander Afenyo Marcus, Majority Leader in Parliament and Parliamentary Leadership, Honorable Members of Parliament, Honorable Osiaiche Mensah Bonsu, Manifesto Committee Chair, and members of the Manifesto Committee and subcommittees. Honorable Oboshi Sai Kofi, Chairman of the Manifesto Launch Committee and committee members. I cannot conclude without mentioning my regional minister, Honorable Kobi Oche Dako Mensah, regional and constituency officers, Nanamo Auraimo, members of the diplomatic corps, friends of the media, invited guests, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all protocol duly observed. It is my pleasure and privilege to welcome you to the Western region for the launch of the NPP 2024 Manifesto. We thank the party leadership for choosing our region to host this auspicious event. Along with the people of Ghana, we are excited to witness this outdooring of the new patriotic manifesto, which will offer bold solutions to tackle the challenges we face as a country. It also provides innovative ways of helping Ghana achieve prosperity, productivity, and progress. Today is certainly a day that will go down in the history books as the day where the NPP laid the foundation of breaking the edge to secure a better future for Ghana and its people. Indeed, it is possible. Once again, I warmly welcome you to Western Region, and I hope you will enjoy the program. Thank you, MPP for that.
And we'll be taking you back there to the GSCS premises where the MPP is launching his manifesto today, pretty shortly. We just lost the feed there, but we'll re-establish contact with the team on the ground and get you the very latest from there. The only thing we're expecting is to hear the details of the 2024 manifesto, which should be read out by the Vice President himself. And one of the things that is interesting, obviously, is when he was the running mate to Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, he was the one who was tasked with the responsibility of outdooring the manifesto and putting it out there and defending it. I'm curious to see what role he would... In 2016, he spoke to it. He spoke to it, yes. Exactly. I'm curious to see what role he will give to NAPO today, as far as the manifesto is concerned. Or he's going to be doing what he's done for Nana Addo for the last 2 elections.
That's actually interesting. I think predominantly, Bawumia has been seen as the intellectual wing lead within MPP discussions. You would agree, right from those lectures. And NAPO has not done any of those lectures. So, and from the way he was actually positioned, let's not get it wrong. Always, you heard Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo say, I brought him because he has skills, he helped Kufuor, and he could help me out when it comes to the economy. So, as for that, you can, there was a lot of people who actually put a lot of credibility on his name throughout his days in Simon Fraser to the other things that he has taught. Like, you could say that he has built a reputation that puts him in this environment of intellectual deliveries. I am not sure that's the same exposure and conversation we have had about NAPO. I hope you get the point. And even since NAPO became running mate, his speeches, the platforms he had used, the engagements he's had, he's not been projected and put out there as a Bawumia 2016 or 2012 kind. I hope you are getting my point. Yep. So I'll be shocked if today, all of a sudden, we say, it's possible that they can say, we have divided into sections.
Did you say it's possible?
I said it is doable.
No, do you say it's possible?
Yes, I said it is possible.
Winston,
Winston says now it is doable. That's
now you can't even say
there's the possibility.
There is no possibility.
Now you can't even say it's possible anymore.
No, you see, when
no, you know what he asked me? Did you say possible? For a second, I was like, what have I said wrong?
when politicians take over words,
exactly,
and they make them there,
exactly,
it becomes difficult for you.
But when they break it down, when they break it down to sectors, when they say that, listen, even though this is a manifesto, Vice President or Dr. Bawumia will start by giving the overall picture, then the sectoral presentations. He, Dr. What do you call it? Matthew Opoku can then take, let's say, education and a few others and deliver on them. Nobody would fault that strategy. But if it is like the way Bawumia took time to go through all, and I think it was in Cape Coast, right? It was in Cape Coast.
Yeah.
And it was quite clear that the man was integral to the preparation.
Evans.
Because sometimes he's not looking at the paper or even watching the list.
Evans.
But he can speak to it with all the competence and power required.
What Raymond is talking about, Evans. Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh. I am not sure that they would let... Why? This is Manifesto 2024. Yes, we know that by 2016, Dr. Bawumia was leading the NPP campaign. We all knew. In fact, the only person to have made the economy a main feature of a campaign was Dr. Bawumia in 2016. His lectures, and today we have played back, we've read some of these lectures to, people also. I think that, Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh will introduce Dr. Bawumia. That's what we're hearing, right? Up to we're told that he's the one going to introduce Dr. Bawumia. In introducing Dr. Bawumia, and I believe his speech will be scripted.
You believe so?
It has to be scripted.
From experience, and now that there are teleprompters, scripting will deliver.
It has to be scripted.
This might be the very first time he's delivering to this grouping post his engagement. And mindful of the feedback they have received, I like the way you say it has to be scripted. As in hook or crook.
Yes,
from a script. Yeah.
It has to be scripted because, again, one of the things the NPP, and I'm not sure they probably may have realized this, if they had realized this, they could have actually led a conversation about how people speak, even before they brought in Napo. Because as for Napo, the NPP knows. If you give him a chance and he speaks, also based on where he comes from and where he grew up, they have a certain, well, today they'll be speaking a lot of English, so that may not be a problem. But when it comes to Tree, and Raymond is...
But they are in Acquah.
Raymond, well, they speak English. If he decides to speak Tree, that's even problematic because of where he comes from. If he goes into speaking Tree, it is problematic. If I were the strategists of the NPP, I'll tell them, let him speak English. And say that, when you make a fantin, let me speak English and go. Because of where he comes from and how they speak, their tone is problematic, unfortunately. So Napo, if he's going to introduce Bawumia, giving a script, he will read and then they will move on. But this is the other point. This is a man who, and the NPP told us, Joe Asewusu was the first to have said on PM Express that they had agreed that if Bawumia becomes flag bearer, the running mate should come from the Ashanti region. So Napo's duty, more or less, is to satisfy the base of the party and the party's World Bank. Let it be like that. But I'm not the one calling the shots. They can go out there and allow him to, articulate a few things. It wouldn't be bad. We are here. We are newsmen.
Yeah, I mean, so that is an interesting point, and it comes back to how, even post the manifesto, how they'll deploy him to expand on what they're proposing in the manifesto will be interesting to see, and because he has to they all have to subject themselves to scrutiny. You cannot put out a manifesto and hide. You have to put out a manifesto and be prepared to defend it. And you can bet that Dr. Bawumia will do it on platforms. And I have been told that he will do his first media encounter after this, because they wanted to put out a manifesto first, and he can now subject that manifesto to some scrutiny in front of journalists. So we expect that to happen. But the vice presidential candidate himself, what will he be doing? Because when he's done a radio interview recently, But admittedly, that radio interview is not a radio interview, say, in a big city where you have a bit more tough, scrutiny of what you're proposing. But he will definitely come face to face with questions around the manifesto. Now, the thing about Napo's temperament on being questioned on any issue is whether he can stay cool, stay calm, and answer the question without causing a stir and controversy and getting upset by the way he's been probed. And that, for me, I guess, is how this, one of the key things to watch going forward. Because really, after your manifesto, all meaningful post-manifesto conversations in the media, when you sit down with an interview, will be centered around your policies. Mm-hmm. I mean, before now, we're talking about his comments around, Nkrumah and, whether you win or lose, the issues about campaign and the NDC, NPP. Now, any opportunity to have an interview or to question will be around manifestos. How would Amoah Prempeh, for example, fare in an interview with Raymond Acquah, for example? I mean, no, I mean it's a fair point. It's a fair point, right, to raise. How he fare with an interview with Winston, for example, when he comes up and you are probing him on the numbers, the same questions we've been raising, for example. It's interesting how they would deploy him after this.
I'm not sure that if Napo would go on an interview, he will go to a friendly media house. Oh, why? You've asked a question.
Like myself.
He won't be.
As a very friendly.
He won't be in your studio.
As a friend. As a friend to Martin.
I mean, look, I think that and I say these things because...
But wouldn't necessarily help their cause. You just go to a friendly media house.
So you see,
because everybody will know they are throwing you nice...
No, the NPP has reached a stage.
Questions for you to answer.
Listen, I'm sure the NPP would have known when they selected Napo that a lot of the campaign and talking will be done by Dr. Bawumia. Napo is expected to go down to the party base and try to, galvanize the people to do it.
And meet chiefs.
Get people out there. He's not the one to go on radio platforms, and you've made the point. He's not a person that wants to go on radio platforms. Even if it's not being probed, he would say something that could, So you don't want to put him in that
rule that the conversation.
Yeah, you don't want to put him in that situation. So it's not something that the NPP will do. I'm sure that what they will do going forward is that they would get Bawumia to do a lot of these talks. Napo would be on the campaign platform.
Okay, we can go live now to the GSTS premises where I believe the majority leader is speaking.
It is only through a debate that they can expose Dr. Bawumia. If they run away from a debate, they are the liars and the inconsistent leaders in the country. And Dr. Amoah Prempeh Dr. Amoah Prempeh.
Well, we having a challenge connecting to the venue there, and this is from source, and the NPP themselves are giving us a feed through GTV, but we don't have the feed now. When that feed, we establish the link, we will take you back. I want to take you back now because that feed is back up. This is the majority leader.
Not transform this country. Is it our two forcing? Is it a Setekwe? Is it Asedun Katia? Or the one who is leading them?
Yeah, I mean, so that is a challenge that we're trying to resolve from source, by the way, because that feed has been given to us for all media houses to take. We're having a challenge there, establishing a connection that will sustain and be stable. And once we get that, we will bring that to you. The majority leader has been speaking there. One of the things that we definitely heard him talk about in that short, brief clip we had in live was a presidential debate. And the presidential debate subject is, for me, close now. I say it in Kitiaivet, yeah, it's close now. I mean, if anybody, as in NDC, NDC is not going to participate. I mean, PM Express, the chairman was here, and he was emphatic that it is actually a considered position, that he went to a meeting, Jomama was there, and they told him in no uncertain terms that the party will not participate. In fact, he says, Jomama, Jomama, he likes the media, and he really wanted to do it, and we told him, no, you're not going to do this. So as far as this is concerned, from the NDC's point of view, it is a dead subject.
Sorry, is the NDC is not participating in the IEA's debate?
They are participating in any presidential debate.
Why?
It's hard repeating what Asedu Nketia said, but Asedu Nketia's point is that they believe that the NPP's presidential candidate is a liar, so they don't want to be on the same stage with him.
Expose that.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's the point, and it says it will be a waste of time.
A frontal engagement on issues, head to head, with a liar, would further expose the liar. Well, if that theory holds true.
Yeah, I put that point to him, and he says it's to be a waste of time. They don't want to do it. Yeah. Well, that's the party's position.
I mean, see, frankly, personally, I think we should get to the point where no political party is seeking the power and the vote of the people of this republic can say, I will not participate in the debate. I think we should get to that point, because we have given a lot of leeway to these political parties to oscillate as and when they want. You recall, I mean, sometimes today NPP says, I will not do it tomorrow, NDC says, we should have that level of consistency that says, as part of our processes for electing, if you put up yourself to be on that ballot, you should subject yourself to a debate. In fact, even if it requires legislation, we should do that, so that we do not leave it to the whims of political parties to now say, today they don't want to be in a debate, tomorrow they can even say that I don't want to even share a manifesto. I don't think that many people read the manifestos anyway. I think that any other person can get a manifesto or any WhatsApp. You have gone around and spoken to the people. They are the people that are supposed to vote for us, so we are not going to do so. There is enough data, there is enough literature backing the relevance of such engagements, including debates, in any proper developmental political practice. And I do not think that it should be up to political parties to determine or choose when or where.
Okay, let's go live now to the GSCS again for live. Hopefully this is stable.
We don't want, again, under Bawumia government, let's get our numbers and win together. For we have done better in every aspect of the economy than any government in the Fourth Republic. God bless you. God bless us all. God bless our homeland Ghana and the New Patriotic Party. Thank you so much indeed.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Everybody lift your handkerchief! Wave your handkerchief! Wave your handkerchief! This is the New Patriotic Party, the biggest political party in Africa. Be happy. Be fired up. Be ready. We are winning these elections. We are winning these elections. We are winning these elections. And we are winning it based on the records and the performance of this political party called the New Patriotic Party. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you, leader. Radu. Thank you, DJ. Thank you. Thank you, leader, for the very inspiring message. Please save the energy for the door-to-door and the house-to-house. It starts tonight. So let's save some of the energy. Thank you very much.
Dr. the first gentleman of the land, Your Excellency Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, the second gentleman of the land, the Chief of Staff, members of Parliament, distinguished personalities here gathered, ladies and gentlemen, it is of great joy that today we see a lot of people coming to our school. In fact, we of the GSCS community are so much privileged to host you here. In the Akan adage we say, "Baby otumfo bono ho ne hiano, na bosu na nso yakon imprensa." To it, where it is of most importance is where the Smith hit hard. And we visit the deity 3 times to show how important it is. This is the 3rd time the president is being hosted by GSTS. And we are most grateful for that because it shows how the president takes GSTS for. We are not privileged also to say that this building, the auditorium where the program is being hosted, was given to us by His Excellency Nana Addo Akufo-Addo. And today, last year, October, he was here for the Ghana Teacher Prize. And today, he is also here for the launch of the NPP Manifesto. On behalf of my management, on behalf of the Board of Governors, the teaching and the student body, and the whole GSTS community, including the alumni, we want to express our sincere gratitude for being here, of all the schools and of all the places in the region. Choosing GSTS to us is a privilege. On this note, I wish you a successful launch of your manifesto. May God bless you. Thank you. Yes, sir.
The GSTS. So we continue our acknowledgement. At this juncture, please let's put our hands together for all the traditional authorities here with us. Please put your hands together for our Nananum. We also acknowledge the presence of the hard-working Manifesto committee members for the lost sleep, for the hard work they did day and night to put this motherly, fatherly manifesto. Please acknowledge the Manifesto committee members. We also have here in our presence the national campaign team members who have been touring the length and breadth of this country with our flag bearer, his running mates, and all the gallant soldiers of the NPP campaigning towards election 2024. Please put your hands together for the campaign team. All CEOs here, we see you. CEOs, please give us a wave. All CEOs here, thank you for coming. Ministers and deputy ministers, please put your hands together for our ministers and deputy ministers. All our parliamentary candidates who have been given your marching orders by the leader, please put your hands together for our parliamentary candidates. So yesterday, somebody sent me a WhatsApp. I was asleep, but they woke me up. The WhatsApp simply read, "Hey, Hajia Samira is a very, very dangerous campaigner. Very, very dangerous campaigner." Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the second lady and the incoming first lady of the Republic of Ghana, Hajia Samira Bawumia. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hajia, we appreciate you. We thank you. we see you, and we see all the good work you are doing for this party. The man of the moment, the man who is shaking the length and breadth of the NDC in every corner. They are afraid of him. It's obvious that the NDC are afraid of this man. Please, put your hands together for the running mates of the New Patriotic Party in the 2024 elections. Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh. We thank you for the energy. We thank you for the inspiration. All we are saying is that don't stop. We are behind you. And we are all the way through this journey with you. Thank you. DJ. Today, whenever he stands behind the microphone to speak, the NDC are wondering what's next. Yesterday, he made a very bold statement, which all of us have taken serious notice of. And we are going to work with it day and night to ensure victory in this election. There always comes a time, a moment, where one leader emerges out of the lot. And like they always say, when God calls you, he gives you the grace. This man clearly has the grace of God. And everything seems to be falling in its right places. In the next few minutes, he will be presenting to us a manifesto prepared with love. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, join us to acknowledge the presence of the Vice President, the leader, and the flag bearer of the New Patriotic Party, Dr. Bawumia, the digital man, the wasted, the economic messiah, the man who is leading us to election 2024 and to the victory ahead of us. Your Excellency, we thank you, we appreciate you, and we acknowledge the leadership you are giving to us in times like this. Kukrudu. 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 Talk of boldness. Talk of innovation. Talk of creativity. Talk of a leader who cares about his people in times of difficulty in spite of the challenges. The man who will go down in history as one that has made life easy, made dreams possible for millions of Ghanaians across this country. Ladies and gentlemen, the man who has set the pace of possibility, the man who has sent the wave of possibility, the man who has made it possible for every single member of this party to believe that it is possible for a political party to win a third-term elections. The man who has kept millions of young people seated behind their TV watching us this evening because he has given them the right to dream and to believe that everything is possible. The man who is known for bringing free SHS to Ghana. I introduce to you the President of the Republic of Ghana, Nana Akufo-Addo. Thank you, Your Excellency, the President. We appreciate you. We thank you for all the legacies you have put together for this country. You have made our party very, very proud. In spite of the difficulties and challenges, you have set strong examples for leaders that would come after you. And all of us in this room, we assure you, we will protect your legacy and will ensure that we build on this legacy for generations unborn. Please, let's welcome the General Secretary of the New Patriotic Party. Put your hands together for lawyer Okom Jackson Koduya, the Chief Executive of the New Patriotic Party. Please, make it louder for the youngest General Secretary we have in Ghana today. You're welcome, General.
Your Excellency, the President of our dear Republic, Nana Acquah Akufo-Addo, Your Excellency, the Vice President, leader of our party, and our presidential candidate for the 2024 elections, permit me to stand on existing protocols. Today is a very important day in the annals of our party calendar. After successfully making history and proving doubters wrong by electing a Northerner and a Muslim presidential candidate, we are again, as a political party, setting the pace by being the first to launch her manifesto for the 2024 election. I am not surprised at all, because even in exams, students who don't prepare always want the good one to start so they can copy them. So I will not be surprised that people will be copying our manifesto, because they are waiting for us, the good ones, to start. Your Excellencies, on my way to Takoradi yesterday, I made a stopover at Gomoa Central to do some party work. I met a young and beautiful lady called Afiba. She came to me when she was told that the General Secretary of the NPP was around. She gave me two messages. One to you, Mr. President, and the other one to our presidential candidate, Dr. Bawumia. To President Akufo-Addo, Afiba says, thank you. If not for your free senior high school, she wouldn't have gotten the chance to have secondary education and to further proceed to study at the university. To our presidential candidate, Dr. Bawumia, Afiba says that she's completing university this year, and she wants to know how your manifesto will create jobs for her and other youth who have benefited from free senior high school. Afiba, I know you are watching this manifesto, but trust me, Dr. Bawumia will answer your question. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust Dr. Bawumia, and I know that he will be a great president for us. A prominent man once told me that there are three kinds of leaders: an ordinary leader, an exceptional leader, and an incompetent leader. For an ordinary leader, is the one who accepts challenges but does not have solutions. For an incompetent leader, is the one who refuses to even admit challenges and takes delight in ridiculing the people with comments such as, "I'm not a magician to create jobs," such as, "You have so many phones, that's why we have unstable electricity," such as, "I've cancelled nursing and teacher training allowances, even if it will cost my presidency." However, an exceptional leader is one who accepts that there are challenges, but continue to provide solutions to these challenges, such as introducing digitization, medical home delivery, gold for oil, and many more. Certainly, Dr. Bawumia is an exceptional leader. As for the incompetent leader, your guess is as good as mine. As a Ghanaian, I'm concerned about who leads this country in the next 4 years. And I know all well-meaning Ghanaians are equally concerned and will therefore choose a leader who will account to them after his 4 years stewardship, as opposed to one who, after just 4 years, will exit office. With Dr. Bawumia, Ghanaians will have the chance to evaluate his administration after 4 years and decide whether renew his mandate or not. Therefore, Ghanaians can hold him accountable to his manifesto. Thank you. God bless our homeland Ghana, and God bless NPP. Thank you very much.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I am proud. That is my boss, the General Party. I am going to invite our next speaker, and I'll give you a hint. This amazing of the new Patriotic Party, Chairman Stephen Ayesu Intim.
We're back.
Kukrudu. Kukrudu. And Kukrudu. Thank you. Your Excellency, Nana Addo Akufo-Addo, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces. Permit me to stand on existing protocols to deliver my message. Granted? It is with heartfelt honor and a sense of duty that I stand in your presence to witness this august occasion as we unveil the NPP's Manifesto for Election 2024, which will guide us, our party, and our nation as we build upon the party's achievements so far and take bold decisions towards a brighter and more prosperous Ghana ahead of us. As we look back on the pivotal moment of the 2016 elections, it becomes clear that our nation was at a crucial crossroads at the time you took over, characterized by major economic and social challenges, which were further exacerbated by issues of mismanagement, incompetence, and corruption by the previous administration. During that critical moment, the duo was given its responsibility to lead our cherished country, and they have proven themselves up to the task as a president and your vice president. After the past 8 years, under the visionary leadership of the president, Ghana has risen from the brink of despair. We are on the right path from where I sit towards economic prosperity and have embarked on far-reaching institutional reforms essential for good and accountable governance within a stable economic democratic society. Our achievements are many, including the successful implementation of the free SHS, STEM, and TVET schools, mobile money interoperability, this transformative One District, One Factory initiative, significant development through the Infrastructure for Poverty Reduction Programs, IPEP, the Agenda 111 hospital projects, among many others. However, as we all know, the journey has not been without any challenges. The coronavirus pandemic and the Russian-Ukrainian war tested our resilience as a nation. But under the competent leadership of Mr. President Nana Akufo-Addo and Vice President Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, we navigated the turbulent times with determination and secured the health and safety of our people. So, as the President rightly put it, during the turbulent days, we know how to bring the economy back to life. What we do not know is how to bring people back to life, and I quote, "Whilst working tirelessly to restore the economy from the clutches of the pandemic," these are the words that the President used to console us, and he delivered rightly on that. And all indications show that we are on the right path. Thank you, Mr. President. Today, we are not
fellow party friends, sadly, I am not able to be with you in Acquah for this momentous occasion. In such an occasion, I shouldn't let pass without sending a message to you. When we present a manifesto, it should be a manifesto that addresses the entire nation. When we unite strongly behind Dr. Bawumia, when the nation sees it, we shouldn't underrate anybody these days. There are no secrets anywhere. We are entreating the nation to give Bawumia the chance, because I said it before at UPS, that I've known him for some time, and I see him as a man of destiny. And particularly for the moment we are in now as a nation, I believe he is the man of the moment. The whole world is talking digitalization. Then when you look around the world, leaders must be imbued with a innate understanding of geopolitics. Bawumia seems cut for the moment, cut for the occasion. Custom made. He's been exposed internationally. Always to do with finance. He's an international banker. He's studied politics. In fact, he was born into politics. And it's because of his loyalty to the tradition that the party gave him the chance to be the candidate. So please, we are presenting a custom-made candidate to Ghana. A candidate that will digitalize the economy and social policy. A candidate that understands geopolitics and would relate his foreign policy, would bring on board a sound relationship whose core will be Ghana's best interests internationally. So today, I wish the conference in Acquah God's blessings and all the success. So the manifesto, our leader, our candidates is presenting will be received by all of Ghana in the confidence and trust that truly Bawumia is the man of the moment, man of destiny, and a very insightful, humble person, like cut to lead. This is my message to you, and I wish you all well. Kukurudu. 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 God bless you. Thank you.
He's the first president to have won elections for the New Patriotic Party in the Fourth Republic. Please, let's give him a round of applause. Thank you very much. We would always remember him for free maternal health care, for introducing the national health insurance, and for many other social interventions, especially the livelihood empowerment against poverty program that has made more poor people inclusive in Ghana's development. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the NPP inherited a Ghana in dire stress, needing intensive care in 2017. However, the party rallied together, just as we did during His Excellency, the former President John Ejekum Kufuor's era, and we turned things around. Between 2017 and 2019, there was evidence of growth, and the economy we held together grew by 7%. We created jobs, we introduced free SHS, and we did a lot of positive things for our people. The digitization drive especially was in full swing. We acknowledge the difficulties that we've had to go through in recent times. But once again, we have seen and recognized the resilience of Ghanaians, and by the grace of God, who makes all things possible, we will turn things around again. We have started, and we have a firm belief that the strong legacies we have built will be the foundation for this. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and all party faithful here, please stay with us as we share with you excerpts of the strong legacies that will be building Ghana's future on. Thank you.
MP Ofuasi, are you ready?
Ghana Mampeni Nana Adodankwa Akufo-Addo. Nyankopon ya Adoma 2025 Mampeni Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia ne Nabedi Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh. MPP mpanimfo nyina michiamu nyina wa Awurade Yesu Kristo din mu. Medin di Kwadwo Opon Kroma mifi Ofuasi Ayobi constituency. Na Modaroma menkomo no edu baabi a mepoto kakra. Ghana fo nipa dodo na yenya bandwuma, yenye broni adwuma, yeye adwadifo, yeye ekuafo, yeye nsano dwuma. Enu nti sa ban bi ba na so pese oboa Ghana fo dodo a na so oboa adwadifo, ekuafo, wono ma yeye nsano dwuma. E wo so ofa kwan hodo so a senia omadwuma ebia nkrata asem enka ho no obeboa ma omadwuma afa abefo kwantempon so. That is why the Akufo-Addo administration, with the strong support of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, adopted digitization. The Ghanaian economy, as you know, is hugely informal. And any economist worth his salt knows that there's a need to formalize the Ghanaian economy, to formalize it through digitization. When President Akufo-Addo and Dr. Bawumia first mentioned digitization, as usual, the naysayers did not believe them. They didn't understand the vision. They mocked and they joked and they called them names. But today, digitization is bearing fruit for many Ghanaians. Digitization, ladies and gentlemen, is not an end in itself. It is a means to an end. Digitization is designed to ensure that people can access government services faster and with more efficiency. It is designed to ensure that people's jobs and businesses can be enhanced. And that is why from 2017, a number of interventions were introduced. First, overhauling the Ghana National Card and National ID system. Second, introducing a robust mobile interoperability system. Third, ensuring that every address in Ghana had a digital ID system. Additionally, drones were introduced to ensure that essential medical supplies could move to various parts of the country. And it was also a delight of His Excellency the Vice President to ensure that several government services can be applied for online. What has been the outcome? Today, there has been a boost in e-commerce and deliveries, creating jobs for thousands of Ghanaians. Today, there has been an increase in access to credit because it is easier for credit agencies and lenders to identify people and to identify where they live. Today, there's higher efficiency in government services because you can sit at home and apply for various government services. You can renew your national health insurance card, you can apply for passports, you can participate in tax and pension services. Today, the Ghana card has reduced the number of ghost names on our payroll and in return, saved the Republic millions of Ghana cedis. And by linking the Ghana card to the eSIM registration, identity fraud and mobile money fraud has been reduced. Thousands of lives have also been saved because of the drugs, the blood, and the essential services that have been delivered by drone. Nana Addo Akufo-Addo and Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia have laid a firm foundation for digitization. And now, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia and Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh will build upon this digitization foundation moving forward. Ghana's economy requires the next level of formalization. And you can be sure, I said you can be sure that Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia and Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh will take us there. We require selfless leadership, bold solutions, and innovative ideas for the future. Digitization is just one of them. And Dr. Bawumia and Dr. Prempeh will deliver when you give them your vote to move Ghana to the next level. I thank you for your attention.
Access to quality healthcare is a fundamental right, and under the NPP, we've made significant strides to ensure this for every Ghanaian through key initiatives like Agenda 111, which has built new medical facilities across the nation, and the establishment of the National Vaccine Institute with greatly enhanced healthcare infrastructure and capabilities. We've empowered healthcare workers with better training and tools, leading to a noticeable decrease in mortality rates and improved immunization coverage. But our work isn't done. We're committed to further advancing our healthcare systems to ensure even broader access and higher quality of care. Join us as we continue to invest in a healthier future for all. Vote for Bawumia. Bawumia means business.
Yamena, my name is Dr. Acquah, and I hail from Joppa in the Upper West region. One of the most crucial pillars of our nation's progress is our healthcare system. Healthcare is not just a service, it is the very foundation upon which the well-being of our citizens is built. A healthy population is essential for a thriving nation, and over the past years, we have made significant strides to ensure that every Ghanaian, regardless of their location, has access to quality healthcare. First, let's talk about infrastructure. We have embarked on an ambitious journey to expand our healthcare facilities, making healthcare more accessible to more Ghanaians now than ever before. In the past 8 years, we have completed over 47 hospitals, clinics, and healthcare projects. We have renovated and completed 428 CHIPS compounds and 230 health centers. The COVID-19 pandemic exposed the gaps we had in our local infrastructure system, and that led His Excellency Nana Addo Akufo-Addo to embark on the most audacious health infrastructure investments ever done in this country. Through the Agenda 111 project, we are constructing 111 hospitals across the country, including districts, regional, as well as psychiatric facilities, which have been overlooked over the past. These investments are ensuring that no community is left behind. We are bringing healthcare right to the doorstep of the citizens. But infrastructure alone is not enough. We understand that timely medical interventions can mean the difference between life and death, especially in our remote areas. That's why we introduced the world's largest medical drone delivery system, Zipline, which is simply a game changer. Do we all remember when snake bites were killing our people in rural areas? Do we all remember when our mothers during childbirth were dying because essential blood products could not be delivered on time? These are the preventable deaths that the Zipline initiative is here to quell. With over 2,600 health facilities onboarded, we are delivering essential medical supplies, including blood products and vaccines, to the most remote areas of our nation. This innovation is saving lives daily and ensuring that healthcare is truly universal in Ghana. Our commitment to improving healthcare goes beyond physical infrastructure and innovative delivery systems. We have also expanded the National Health Insurance Scheme, the NHIA, increasing active membership from 10.8 million in 2018 to over 17 million in 2023. This expansion, coupled with the inclusion of critical treatments like dialysis, childhood cancers, and hydroxyurea for our sickle cell patients, means that more Ghanaians are receiving the care they need without the fear of financial ruin. Now, let's think about this. Imagine a country like Ghana with barely 50 semi-functioning ambulances serving 30 million citizens. A country with an ambulance ratio of 1:524,000. Well, that was our reality and not just an imagination. But guess what? The Acquah government changed that narrative. Today, we have added a whopping 307 ambulances to our emergency healthcare system. Today, every constituency has at least one ambulance. With the mindset of possibilities, we have changed the narrative in emergency healthcare and attained a ratio of 1:84,000. Now, that is progress. This initiative is a testament to our belief that healthcare should be swift, efficient, and accessible to all. Alongside this, we have digitized our healthcare records, making patient information easily transferable between facilities, which enhances the speed and accuracy of medical interventions. Our achievements in healthcare reflect our unwavering commitment to the welfare of every Ghanaian. From building state-of-the-art facilities to pioneering drone deliveries and expanding insurance coverage, we are transforming our healthcare system to meet the needs of our people. We are not just improving healthcare, we're ensuring that every Ghanaian can live a healthier, longer, and more prosperous life. Now, let us give the flag bearer of the NPP, Dr. Mohamedou Bawumia, our rapt attention as he unveils the next chapter of bold solutions for the transformative growth of our nation's health sector. Thank you.
All right. Your Excellencies, in the interest of our time, I stand on existing protocols. The microphone. All right. Your Excellencies, in the interest of time, I stand on existing protocols. Ajoko, good evening. I stand before you all with immense pride as a young woman from Nampanduri in the northeast region of Ghana. I am a student from University of Ghana, a level 400 student, reading BSc IT. My academic journey has been deepened by the appreciation of the digitalization drive led by His Excellency Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia. Thank you. A visionary leader who has inspired not just me, but the entire generation of Gen Z. I was born in 2000. The same year, our former president, H.E. John Ajekum Kufuor, was elected. I have witnessed the resilient story of His Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo, emerging as our leader. Dr. Bawumia focus on digitalization has actually helped us on how we interacted with government and also manage our lives, from accessing service, online trading, and transforming financial transactions. Already, our NPP government has created about 21 million jobs, which is already a remarkable achievement, especially in the face of global challenging economy, which has already caused the COVID-19 and the Russia-Ukraine war. The public sector has recruited over 1.2 million people, while the private sector has created a lot of jobs, nearly about 975,000 jobs. We have seen a lot of significant increments, with numbers more than doubling in some of our areas. The NPP government has established the Nation Builders Corps and has recruited more than 100,000 graduates, with 34,000 NAPCO training, circulating payments, employment. But the journey has not been just that. Beginning with a bunch of manifesto, we embark on the new chapter, one that has promised to bring progress and a proper Ghana to which we are attaining heights. Together with Dr. Bawumia, we are going to progress, also made a propel government, which is going to attain more heights. This is the moment where I am here, standing on behalf of every Gen Z, calling on every youth. I'm calling you, every youth. Youth, are we here? It is. We are in an era of digitalization. Let us utilize our digital war for our president and our current vice president. They are really doing well for us. Let us use all our social media. People would meet you and ask you how we see things in the future. Are we sure we are going to survive as young ones? Are we sure we are really going to do well? Having Dr. Bawumia, make sure that you announce and tell everyone around you that it is always possible. We the Gen Zs, let's keep preaching. It is time for all the youth to come out and rally for a better person who would give us all opportunities, access to jobs and everything. Thank you.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the purpose of development is to improve the quality of the life of people. It demands putting in place the institutional and infrastructural means to work together to raise productivity. Productivity comes from speed and excellence in innovation. That is why over the past 7 years, the NPP administration, under the leadership of the President Nana Addo Akufo-Addo, has invested heavily in public infrastructure, roads in the thousands of kilometers, and multi-level bridges, which have changed the skylines in our cities. We have modernized our seaports and opened new airports. The NPP has increased the road network from 78,000 kilometers to nearly 100,000 kilometers, including 2,000 kilometers of asphalt overlay and rehabilitation and maintenance of 11,674 kilometers of roads. These network improvements have included the construction of not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5, not 6, but 12 multi-tier interchanges in Acquah, Tema, Kumasi, Tamale, and Takoradi, 6 of which have been completed with another 6 under construction. We have initiated and overseen the construction and rehabilitation of more railways than any other government since 1992. Achimota and Sawam, Acquah Tema, Kojokrom Takwa, Kojokrom Manso, Tema and Pankadan. We have constructed more fish landing sites than any other government since 1992, including Axim, Diskov, Mori, Mumford, Winneba, Senyabreku, Gomwafete, Teshi, Osu, Ekumfi, and Infansiman. The NPP administration has made significant investments in Ghana's airport infrastructure, including the upgrading of the Prempeh, the first international airport in Kumasi, through phases 2 and 3, which feature a new terminal building with initiating phase 1 of the which feature a new terminal building with a 1 million passenger capacity per year, a car park, and access roads. We are also initiating phase 1 of the Sunyani Airport Rehabilitation Project, completing and commissioning the modernization of the Yakubu Tali International Airport in Tamale. Progress is a nice word, but change has many enemies, and we have seen our detractors attempt to deny Ghanaians of the reality of the NPP's investment in infrastructure. As Edward Derman said, in God we trust, all others must bring data. We have backed our claims with data. Anyone who disagrees should subject their position to the crucible of data and debate. The overwhelming declaration from the investment is not just that the individual is better off today, but we are better off as a country in terms of minimizing our public deficit, our public infrastructure deficit. That should be flattering, but we are not satisfied. We want to do more. Indeed, we must do much more. The Ghanaian people demand and deserve that we do more. And yes, we can do more. It is. As a new patriotic party, we must accommodate changing times, but cling to principles that never change. Under a Bawumia presidency, the government will work more with the private sector to build and maintain public infrastructure, including roads, airports, etc. As Dr. Bawumia puts it, to lead is to solve. Now more than ever, Ghana needs bold solutions to its challenges. As Ghana stands at the threshold of a new era, we must recognize that the leadership we need for the future is about vision, innovation, and the ability to adapt to emerging challenges. As a Vice President, Dr. Bawumia embodies the perfect blend of continuity and transformation. With his youthful energy, digital savviness, and proven track record of driving progress, he is uniquely positioned to take the baton from the current generation of leaders and steer our nation towards a brighter future. Let us choose the right leader for a brighter tomorrow. We are voting Dr. Bawumia and the NPP for a future of hope, growth, and prosperity. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, with a resounding round of applause, let's make welcome the Honorable Oboshisai Kofi.
Obviously, I'm
Ladies
not
and gentlemen,
the
I beg your pardon.
Oboshisai Kofi, but who cares? Medo Lena miapete, miajilao, miajikwalao. My name is Elizabeth Acquah Ohene. I come from Abutia in the Volta region. And this is about leaving no one behind. The new patriotic party has a proud record of identifying the vulnerable sections of society and putting up safety nets to ensure no one falls through the cracks. For example, we restored the teacher and nurse training allowances that had been cancelled and made it possible for future educators and healthcare workers to pursue their dreams without financial hindrance. Our elders say that everyone goes through the experience of being young. What is not guaranteed is whether or not everyone will grow old like I have, nor what your old age will be like. We recognize that under the best of circumstances, some people will fall through the cracks, and therefore there must be safety nets. The NPP under President Acquah introduced the Livelihood Empowerment Against Poverty policy. This government under Nana Akufo-Addo has extended that LEAP program, increasing expenditure from 49 million Ghana cedis in 2016 to 423 million Ghana cedis by 2023. This significant increase has provided vital support to the poorest and most vulnerable in our society. Backbone of Ghanaian society. They represent the foundation of both home and the nation. But we also acknowledge the stumbling blocks that history and tradition have placed in the path of women as they move through the structures of modern life. It is no surprise, therefore, that it is during our tenure that the Affirmative Action Bill has finally been passed into law. Having introduced under President Kufuor, this government has expanded it to now cover childhood cancers, sickle cell treatment, and kidney dialysis. Our investment in healthcare infrastructure is without parallel. Access to supplies. It's the key to ensuring equal opportunities. And we have therefore led the way transformative changes to the sector. Let me mention one minor little detail. We have provided over 900,000 tablets to secondary school students, ensuring that every child, regardless of their background, has access to digital learning tools. But our work is far from done. We must continue to identify the cracks and introduce and enhance social intervention programs that address the evolving needs of our society. We are committed to expanding such initiatives to ensure that every Ghanaian has access to the basic necessities of life in housing, education, healthcare, and more. The NPP government has a strong and unwavering commitment to inclusivity, equity, and justice. We have worked tirelessly during these 2 terms to accomplish these goals through targeted and bold social interventions. By enhancing existing programs, by restoring those that have been lost, and introducing new initiatives, we are building a society where every citizen regardless of their circumstances, can live with dignity and hope. We ask for your support to continue to forge a path towards a more just and compassionate Ghana, where the vulnerable are not just supported, but empowered to thrive and lead dignified lives. Please remember, you are safe with the NPP. I thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Dennis Labi Ampofo.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, Your Excellency, the Vice President and leader of our party, candidate for the election 2024. My name is Dennis Labi Ampofo. I am former President of the National Union of Ghana Students. Today, we stand at a pivotal moment, driven by our unwavering commitment to expanding access to education in Ghana. Over the last 5 years, we have embarked on a remarkable journey of implementing initiatives that have reshaped our educational landscape and broadened opportunities for every Ghanaian child. Our government flagship program, Free Senior High School and Free TVET, are a testament to our dedication to education. Since 2017, we have increased enrollment by about 83%, thereby welcoming over 1.4 million young Ghanaians into our secondary schools this year. This enrollment surge reflects not only investment in infrastructure and resources, but the fact that we believe every young Ghanaian deserves access to quality education, regardless of their background. The emphasis here is regardless of their background. The results speak for themselves. The highest ever first-year enrollment in our schools and the best WASI performance since 2015. The lawyers amongst us who say, reps ipsa lecotor. However, our commitment goes beyond numbers. We have absorbed examination fee for BEC and WASI candidates, thereby alleviating the financial burden that falls on family and become a financial constraint to many students. Those of us who attended public schools will attest to how many young Ghanaians drop out of writing their final exams because of examination fees. Additionally, by removing the no guarantor system, we have doubled the number of recipients for student loan in Ghana, thereby empowering many young Ghanaians to pursue higher education. Your Excellency the President, this is not a tale that I read or heard. This I saw with my own two eyes, standing right beside the Vice President in Kumasi whilst he launched the no guarantor policy. We recognize that education is not just about access. It is about creating an environment where students can thrive. That is why we have procured over 900,000 tablets for young Ghanaian students, bridging the digital divide and ensuring that students have the tools that they need to succeed. What this means is that the young girl from Manso Acquah does not need her parents to borrow money before she can have access to personal computers. We have distributed over 2,700 vehicles to educational institutions, improving access and reducing inequality in our country. I'm sure we've all seen the various buses, the big ones, with the inscription donated by Get Fund. Our commitment to education forms part of a very broad vision that includes constructing more and more public libraries than any government since 1992. We have moved our public libraries from 61 since 2017 to 115 in 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, that is a staggering 54 public libraries in just 7 years. These are various measures that create spaces where students can grow and innovate. In transforming education, we are building a foundation for a brighter future. A future where every Ghanaian child has an opportunity to their full potential. This is our vision, and this remains our mission. A mission anchored on a legacy of creating a better future for generations. This generation and the next to come will attest to the fact that there came a government led by His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and His Excellency Vice President Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia that believed, invested, and committed to education. Thank you very much. Medamu nyina mase.
Thank you. His Excellency, the President of Ghana, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, His Excellency, the Vice President and incoming President in 2025, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, his beautiful wife, the Second Lady, and the soon-to-be First Lady, Mrs. Bawumia, Samira Bawumia, our affable Vice President in the making, in the coming, Matthew Opoku Prempeh, Chief of Staff, members of the Diplomatic Corps, members of state, the chairman of the NPP party, I will indulge you to make me stand on all existing protocols. My name is Prince David Osei, and 7th November, no retreat, no surrender. We are voting for change, we are voting for progress, we are voting for digitization, we are voting for posterity. In 2019, Ghana successfully hosted the Year of Return, which was dubbed Ghana 2019, a year-long program of activities commemorating the centenary anniversary of the arrival of the recorded slave Africans in the United States. For those of us who did not understand what I meant by centenary, I meant 400 years of anniversary. The initiative was a massive success, and it opened the world's eye to Ghana as a hub of music, art, and entertainment. Eco-tourism and shone light on the rich ancestry and Ghana's role in the world history. It also contributed to the return of people with Ghana ancestry. People purchased lands and houses as they came back to Ghana, their motherland. 2019 has been, since 2019, there has been a huge number of people visiting Ghana, going beyond the return, and with a lot of tourists and returners continuing to flow in Ghana, contributing to the national economy, encouraging investors in both large and small scale, and strengthening Ghana's reputation abroad. The Akufo-Addo government has invested heavily in the renovation of sports stadiums across the country, including the Accra Sports Stadium, Baba Yara Sports Stadium, the Cape Coast Sports Stadium. In addition to this, the government has built sports stadiums in 10 regional capitals of our country. 6 of these stadiums, namely Wa in the Upper West, Dunkwa in the Office Central, Axim in Western, Domahinkro in Bono, Ho in the Volta, and Koforidia in the Eastern region. They are all ready, with the Koforidia Sports Stadium having been commissioned by His Excellency, the President of Ghana, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. The remaining 4 are expected to be completed this year. I think a round of applause will do. Thank you. With only 3...
Agriculture and fisheries are crucial to our economy. The NPP has
various communities across the country. The government recognizes the value of sports in Ghana society and the role it plays in the lives of Ghanaian youth. As an instrument for a healthy lifestyle and a teacher of sound values such as cooperation, fair play, endurance, and moral courage. During the NPP administration, Ghana has been firmly established as a center for the arts, music, culture, and tourism. The NPP has the bold solutions to project Ghana positively and make most of its potential. A vote for NPP is a vote for posterity. I know times are hard. It's global. UK is just recovering from recession. America is tough. Canada is tough. Our neighboring countries, Nigeria, is equally tough. So to you watching me out there, the alternative is not a solution. The alternative will send us into an abyss of disaster. Vote for progress. Vote Bawumia. Vote Matthew Opoku Prempeh as the incoming president. Now, let me take you to a memory lane. We enjoyed free lights. We enjoyed free water during the COVID pandemic era. SMEs, money was given to people, small-scale businesses. This is the kind of leadership we had and we are having. Bawumia taking over the baton is progress. I don't want you to be deceived out there. There is nothing the alternative can offer. Vote for digitization. Now you can go anywhere in Ghana because of the property address, the digital property address. You can use your Ghana card. Previously, if you wanted to get a passport, you had to write an essay. Vote for change, vote for Bawumia, vote for progress. Love you.
Fisheries are crucial to our economy. The NPP has enhanced these sectors with targeted initiatives with the Planting for Food and Jobs campaign, modernizing irrigation for drought-prone areas and subsidizing equipment for fishers. We've promoted sustainable practices that not only boost productivity but also ensure long-term food security. As we look to the future, we remain committed to expanding these programs, introducing advanced technologies and increasing market access to empower our farmers and fishers even further. Our journey continues to fully harness the potential of our natural resources. Vote for Bawumia. Bawumia means business.
Aguila.
Jamasa Nunkudaini. Yazanyore. Good evening, Ghana. My name is Tabitha Periene Ayela, and I'll be reading on agriculture and fisheries. Agriculture remains the backbone of our country's economy, nurturing a system that supports the population with diverse, nutritious foods and resilient crops. It is one of the keys in the industrialization of the economy, as well as an avenue for jobs and wealth creation. The NPP have a proven track record with regard to agriculture. Initiatives such as Planting for Food and Jobs, Rearing for Food and Jobs, Agriculture for Food and Jobs, One Village, One Dam, One District, One Warehouse, Planting for Export and Rural Development, digitization of the cocoa sector, pharmacists' pension schemes, the construction of fishing landing sites and harbors, which has added to the overall increase in agricultural growth rate at 2.7% in 2016 to 4.5% in 2023, and instilled vibrancy in the sector. The NPP government has made strides in the cocoa sector through a range of interventions, including introducing a living income differential of $40 per ton, digitization of the cocoa sector in the cocoa management system, the National Cocoa Farmers Pension Scheme, and the National Traceability System. Under our tenure, the crop sector has seen great progress. We have addressed the challenges of low levels of mechanization and low productivity of key crops, such as soybean, maize, and rice. inadequate availability of certified seeds, and the weak extension services through various initiatives. We have supplied tractors and accessories, power tillers, harvesters, planters, and boom sprayers to farmers at subsidized prices. Targeted specific crops such as maize and soybean to increase productivity to meet domestic and export demands. We have also recruited officers to improve the agricultural extension service provision. Under the NPP government, fisheries and aquaculture has improved and expanded through programs such as agriculture for food and jobs, the construction of harbors and landing sites, and the rehabilitation of hatcheries and aquaculture demonstration centers. Under the NPP, fish production has increased from approximately 435,098 metric tons in 2016 to 657,472 metric tons in 2022. The value of fish imports has almost halved from a $146 million to $74 million in the same period. We are a farmer and fisher-centered party. We understand the needs of the farmers and fisher folks and the needs of the customers. We can be trusted to build on the successes and the progress of agriculture and fisheries. We are willing to take bold steps and to provide bold solutions for agriculture and fisheries. Thank you very much.
Memabe ahao. Mewina aha. Mejas wanjem ahenwa. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency the President. The new patriotic party inherited a broken economy and a country in crisis, and from day one went to work to rebuild and restore Ghana. The Akufo-Addo government did not request a honeymoon. Between 2017 and 2020, Ghana saw strong, consistent growth in the economy until COVID-19, a global pandemic, happened in 2020 and brought the whole world economy to its knees. The pandemic, which ravaged many lives across the world, required a decisive yet empathetic leadership to manage. President Akufo-Addo rose to the occasion and engaged the Ghanaian people in his famous fellow Ghanaians addresses, and aptly stated on one occasion that while he, quote, knows how to bring the economy back to life, he does not know how to bring people back to life. His government's priority from the very outset and through the duration of the pandemic was to save Ghanaian lives and prevent the spread of the disease. The president received global acknowledgement and praise for his handling of the COVID-19 pandemic. As soon as it was safe to do so, he once again turned his attention to rebuilding the economy, to restore and repair the damage caused by the global financial crisis and the supply chain disruptions that were the direct consequence of the pandemic. The economic restoration efforts were significantly impacted by the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Despite the pandemic and despite the massive impact the war in Ukraine had on the world economy in general and Africa in particular, the NPP administration has managed to rebuild the Ghanaian economy and bring about sustainable change to the nation. This has been achieved through bold, decisive, and some very difficult but necessary decisions. Over the past 7 years, this government has inter alia restored macroeconomic stability, brought inflation down, growth up, interest rates down, and the exchange rate depreciation under control. It has ensured domestic production and supply of personal protective equipment for our health workers, reduced import duties by 50%, protected the deposits of over 4 million Ghanaians by saving the banking system from collapse. A leader is not lauded for the disasters that were avoided, but the Akufo-Addo-led administration has successfully managed some of the most challenging times in living memory. And while there is no reward for a crisis avoided, we can be sure that had this administration not been in place, our country would be much worse off today. The NPP knows how to steer the country through challenging times and rebound the economy. Ghana's economy is safe in our hands. A vote for Bawumia is a vote for bold solutions for Ghana's economy and the only way to ensure prosperity and growth for our dear country, Ghana. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Gonja landalama, Kagbanyalama, Mpebiara, Metrobe Kega, Kabre, Jebotibo Party, Kiyilena, and Savannah region, and Ghana Bikike, and Yebetrobe Kega. Mr. President, incoming First Lady, incoming Vice President, Mr. Chairman, thank you for your outstanding leadership. This 2024 NPP Manifesto evidently is an action plan to build on the enviable record of President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo to create hundreds, thousands, and millions of jobs for the Ghanaian youth and bring the much-needed development to our people. Let me, very briefly, highlight some of the remarkable achievements which, God willing, the incoming President of the Republic, Dr. Bawumia, will leverage to unleash prosperity for the Ghanaian people. Firstly, by dint of hard work and innovative policies, we have overtaken South Africa as the leading producer of gold on the continent and the 6th in the world. We have revamped the dormant Bibiani and Obuasi mines, and exports received from gold alone in the first half of this year has crossed $5 billion United States dollars. Our policies have attracted new investments into the country, with 3 new gold mines under construction by Newmont in the Hafo region, Kadna Namdini in the Upper East region, and Azuma Resources in the Upper West region, which will consolidate our position as the leading producer of gold in Africa. Even more important for us is that these investments have created scores of jobs for the youth, and more high-paying jobs will become available when these mines start operation. And with our value addition, local content and local policy, including the construction of refineries, mandatory listing on the Ghana Stock Exchange, and the reservation of jobs and the provision of some 50 goods and services for the Ghanaian private sector, the people of Ghana are benefiting directly from this new, enhanced, indigenous mining industry. Through our enhanced regulation of the small-scale mining sector and the ramping up of community mining schemes, even while we acknowledge that we still have a long way to go, this sector is largely, without a shred of doubt, more sanitized than we met it in 2016. And the reduction of withholding tax on unprocessed gold in this sector from 3% to 1.5% has led to over 6,000% increment in gold exports from the small-scale mining sector alone. Through the domestic gold purchase program, Ghana's gold reserves have increased from 8 tons since independence to 17 tons in just 5 years. And the Gold for Oil program has contributed to stabilizing the prices of petrol at the pump. President Bawumia, with this manifesto, will establish the Novel Minerals Development Bank. It will be jobs, jobs, jobs for the Ghanaian people. Large and small-scale mining will flourish, thereby creating jobs for the teeming youth of our country. Secondly, through our policies in the forestry sector, Ghana has become a global leader in forest management and nature-based climate action. Green Ghana alone has resulted in the planting of 52 million trees in just 4 years. Between 2017 and 2023 alone, some 721,000 hectares of forest have been cultivated, 5 times more than the 157,300 hectares cultivated in the whopping 53 years between 1963 and 2016. We are protecting our environment indeed. And we are digitizing the records of the Lands Commission to ensure effective and efficient land service delivery. And thirdly, we have kept a well-equipped armed forces and secured our borders for the past 8 years. The Acquah government has settled $13 million United States arrears owed to peacekeeping personnel and increased their allowances from $30 to $35 United States per soldier per day. Phase 1 and 2 of the Barras Regenerative Project, the transformation agenda of the military housing project for the Ghana Armed Forces, the 583 housing units constructed to support the accommodation needs of security services personnel of our country, the 933 vehicles, the 4,202 motorbikes, and the 3 helicopters provided to the Ghana Police Service, aside increasing the number of personnel by almost 40%, are just a few of the interventions made to secure our safety and security through our gallant men and women in uniform. In these 2024 elections, we, the youth, have a clear choice to make, like never before in past elections. A choice between 8 years of tangible and impactful achievement against 8 years of broken promises, doomsday, and an era of unemployment association of Ghana. A choice between this well-thought-through 2024 NPP Manifesto, fashioned to expand opportunities for Ghana's private sector and create jobs for the young people of our country, and one which has been tried, tested, and failed woefully. Total failure it was. And above all, a choice between a smart, hard-working, youthful, and problem-solving leader of enormous personal integrity who will work for you day and night, and those who have been tried, failed, and are desperately attempting to recycle themselves. Never again. Let us therefore, young men and women, from Laura to Sekendi, from Hohoi to Asante Mampong, from Saboba to Kintampo, and of course, from my beloved constituency of Damango, rally behind Dr. Mahamadou Bawumia and Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh and the new Patriotic Party, a game changer for the youth of Ghana. And so, my friends, fellow young Ghanaians, in all humility and modesty, I say to you today that this 2024 NPP Manifesto will be strictly and sacredly implemented to the fullest by our outstanding and visionary leader, and by the grace of Almighty God, the next president of our republic, the man with bold solutions for the future, His Excellency, Dr. Mahamadou Bawumia. A vote for DMB, a vote for DMB, and NAPO is a vote for the youth. A vote for DMB and Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh is a vote for jobs. A vote for DMB and a vote for NAPO is a vote for bold solutions for the future. Fellow patriots, I am the 10th speaker and the final speaker, and therefore, on this auspicious note, let me introduce to you the spectacular legacy of the outstanding president of our country, the president of the movement, the president who has built Ghana to this point, the president of compassion, the president, the fatherly president, and the president of our country, His Excellency Nana Addo Akufo-Addo. And it is my honor, to introduce to you the legacy documentary titled, and I quote, "A Strong Legacy to Build On," end quote. Enjoy it. We are moving forward. We are firing forward. We are moving from north to east to west to south, and the new Patriotic Party is marching on to victory to make Bawumia the next president of this republic of ours. Thank you.
There you have it. A manifesto developed with love, which is gearing to build on the legacy of a government that has passionately led the development of this country. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a long listening period, but it tells you there are a lot more to talk about as a government. At this juncture, we should all take note that the manifesto that is about to be unveiled is one that has been done based on wide consultations, talking to the Ghanaian people from across this country, from the north to the south, to the west and the east. The women along the shores and the coast of this country, our farmers in the cocoa farming area, our brothers and sisters in the mining area, our uncles and fathers in the business area inside of Osiokai, our lawyers and doctors have all been engaged. And this is a manifesto that is going to lead us into the next phase of Ghana's development. Let's listen to the chairman of the Manifesto Committee.
The NPP manifesto being unveiled today has gone through a meticulous process of engagement steered by Dr. Bawumia's commitment to uphold the core values of the party. At the helm was the Manifesto Committee, whose chairman ensured that every discussion was infused with a blend of the party's ideology and the unique persona of the presidential candidate. Across the length and breadth of the country, different groups were engaged, their inputs providing a careful balance that lays bare the foundation of a document that reflects a shared vision, but also resonates with the aspirations of the people. Dr. Bawumia himself sat in for his vision to be put to strict test and scrutiny. The chairman is thankful to all the various committees. This manifesto reflects the needs and aspirations of Ghanaians and is fueled by the vision and dynamism of Dr. Bawumia.
The manifesto is the social contract of the party, but in particular, the presidential candidate of the party, with the generality of the citizenry. The person who is leading the party, and of course you know that the party has its own ideology, private sector enterprise-led or free market enterprise party. He, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, is an established economist. He represents a microcosm of the Ghanaian society. He belongs to the academia as well. For 16 years, he has been into politics. And together with his boss, they've traversed the length and breadth of this country. There's no place that he hasn't visited. And in that enterprise, he's met a cross-section of Ghanaians. So even though his own ideas have been shaped by his upbringing, his training, professional training, and his politics, he knows that he's not the repository of wisdom and knowledge. So when he became the flag bearer, he set out to engage a cross-section of Ghanaian society. he had put together a team to help him craft his manifesto. But walking around, engaging the citizens, he was with us. Wherever he went, he presented his own vision, and then asked the people that he had met, professionals, market women, artisans, farmers, policemen, lawyers, engineers, and so on. He met all of them. And then when he had spoken to them, he also asked them to speak to him. We listened and took out salient matters that they brought out to fertilize his own vision. And it is the combination of this that we have put together so that his own vision then will respond to the concerns, the needs of the Ghanaian society. That is what we have done. That is what the Manifesto Committee has done. I must express my gratitude to my compatriots in the Manifesto Committee, my Vice Chairman, the Honorable Kojo Opon-Nkrumah, the Secretariat staff led by Yvonne Hughes, and the various committees that we had to deal with, representing the various sectors, energy, education, health, infrastructure, all of them. And I would say that together we fashioned a document that the people of this country will be proud of. And on behalf of the committee, let me also express our profound gratitude to the Vice President, His Excellency, the presidential candidate of the party, for the opportunity that he is given to us to assist him in crystallizing his own vision. We thank him so much, and we believe that Ghanaians will not be disappointed, and that when he's voted for, Ghanaians will be well pleased in his vision.
The DJ is already in the next chapter. This is a manifesto launch. We are going to soak in a lot of messages, a lot of information, and a lot of data. But we are getting right there to that point. At this juncture, please stay with us and follow this very short video as we usher in a very, very important personality. The video, please.
In the heart of Ghana, where history and heritage intertwine, emerges a man whose journey bridges royalty and servant leadership. With determination as his compass, Dr. Prempeh stepped into the realm of politics, not as a distant figure, but as a hands-on advocate for his people. He is a man of destiny, pushing the limits. In 2009, Dr. Prempeh entered the political arena as the Member of Parliament for Mensah South constituency. His leadership skills and vision quickly propelled him to key ministerial positions. Recognized for his leadership skills and contributions to education, Dr. Prempeh played a pivotal role in the implementation of the government's flagship free SHS program and other transformational policies in education. He then stepped in as Energy Minister during Nana Addo's second term and helped keep the lights on. Now, in a defining moment of his career, Dr. Prempeh has been nominated as the running mate for Dr. Bawumia, the NPP's presidential candidate. Together, they are the perfect pair to lead Ghana into a future of prosperity and transformation. Meet Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh, popularly called Napo, running mate for Dr. Bawumia in the 2024 general election.
Ladies and gentlemen, the running mates of the new Patriotic Party, let's put our hands together for the incoming Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh, a.k.a. Napo, the People's Man, the Member of Parliament for the good people of Mensah South. Please, put your hands together, let it be resounding. Make a lot more noise, make a lot more noise. The man of the moment, Your Excellency.
His Excellency, the President Nana Akufo-Addo. His Excellency, the Vice President, Alhaji Dr. Mahmood Bawumia. The Second Lady of the Republic, Hajia Samira Bawumia. The National Chairman of the New Patriotic Party, and all patriots gathered here this evening. I hope I can stand on existing protocols. I'm here briefly to link what we have done and give you a foretaste of what is to come. A link between the last of the Titans, His Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo, and the future generation led by Dr. Bawumia. I hope this heroic task I'll be able to do. In 2011, around 2 a.m., I was woken up by the security guards of His Excellency the President Nana Akufo-Addo, way back in Bolga. When I went to see him, he was alone in the canteen of that famous hotel. We sat down to talk, obviously waking from sleep. And he said some profound things to me that evening. He said, Napo, Matthew Prempeh, this party, you are the next generation. I'm going to give you some advice, pieces of advice this evening. And I hope you can stick to it. What were the advice or the pieces of advice? He said, my whole aim is to make sure when we get into government, we succeed ourselves. And I can only leave the party to one of three people. He proceeded to mention who he felt comfortable in 2011 to leave the party when he exits office. He's our second presidential candidate who is offering 8 years of competent leadership. 8 years of delivery. I can say, without any converting, that 2 of the 3 are representing and coming after him. That is Dr. Mahmood Bawumia and my good self, Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh. Leadership is born and made. His Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo, who himself was the man of the moment in 2007, and who himself we have listened to his crowning achievements, today is about leaving us. But he is ensuring that we succeed ourselves in breaking the 8 with Dr. Mahmood Bawumia. Since my nomination as the vice presidential candidate of the New Patriotic Party, I've spent a considerable time in Western region. I believe, apart from our mother regions, Ashanti and Eastern, the region that is akin to making the NPP the national governing party forever is the Western region. I've spent considerable time here. I've been through Amenfi, Wasa. I've been through Diskov. I've gone to Jura. I've gone to Nzema. I've gone to Ahanta. I've been to Esekado, meeting chiefs and leaders in all these communities. And I'm overwhelmed by the love and warmth of the people of this region. I've been everywhere with the chairman of the party and the regional minister of the region. And I can only say, thank you for the good work you do on behalf of NPP. Patriots, we have a general election to win. We have a general election to win. And this general election, we will win. With God, it is possible. This is a call to duty. This is a call to duty. And today's manifesto launch is the show of our contest of our ideas and policies that is going to serve as a guiding light for His Excellency Dr. Bawumia. When, by God's inshallah, 7th January, when he assumes office, he promises us that he needs no honeymoon. And from 7th January, he's going to start working for and the people of Ghana. The NPP which he represents, which he leads, and when he says to lead is to solve, has a record of delivery. In 2016 and 2020, the NPP delivered on its manifesto. I do recall His Excellency Dr. Bawumia calling me to come and account for what we are doing and what so far we have done in education. That led some of us to think deep. Mr. President, your work has been shown that you are a man of Seadeyo Oka Oye. Based upon the work that you have done, I'm sure Ghanaians are going to give us the mandate to continue from where we are. Mr. President, what you did in education has not been even demonstrated here. In 2016, it was a contest of ideas. When you talked about free SHS and free TVET, you didn't stop there. From early childhood care and new nurseries you developed. You made sure that in the era of IT, every school gets a school laboratory, and it is in progress. You made sure every teacher gets a laptop for IT, and it is in progress. And you made sure every student in secondary gets a laptop, and it's in progress. Mr. President, when you assumed office in the year 2017, 40,000 Ghanaian students had passed their WASI exams, but could not get their results because they couldn't pay examination fees. 40,000 Ghanaians at BEC and WASI could not get access to their results because they couldn't pay examination fees, not even school fees. Before you came into office, Mr. President, for every 100 Ghanaian students that qualified to go to senior high school, 35 could not go because they couldn't afford it. 35. For the 65 that went into secondary school, Mr. President, by the time of WASI, another 30 had dropped out. And that is why it was only 800 students in school when you came up. Mr. President, even not all that 800 would have qualified or been able to stay through 3 years. I can assure you the people of Ghana will forever remember you that as we speak, every child that goes to secondary school leaves secondary school with the best results ever. The most profound thing, Mr. President, the most profound thing that you did in education, when the naysayers said it couldn't be possible, you made it possible. When the naysayers said you were diluting education, you were lowering standards, Mr. President, the first batch of free SHS stayed home 5 months because of COVID. And when they came back to school and they sat for their WASI, the best results ever Ghana has had. 68% of all A18, aggregate A1, 8 subjects, happened for that group. 68%, the whole of West Africa. Ghana got 68% of A1s, 8 subjects. Not only that, we for the first time passed all 4 core subjects. That had never happened, Mr. President. Not only that, the best 3 students that ever happened came from your country, Ghana. That is leadership. That is delivery. That is leadership. Mr. President, we moved from education to energy under your watch. And we said, no longer will Ghana have doomsday. In fact, by 2017, when you got into office, it had been 5 years of doom. It was not doomsday. It was 5 years of doom. In fact, a former president said he will watch how we solve the doom problem. Not only have we kept the light on, Mr. President, even under trying times, the light has been on. Mr. President, I can say that the average electricity prices now is cheaper dollar by dollar from between 2017 and now. You have not only exhibited competence, you have exhibited leadership par excellence, Mr. President. I do know that right beside you was Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. If you set the vision, he set the mission. If you would ensure delivery, he made sure your government ticked. No wonder you've pulled all stops to let him succeed. And surely God will bless your effort, Mr. President. I am a strong believer, Mr. President, after listening to your record. Personally, I'm a strong believer in Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. I've worked closely with him than many more would ever know. I believe in his ability and his knowledge, and surely he's the man of the moment. I, Mansopo Kupempe, I am committed to serving him loyally, to ensuring his vision is translated to a mission and an action purpose for myself. I know his vision is for a brighter, better, business-friendly country called Ghana. And I pledge to even work harder to support this vision. There is so much we can do, patriots, together if we pull all our hearts and minds together towards that common goal, that common shared purpose of victory 2024 December. Mr. President, nothing would make you happier. No legacy would ever pass the fact that on 7th January, your sword will be handed over to your Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. You've given the next generation, ample time to study and to work and to serve. It is our time to deliver. Dr. Bawumia is a man of vision. He's a man on a mission. He is humble, but he's firm. He's affable. He is respectful. He's honest, and he's loyal. He is a problem solver and a very hard worker, a man of integrity and a go-getter. He is destined to take Ghana to the next level. Before I take my seat, His Excellency the President, let me say this, and I'll say it again. I know Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia. He is not corrupt. And will not be corrupted. In his public life, Mr. President, he has never been accused of corruption. And in his public life, he has never been investigated for corruption. I am sure and certain that you are giving an honorable man to continue where you left off. No matter what the naysayers say, Mr. President, he is not corrupt. He has never been accused of corruption. And he has never been investigated for corruption. And he will never be corrupt. For those who have skeletons in their cupboard, and think the election is far gone for them, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia will win the 7th December general election and presidential election. We crocodiles will fight from room to room, house to house, village to village, community to community, that never again will we have doom so. Never again will there be petrol queues. Never again will money be the determinant of how much education level you can achieve? And surely, the day of accountability is coming straight to some of them who have skeletons in their cupboard. I will promise that we will work and deliver a better Ghana for your legacy purposes. Thank you.
The Republic of Ghana, the leader and flag bearer of the new patriotic party, the man who is renowned to be the most active and best performing vice president we have seen in the Fourth Republic. Please welcome Dr. Bawumia, the next president of the Republic of Ghana.
Thank you very, very much. His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, former President of the Republic, John Agyekum Kufuor, I know he's watching from home. Second Lady, Samira, my beautiful Samira. National Chairman Stephen Ayensu in team, my running mate and incoming Vice President, inshallah, Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh, Chief of Staff, Akosia Fremouse Helpari, the General Secretary, famous Justin Kodia, Ministers of State, Members of Parliament, of course not forgetting the Majority Leader of Parliament, our parliamentary candidates, our MMDCs, Chairman of the Council of Elders, the National, Regional, Constituency, and Polling Station Executives, the media, ladies and gentlemen, I extend a warm welcome to you all. I stand here filled with a lot of emotion, humility, and nostalgia. 16 years ago, right here in this beautiful city of Sekondi Takoradi, I was outdoored to the good people of Ghana as the running mate to the visionary leader, then flag bearer and leader of the new patriotic party, His Excellency President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Today, I am privileged to return to Takoradi, this time against all odds, as the presidential candidate of the new patriotic party to launch the 2024 Manifesto of the party. With God, it is possible. In exactly 111 days from today, over 18 million Ghanaians will have the opportunity to decide on a new leader and parliamentarians to govern the affairs of state over the next 4 years. Fellow Kukrudites, the race is on, and I know, and you know, and they know that the momentum is on our side. I have witnessed firsthand the enthusiasm, commitment, and determination of the rank and file of our party. The great new patriotic party to break the eight and usher in life-transforming ideas that will deliver broad-based prosperity to all Ghanaians. From my possibilities tour, I came across hope, expectations, and the belief that it is possible to transform Ghana and create a sense of pride in the Ghanaian. Our tradition, the Dankwa Dombo Buzia tradition, has not only been the vanguard of the rule of law and governance, but also pace setters and drivers of the life-changing policies and interventions. Let me first thank Honorable Oseche Mensah, the chair of the Manifesto Committee, the co-chairs, and all members of the Manifesto team for putting together this wonderful document. I am very grateful for their dedication. Let me also thank the earlier presenters for highlighting the major achievements of our government under the leadership of President Nana Akufo-Addo. We have taken time to highlight these achievements because track record is a significant predictor of credibility and the potential to do more. We have catalogued them because in the NPP, we view these as our obligation to the people from whom we draw our mandate. We have enumerated them precisely because they communicate our ability to respond to the numerous needs of different sections of our society. Indeed, we have listed them to show we remain committed to fulfilling the social contract we have with the good people of Ghana. Above all, the exercise we have undertaken confirms that hundreds of pledges that have been made to the Ghanaian people, and broadly they have been kept, and given the opportunity, more impactful and forward-looking interventions will be implemented to move Ghana to the next level of the development journey, a journey that will build on our successes to open opportunities for all. We promise to change. We promise change, and we have made significant progress. Mr. President, history will be kind to you, and you shall be remembered for your unprecedented achievements and the millions of lives you have touched. We are eternally grateful. Ladies and gentlemen, if there was any doubt, to believe it is crystal clear from the data-backed account we have given that our overall performance and track record are superior to that of my opponent and his party in virtually every sector. Virtually every sector we are superior. But I believe, as a former president and a proud student of history, he knows that. And that is one part of the reason why he is avoiding a debate. The other part, of course, is about the courage and the confidence to put what he intends to do differently this time around with the power he seeks, side by side to the vision I have for Ghana and the clear roadmap to getting the work done. That is the choice we are presenting to you, the Ghanaian voter, on December 7th. Ladies and gentlemen, notwithstanding our superior performance, there remains the fact that between 2020 and 2022, we experienced severe challenges triggered by the pandemic, which brought the world and our country to a thundering halt. The world experienced the greatest economic depression since the 1930s, with most countries recording negative GDP growth. Supply chain disruptions and the rising price of oil resulted in major increases in the prices of fuel, freight, and food across the globe. Indeed, Ghanaians were hit very hard by rising food prices, increased exchange rate depreciation, rising fuel prices, and rising transport fares. Our debt became unsustainable and had to be restructured. Bondholders saw a sharp decline in their net worth following the painful yet unavoidable debt restructuring program. We faced very challenging times, but with calm leadership and the support and understanding of the good people of Ghana, we have weathered the storm, and the economy is firmly on the path of recovery, with increasing GDP growth and declining inflation. It is gratifying to note that our policy interventions have started yielding the desired macroeconomic results. Many economists and analysts have rightly stated that Ghana has turned the corner, but we know that for many families, the cost of living is still very high. The hardship is real, and we commit to doing more to relieve the difficulties Ghanaians are facing. We are equally committed to creating more job opportunities that will significantly reduce youth unemployment among the national population that has increased over 5 million in the last 8 years alone. We have created so far 2.3 million jobs, the most of any government in the Fourth Republic. But youth unemployment remains a major concern and that confronts us, and we are committed to doing even more. This is why, ladies and gentlemen, it is better to continue with a party that has created more jobs than any other in the Fourth Republic than go back to a party and a leader who, after 4 years of doom so, created more unemployment than any government in the Fourth Republic. Ghana needs bold solutions to deal with the challenges we face, and that is what I am offering in asking for the mandate of the Ghanaians. This manifesto that we are launching lays out our comprehensive plan to take Ghana to the next level of growth, prosperity, under a selfless leader with bold solutions for jobs and businesses. Ladies and gentlemen, my vision, as I have stated, is to create a tent big enough to accommodate every Ghanaian, to tap into the resourcefulness and talents of our people, irrespective of our different ethnic, political, and religious backgrounds, to channel our energies into building the kind of country that assures food sufficiency, safe, prosperous, and dignified future for all Ghanaians, to create sustainable jobs with meaningful pay for all, and for Ghana to participate fully in the Fourth Industrial Revolution using systems and data. To realize this vision, we must collectively have a mindset of possibilities, not impossibilities. There is a critical failure of mindset that manifests itself in the absence of core values, patriotism, and principles within our society. We need to invigorate the can-do spirit of Ghanaians to believe that we can even do better than we have ever imagined if we put our minds to it. For example, students from Mamfi Girls and Prempeh College have won international robotic competitions against their peers in the US, Germany, South Korea, and so on. Recently, Dr. Angela Tabiri from Ashaiman was crowned the world's most interesting mathematician after a global competition with some of the best mathematicians in the world. The mindset of possibilities must be inculcated in our children from home and school. This is why we are going to introduce a growth mindset curriculum in our schools to help students build critical skills such as problem solving, risk-taking, opportunity spotting, and design thinking. Ladies and gentlemen, we have experienced a major economic crisis, and with your support, weathered the storm. But we are not yet where we want to be. It is therefore very important to protect and expand our rebounding economy to attain and sustain macroeconomic stability with low inflation, low interest rates, exchange rate stability, and low budget deficits. Fiscal discipline and private sector empowerment will be the key to realizing our commitment to job and wealth creation. To sustainably reduce the budget deficit and interest rates, my government, inshallah, will enhance fiscal discipline through an independent Fiscal Responsibility Council enshrined in the Fiscal Responsibility Act. The Fiscal Responsibility Act will also be amended to add a fiscal rule that requires that budgeted expenditure in any year does not exceed 105% of the previous year's tax revenue. This will prevent the experience of budgetary expenditures based on optimistic revenue forecasts which do not materialize. Ladies and gentlemen, furthermore, my government will reduce the fiscal burden on government by empowering the private sector to do more. Fundamental to building any modern, prosperous society is ensuring that access to education and health is available to all, and that there is a safety net for the most vulnerable. Under the two-term administration of His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo's government, I can say without any fear of contradiction that no past leader has done more to uplift the poor and the vulnerable in society than my boss. We put in place new ones and expanded existing social policies and programs for the masses across Ghana, like the free senior high school, free TVET, Agenda 111, one constituency, one ambulance, expanding school feeding, national health insurance care for childhood cancer, sickle cell patients, and kidney dialysis, and so on. I pledge to you that my government will protect and deepen all these programs that several millions of you depend on. From from my interactions with the people, the three top major concerns of Ghanaians are the cost of living, jobs, and roads. The 2024 Manifesto of the new Patriotic Party prioritizes what you, the Ghanaian people, say are your priorities. The manifesto lays out a clear path of how we plan to solve these major problems, among others. That is why my government will make business and jobs our #1 priority. True to our philosophy, I believe the private sector has the capacity to provide jobs and create wealth for society. My administration will therefore incentivize and empower the private sector to do more in complementing government in the provision and management of many infrastructures and other public services. This can reduce government expenditure, increase efficiency and accountability, create competition, and improve maintenance. Yes, we have built more roads than any other government in the Fourth Republic, but we still have a lot to do. In the last 8 years, we have been deliberate in empowering Ghanaian contractors to undertake many major infrastructural projects that would otherwise have gone to foreign contractors. My policies will encourage the private sector to take greater responsibility in the provision and management of critical infrastructures, including building hostels, housing, and schools for government to rent or lease to own. The demand for roads construction is massive, and this has historically placed a huge burden on the budget. I will make it more attractive for the private sector to also finance construction, management, and maintenance of roads through PPP concessions. Also, I want to change our procurement culture drastically to tackle waste and corruption. My government will move towards leasing rather than outright purchase of goods such as vehicles, printing equipment, and so on. The private sector will have the responsibility for the maintenance of the equipment. With this approach, the budget can save very significant amounts in outright cash expenditure annually from various items across different ministries, departments, and agencies. The policy will energize the private sector to invest in their expansion and create many jobs. Enhancing the role of the private sector, along with fiscal and administrative decentralization, improving our systems and the way your institutions function, will lead to greater efficiency, cutting waste, and ensuring value for money in procurement. The move towards the private sector, provision of many public services, would create the fiscal space of at least 3% of GDP annually. That is 30 billion Ghana cedis annually. This represents a major paradigm shift. Additionally, an efficient system of governance will require even fewer ministers. Therefore, I will have no more than 50 ministers. Ladies and gentlemen, I come to our tax system. To increase government tax revenue, we have to reform and refocus the Ghana Revenue Authority towards broadening the tax base. Estimates suggest revenues amounting to 13% of GDP, or some 150 billion Ghana cedis in 2023, are not collected because people are outside the tax net. Many individuals, businesses find our tax system cumbersome and confusing. We want a tax system that is easy to understand, easy to comply with, and easy to enforce, softer on the taxpayer, and that is not subject to so much discretion. The next NPP government will introduce a very simple, citizen-friendly, and business-friendly flat tax system. This will be the first change in our tax system since independence. No government has thought about changing the tax system, but it is the NPP party that is saying it is time for a change in the tax system. A flat tax system, and a flat tax will be of a percentage of income for individuals and businesses with appropriate exemption thresholds set to protect the poor. With the new tax regime, the tax return should be able to be completed in minutes. We will also simplify our complicated corporate tax system and VAT regime. We will reform the VAT tax regime by merging all levies into a single line item levy and treat the merged levy as part of input and output VAT to eliminate the cascading effect in the current regime. To start the new tax system on a clean slate, my government will provide a tax amnesty, that is a complete exemption from the payment of taxes and the waiving of associated interest and penalties up to a certain year to individuals and businesses for failures to file taxes in previous years, so that everyone will start afresh on a clean slate. In return, my government will expect the beneficiaries of this most significant gesture and such savings to be directly used in creating jobs. Our ultimate goal, ladies and gentlemen, is to move Ghana to a lower tax regime with broader coverage to stimulate greater economic activity and generate more revenue to the state. For this to succeed, tax digitalization will be implemented across all aspects of the tax administration. Everyone will be required to file tax, a very simple tax return, electronically through their mobile phone or a computer. There will be no manual or paper filing of taxes anymore. Faceless assessments will provide transparency and accountability. There will be no need under this new tax regime. There will be no need for GRA to send officers to sit in shops, to close shops. E-invoicing, as being implemented by GRA, will also be extended. I now come to support for business. Ladies and gentlemen, my government will be for business because, true to our philosophy, I believe the business of government is to empower business to deliver for society. We will therefore support the growth of businesses by the following policies. We will incentivize Ghanaian startups in selected strategic sectors with investment tax credits for the first 3 years of their operations. A flat rate system of duties for all importers will be implemented, bringing predictability and stability on prices of imported goods. We will harmonize port charges to align the charges with the charges in competing regional ports, particularly Togo. Duties in our ports will not be higher than the duties in Lomé, Togo. Ladies and gentlemen, very importantly, we will use the government's purchasing power to stimulate industrial expansion and business growth. This will help create jobs by rolling out a Buy Ghana First policy, under which all goods and services procured by the public sector will first be filled by goods and services produced locally. And we will back this by legislation. We will implement a shift in electricity tariffs to the electricity tariff structure to a regime in which commercial rates are either equal to or lower than residential rates, never higher, to power our industries and businesses. Ladies and gentlemen, we are also going to establish an SME bank to meet the special financing needs of small-scale medium enterprises, which will employ over 80% of Ghanaians. We will also complete the digitalization of land titling and registration to allow owners of landed properties to use their properties as collateral to raise capital for their business growth and expansion. We will create special economic zones in collaboration with the private sector at Ghana's major border towns such as Aflao, Paga, and Elubu to enhance economic activity, increase exports, reduce smuggling, and create jobs. Ladies and gentlemen, I come to the cost of living, reducing the cost of living. Another major priority of my government will be to reduce the cost of living. The world is facing what is commonly referred to as the global cost of living crisis. Even though the inflation has dropped by half this year, prices remain high. I want a Ghana where we can attain food security through the application of technology and irrigation to commercial large-scale farming. We will also promote the use of agricultural lime to reduce the acidity of our soils, enhance soil fertility, and get more yield from the application of fertilizers. Ghana has an abundance of limestone to do this. I will prioritize the construction of the Pualugu Dam by using the private sector financing to crowd in grant financing. Ladies and gentlemen, we will also ensure food security by stabilizing the prices of foods produced locally through financing and guarantees from the Development Bank Ghana and the Ghana Incentive-Based Risk-Sharing System for Agricultural Lending, also known as GESL. This will mainly involve upscaling the production of staple foods, investing in the preservation of staple foods, meat, poultry, and fish products, and establishing agricultural enclaves which will have irrigation, processing, and storage facilities in each region for crops or grains in which the regions have a comparative advantage. We will reduce the cost of transportation by promoting and supporting electric vehicles for public transportation. By the grace of God, I hope the first 100 buses that we will be introducing for public transportation will hopefully, inshallah, arrive before the end of December this year. We are also going to expand the Gold for Oil program to continue stabilizing the price of fuel. Stabilizing the price of spare parts through the flat rate duties for all importers policy, which will bring predictability and stability on prices of imported goods. Ladies and gentlemen, we are also going to make your driver's license valid for 10 years and extend the renewal period to 5 years. Under a housing for all policy, I will also have a major focus on the provision of public housing in the same manner that Singapore did. We will partner with the private sector to build large housing estates without the government having to borrow or spend. Also, the National Rental Assistance Scheme, which has worked so well with thousands of beneficiaries, will be enhanced to deal with the problem of the demands of rent advance of 2 years or more. We will also ensure a variety of accommodation types to meet different pockets and needs of as follows. In social housing, we'll be including homeless shelters, overnight stay for the vulnerable, and expanded rental assistance schemes for low-income workers. In the area of affordable housing, we'll be including district housing projects through incentives to the private sector, real estate industry, as well as expanding the services of the revived State Housing Company and the Tema Development Corporation and the National Home Ownership Fund, and improving housing finance through an expansion of the mortgage lending market as well as rent-to-own schemes. Ladies and gentlemen, we will use a variety of ways to deliver access to the various types of accommodation. For example, social housing. We will provide public lands within our main cities to private developers, and in order to benefit, make it mandatory for them to set aside between 20% and 30% for low-income social housing units with subsidized rents. Significantly, ladies and gentlemen, improving the availability and affordability of power. We will do this by bringing on board 2,000 megawatts of solar power and incentivizing users by buying access to power they generate from their solar systems and paying with free electricity from the national grid when they need power through net metering. We will continue to make accessing services easier. For example, once you have a Ghana card, all public organizations will not be required to collect your basic data. They will have all that data. They don't need you to fill any forms because all of it is on your Ghana card. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to build a Ghana where we leverage technology, data, and systems for inclusive economic growth. I want to build a Ghana into a world-class digital economy. I want to build a Ghana where we apply digital technology, STEM, robotics, and artificial intelligence for the transformation of agriculture, healthcare, education, manufacturing, fintech, and public services delivery. As part of this process, it is my goal to eliminate the digital divide by achieving over 90% internet penetration within the first 4 years of office. We have already made very significant progress in this direction by increasing internet penetration from 34% in 2016 to some 70% by 2023. The task in the next 4 years is to move from 70% to over 90% as exists in the advanced countries. It is possible. I am determined to not let Ghana miss out on the fourth industrial revolution, as our continent did on the industrial revolution some centuries back. I want to see Ghana build the digital talent we require for the fourth industrial revolution. This will mean providing digital software skills to hundreds of thousands of youth. This, along with other priorities, will create jobs for the youth, including school dropouts. In collaboration with the private sector, we will train at least 1 million youth in IT skills, including software development, to provide job opportunities worldwide. Ladies and gentlemen, generally, there will be an enhanced focus on technical and vocational education. My government will also support the establishment of a national open university, Ghana, in collaboration with the private sector, and it will focus on ICT, TVET, and STEM. Ladies and gentlemen, to prepare our children for the fourth industrial revolution, I will enhance the positioning of the educational system towards STEM, robotics, artificial intelligence, and vocational skills to cope with the demands of the fourth industrial revolution and job creation. My government will make coding and robotics standard in senior high school. Furthermore, to become a digital hub in Africa, Ghana's telecoms industry needs more investment. The cost of data for the ordinary Ghanaian has become too expensive. It goes against the very ethos of our digitalization journey. We commit to working actively with industry players in setting clear policy guidelines that will remove any investor uncertainty and difficulties in business planning, including the expeditious allocation of spectrum, driven more by the goal of enhancing digital inclusion. In addition, we would be working with educational institutions, leading and global tech firms to establish a national robotics, engineering, and AI lab for research and training of young Ghanaians locally. We will also be providing venture capital funding and grant support for commercially viable tech projects by Ghanaian startups to drive innovation, foster high-tech entrepreneurship, create jobs, and support growth of Ghanaian high-tech businesses. We will also be providing live lab opportunities to Ghanaian tech startups under a matching program by purposely connecting them to matured large tech firms working on government tech projects to help startups test their ideas in real-world environments and to accelerate their product development cycle. We will also be working with the Bank of Ghana to significantly expand our regulatory sandbox to admit more fintechs as well as regional fintechs. This will position Ghana as a multi-regulatory, multi-jurisdictional sandbox for financial payments interoperability. We will also be establishing a fintech fund with a seed capital of $100 million. That is about 1.5 billion Ghana cedis to attract additional private sector funding and to support Ghanaian startups developing payments and financial services solutions, especially focused on region-wide explorable solutions. Ladies and gentlemen, we will also be implementing a digital residency, that is e-residency, for businesses and individuals in tech firms to register and operate within Ghana. We are also going to be implementing a 5-year digital nomad visa and work permit to attract global tech talents to domicile and work from Ghana, appointing also, ladies and gentlemen, a digital ambassador whose role will be to develop new external markets for Ghanaian digital talents and products and facilitate the export of our digital services. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll also be implementing comprehensive data interoperability across government platforms to enhance transparency and streamline services. We will be pushing further Ghana's leadership, led by my boss, Ghana's leadership role in achieving cross-border mobile money interoperability among other payment systems within the AFCFTA to enhance buying and selling within Africa's 1.4 billion consumer market. Ladies and gentlemen, we will also be creating a marketplace to streamline public sector procurement. As a result of the increase in fiscal space from the tax and expenditure measures we are going to undertake, we will be in a position to enhance the digital economy by abolishing the e-levy as well as taxes on mobile phones. We are also going to ensure in this digital economy that we are building that the Ghana card will not be required, that for any person who holds a Ghana card, you will not be required to fill a form to get a passport. You will just be required to pay your fee because all the information is on the Ghana card. Ladies and gentlemen, working with industry players, we intend to make Ghana a world-class digital economy and a digital hub of Africa. I now come to our natural resources. Ladies and gentlemen, as president, the next NPP government will usher Ghana into a golden age for the maximization of the benefits of our natural resources like gold, lithium, bauxite, and so on. The key to doing this is value addition and Ghanaian ownership. As we have started with lithium, we need a new paradigm in the natural resource contracts that sees more of the benefit accruing to Ghana. Some of the key policies that we will implement to maximize our benefits from our natural resources include formalizing and regularizing and regulating environmentally sustainable small-scale mining. Our goal would be to help grow the small-scale mining companies into large-scale mining companies with the capacity to building and assisting them to access financing to acquire equipment. In line with this, we will license all miners doing responsible mining. District mining committees, including our chiefs, will provide initial temporary licenses to the miners. Every Ghanaian in small-scale mining will register under the Ghana Small-Scale Miners Association with their Ghana card. We will, in collaboration with the large mining companies, convert abandoned shafts into community mining schemes. We will also open new community mining schemes, and district mining communities would be responsible for reclamation and replanting. We will also set up state-of-the-art common user gold processing units in mining districts in collaboration with the private sector. We will also conduct an audit of all concessions with various licenses and new applications. This will allow government to know licenses that have expired and non-compliance with the existing license conditions are in non-compliance. My government will establish, in collaboration with the private sector, a minerals development bank to support the mining industry. My government will also reduce the minerals export tax to 1% to discourage smuggling and encourage more production. We will establish, through the private sector, a London Bullion Market Association certified gold refinery in Ghana within the next 4 years. Following the establishment of this refinery, all the responsibly mined gold in Ghana produced by the small-scale sector will be sold either to the central bank, PMMC, or MIF. We will make available proven reserves data from the Geological Survey Authority to small-scale miners to help deal with the associated problem of trial and error digging for gold, which destroys our environment. Once the data is available, the small-scale miners will know exactly where the gold is, and so they don't have to do trial and error. They'll go directly to where the gold is, and the environment will not be destroyed. We will also adequately resource the Geological Survey Authority to undertake the mapping exercise. We'll also scale up the use of mercury-free gold catcher machine technology, which is less damaging to our environment. Ladies and gentlemen, I come to an important subject matter of stabilizing our currency. Ladies and gentlemen, recognizing the need to transform the structures of the Ghanaian economy from merely being an exporter of raw materials, an importer of finished products, to producing what we consume and adding value to our raw materials and farm produce. The Akufo-Addo-led government set out in 2017 to find solutions by introducing transformational policies such as one district, one factory. While industrialization remains the long-term solution to macroeconomic stability and shared prosperity for Ghanaians, the vulnerabilities in the structure of the Ghanaian economy remain and were heavily exposed by the global crisis of 2020 to 2022. The crisis hit us really hard, but you may wonder why, unlike previous times when the city faced severe pressure, this time around, we have never experienced queues at our fuel stations or dumso as we did in 2015. Let me tell you a short story about that. I approached my boss when we had this crisis, as I saw our foreign exchange reserves continually dwindling. I approached my boss and suggested a novel way as a solution to the shortage of foreign exchange. I proposed that we leverage on gold to produce directly in exchange for the essential goods we import. He gave me the go-ahead to pilot the one critical import, petroleum products, the shortage of which would have completely derailed our economy. And that is what resulted in gold for oil. I am happy to say that the two policies that have helped rescue the economy from catastrophe in the recent crisis were the Bank of Ghana's domestic gold purchase program, which I proposed, and the gold for oil program. The pilot, these two policies, the pilot has worked for a number of companies and has worked for the countries. Some companies which wanted to repatriate dividends and couldn't do so because of foreign exchange constraints have suddenly been able to do so because of the gold purchase program. We have thus found a solution in the midst of this crisis and bringing together the pilot of this gold for oil and gold purchase programs. We have thus, through this crisis, we have suddenly found a solution to the profit repatriation problem that many businesses had without destabilizing our local currency. This also brings major comfort to foreign investors operating in our countries. I believe from the success of the pilot scheme, we can confidently say that we have found a solution to the age-old foreign exchange problem that successive governments have struggled to contain and which invariably led to inflation and other macroeconomic challenges. My government will completely institutionalize what I will call the Gold for Forex program, even as we intensify efforts to transform the structure of the Ghanaian economy. Simply put, the domestic gold purchase program is a policy which allows the Bank of Ghana to boost our foreign exchange reserves by buying locally produced gold with cedis. Gold purchases from this program alone amounted to $5 billion in the last couple of years. With Ghana's unexplored gold reserves estimated at 5 billion ounces, with a market value of $10 trillion US, my government will ramp up the gold purchase program to cover all major forex demands. We will cover all major forex demands with the gold purchase program. Put simply, if, for example, a company wants dollars, we will take their cedis and we will buy gold and we will give them their foreign currency. The gold purchase program will therefore provide the anchor that our local currency has always lacked. Ladies and gentlemen, Going forward, I want to build, with your support, I want to build a credit system for Ghana. In the advanced economies, workers are able to easily access credit to purchase items such as televisions, cars, mobile phones, and houses. They are able to do so because the credit system over there works, and it is supported by individualized credit scoring by the credit rating agencies. In the advanced countries, people are able to obtain mobile phones for free under a contract arrangement with the telephone companies. But people with the impossibility mindset don't understand that these things are possible. In Ghana, such a credit system is yet to develop, and therefore life is harder for our workers. It is our goal to make it easier and cheaper to access credit by leveraging our data and our systems, such as the Ghana card, the Ghana Post GPS, mobile money interoperability, Momo accounts, DVLA, GRA data, bank accounts, and so on, to build an efficient credit system and a mortgage market in Ghana underpinned by an individualized credit scoring system and the digitalization of land titling and transfer. We look forward to starting individualized credit scoring in Ghana this year, in 2024. And this will make it easier for Ghanaians to access credit at lower interest rates. My promise to you is that soon, you in Ghana will no longer have to save before you are buying what you need. You can buy it on credit and pay small, 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 like they do in the advanced countries. In the area of public infrastructure, we will, to reiterate, partner the private sector to finance, build, and rent or lease to own to government public infrastructure, including schools, housing, water, and roads, as well as equipment. We will revive and resource, including modern equipment and state-of-the-art workshops, the Public Works Department, PWD, to be the primary government agency responsible for maintenance of public infrastructure across the country. We will fully implement and expand the District Road Improvement Program, under which the local governments have been supplied with equipment to help maintain roads in their districts. This District Road Improvement Project was the brainchild of the NPP government and not anybody else. We have brought it, and nobody should try to claim credit for it. Through partnerships with the private sector investors, we'll develop the railway network across the country based on the master plan with strategic focus on the western and eastern lines in the medium term. These two lines are of high economic importance and will be prioritized for development and completion under my government by the grace of God. Eastern and Western railway lines. We will facilitate the establishment by the private sector of a maintenance, repair, and overhaul facility at the Tamale Airport to develop into an aviation cargo, horticultural cargo, and logistics hub. We will also commence the development of the much talked about by us in our last manifesto, the development of the Cape Coast Airport, for which funding has been secured under the Korean $2 billion facility, which we will serve both the central and the western regions. In collaboration with the private sector, we will also build an airport in the Upper East region. We will achieve, through our investment, universal access to electricity in our first term of a Bawumia government. And we will complete all the Agenda 111 hospitals to ensure every district gets a district hospital and all the regions get new regional hospitals. As a result, we will recruit more doctors, nurses, and other healthcare professionals with improved conditions of service, and will bring healthcare services to your doorstep by completing the digitalization of public healthcare institutions under the e-health project. Under the e-health project, we have digitalized all the patient records in all teaching hospitals, all the regional hospitals, and all the district hospitals. So today, if you are referred from Wa to Kolebu, you don't need to bring a folder. You just bring your ID number, the doctor in Kolebu will enter your ID number, and all your records will be there for the doctor to see. We expect that by next year, we'll cover the remaining health centers and CHIPS compounds so that we have a comprehensive database. We will also scale up. Once we have done this, we are going to be scaling up telemedicine services and establishing, ladies and gentlemen, we are also going to be establishing 2 additional sites in addition to the existing 6 sites of drone delivery centers at Funsi in the Upper West region and at Kintampo. So we are establishing 2 more drone sites. And the establishment of these 2 sites will give us 100% coverage for drone delivery across all of Ghana. Ladies and gentlemen, we have established the National Electronic Pharmacy Platform. We have put together 2,456 pharmacies on one platform, which is working. So today, if your doctor prescribes you a medicine, you can go to the pharmacy platform, put in your medicational requirements. The platform will tell you which pharmacy near you has the medicine and what the prices are. We will make sure this platform is interoperable with all private and public facilities. We will also offer incentives to healthcare workers to be able to buy 1 vehicle each with an engine capacity of up to 1,800 cc. And we will also ensure compliance with the existing deprived area incentive package for health workers. Ladies and gentlemen, in the area of affirmative action for women and girls, we will implement in full the Affirmative Action Act we recently passed. We will establish a Women's Trade Empowerment Fund, WOTEF, to support women-owned businesses. We will ensure gender parity in the award of government scholarships. And we will further improve the maternal health care program. We will pursue a Women in Diplomacy program for Ghanaian women to take more leadership roles in international organizations. And we will ensure that existing sexual harassment laws are strictly enforced. We'll also be enabling mothers to seamlessly enter the workforce by prioritizing, in partnership with the private sector, the establishment of daycare centers near workplaces, including marketplaces. We will enforce existing regulations on maternity leave governance as well. In the area of education, ladies and gentlemen, my government will increase the stock of student accommodation in our universities and other public tertiary institutions to address the housing deficit on our campuses and make them affordable. We will introduce a free tertiary scholarship for persons with disability to remove the financial barriers to pursuing their educational goals. On scholarships, we will integrate the scholarship databases across all the public sector institutions managing such schemes to ensure full visibility and transparency. We will expand eligibility for the student loan scheme to include all post-secondary students, including certificate and diploma programs. We will prioritize and direct a significant proportion of national scholarship schemes towards training and skills development in STEM as well as other needed skills in Ghana. We will implement in full the centralized application processing service, CAPS, for tertiary institutions. Under this, you will apply once and pay once. As I already said, we will establish a national open university. And for those who, after completion of their tertiary education, have secured jobs, they would be exempted from national service. They can go and start work immediately. We will protect and enhance free SHS and free TVET, which is truly transforming lives and changing life outcomes for millions of people. Since we started the free SHS and free TVET, enrollment has increased by 83%. We are building the foundation for a well-educated, prosperous society. With free SHS and TVET, we have achieved gender parity. More girls are getting secondary education, and the impact will be positive for society. We, as a result, will recruit more teachers at all levels with improved conditions of service. We will also continue to develop additional infrastructure for our educational institutions to meet the increased numbers. We will offer incentives also for teachers to buy one vehicle each with an engine capacity of up to 1,800 cc. Ladies and gentlemen, I come to good governance. In the area of good governance, we will, and I reiterate, we will reinstate the process of getting MMDCs elected through a universal adult suffrage to deepen decentralization and effective local governance. We will delink the creation of districts from constituencies to bring an end to the automatic increase in the size of parliament. We will institute an electoral area share of the common fund for assembly members to facilitate development at the electoral area levels. And we will engage Parliament and other stakeholders, including political parties, to review the 1992 Constitution to achieve effective national development. We'll provide value-based leadership predicated on values such as selflessness, excellence, ethics, justice, integrity, transparency, diligence, and accountability. In pursuit of values-based leadership and responsible citizenship, we'll formalize the relationship between the state, chiefs, faith-based organizations, and civil society organizations, and redefine and elevate their place and role in the national governance structure. We will formally designate faith-based organizations as development partners who are entitled to similar incentives. We will review Section 63 of the Chieftaincy Act to empower chiefs to strengthen local governance. And we will pay living allowances to paramount chiefs, divisional chiefs, and queen mothers. To encourage the registration of all lands and to avoid land disputes, all stool lands will be registered without an initial fee payment. Payment will only be made of the registration fee when the land is sold, and then we will get our fee. But initially, all chiefs can go ahead and register stool lands without paying a fee. Ladies and gentlemen, my government will also protect Ghanaian cultural and family values. Dealing with corruption is my next area of focus. Ladies and gentlemen, all governments have struggled with the canker of corruption in our society. People have been killed for corruption, and people have been jailed for corruption, but yet it persists. My view is that corruption operates in darkness, and we need to deal with it through openness and transparency, and through digitalization. Our approach so far has been to deal with corruption after it occurs. My approach to deal with is to deal with corruption before it occurs. Digitalization is the vehicle. The Ghana card has enabled us basically to eliminate ghost workers from the Comptroller and Accountant General payroll, also from the SNIT payroll and the National Service payroll. Using the Ghana card and the elimination of ghost workers in SNIT and the National Service Scheme, we have saved 800 million Ghana cedis in just these two institutions. One of the most potent weapons against corruption is transparency. Many corrupt activities are cash-based. Apart from the obvious benefits of moving in the direction of a cashless society, the literature does indicate that more electronic payments are used in transactions as opposed to cash. The more that is done, the more there is traceability, and therefore the less corruption. I would like to bring Ghana close to a cashless economy in the shortest possible time. So far, the Bank of Ghana has made a lot of progress in this direction by putting in place a lot of payment systems and infrastructure. These include mobile money interoperability, merchant interoperability, the universal QR code payment system, the GH-Link debit card, eSwitch, Ghana Pay. We have put in place the necessary infrastructure to go cashless as a country. Recently, the Bank of Ghana has completed a pilot of the digital version of the Ghana cedi in Sefwiwi also. This is known as a central bank digital currency, or the e-cedi. The e-cedi is designed to work online and offline and will be launched by the Bank of Ghana in due course. The e-cedi will be the ultimate weapon in our fight against corruption because it will provide transparency, reduce the risk of fraud, robbery, tax avoidance, and money laundering, since it will be easy to track the movement of money and identify suspicious activity. The e-cedi will quicken the pace of Ghana's move towards a cashless or a near cashless society. We will also, ladies and gentlemen, implement blockchain technology and smart contracts for secure data exchange and transparent government services. Employing a distributed ledger technology improves transparency and efficiency. This will make all government transactions permanently traceable and not subject to alteration. I want Ghana to be the first country in Africa and one of the few in the whole world to become an all-government blockchain government. Ladies and gentlemen, in the area of care for the elderly, we will pass the An-Aging Act for the care and protection of the elderly. We will promote geriatric care training programs to address the growing need for elder care. We'll implement policies on the establishment of home care, nursing homes, and rehabilitation services, including assisted living and old age community living. We will create elder-specific social assistance schemes to cover those not currently covered by existing programs such as LEAP. In the area of the environment, ladies and gentlemen, we will enhance the protection of our forests and biodiversity hotspots. We will restore our forests through a reforestation program by targeting 30,000 hectares of degraded areas for reforestation and plantation development annually, establishing 1,000 hectares of bamboo and rattan plantations annually for watershed protection and plantation development. We are also going to be providing tree seedlings and plantation suckers in a minimum of 1,000 communities to enhance national reforestation and plantation development programs. We will protect and preserve our water resources by vigorously protecting both surface and underground sources by ensuring that the provisions of the water use regulations are adhered to. We'll protect transborder water sources, notably the Volta River, and we effectively manage all water basins in Ghana. With our mining policy, we believe that we are going to be able to deal with galamsey, and that will help us protect the environment. Ladies and gentlemen, in the area of sports, the creative arts and tourism, we will use tax incentives, including a flat tax, to incentivize private sector investments in sports, tourism, and the creative arts. We'll implement an e-visa policy for all international visitors to Ghana to make visa acquisition fast and convenient for visitors. We will roll out a visa-free policy for all African nationals and all Caribbean nationals visiting Ghana. We will also establish a travel protocol in partnership. We will also, in partnership with the private sector, establish a streaming and digital management platform for Ghanaian content developers in the creative arts. We'll also establish a travel protocol service for the creative community to enable artists, performers, and other creatives honor international performances and shows. We will establish a sports development fund to develop sports infrastructure and talent development and grassroots sports programs, including the revival of Colts football and leagues across the country. Ladies and gentlemen, we will establish a Ghana School Sports Secretariat, which will be an agency under the ministry responsible for sports in collaboration with other stakeholders, such as the GES and sports federations. My government will seek school-level collaboration with international sports bodies like the NBA and the NFL to make Ghana a hub for these emerging sports in Africa, to create more opportunities for young people. We have already tried this with the NFL, the governing body for American football. We will, ladies and gentlemen, also upgrade the surfaces of our football pitches to meet the highest international standards. And so we will be seeing an upgrading of the stadia in Kumasi, Accra, Cape Coast, Tamale, and Esipong to make sure that they meet the highest international standards. My government will also implement an effective maintenance module for our sports facilities. We will continue the construction of astroturfs for every constituency to boost the development of our talents, including juvenile football. We have increased astroturfs from 3 that we inherited to over 150 in 2024. We are going to start an Operation Olympics Glory program by dedicating resources towards the preparation of our athletes and their readiness for the 2028 Olympics in Los Angeles, USA, including where necessary, targeting specific sports for medals. We will support the revival of the Premier League and clubs to improve commercial viability and create related jobs by directing policy through the National Lotteries Authority and the Gaming Commission to establish and fund a sports employment module to assist premier clubs fund operational expenses, including player remuneration. And also we will provide a bus to each Premier League club. And we will build 6 5,000-seater capacity stadia for the new regions, the 6 new regions, and we will build a standard stadium for Sunyani because of their love of football and the many clubs in Sunyani. We will promote school sports by establishing a Ghana School Sports Secretariat to create more opportunities for young people in sports and collaborate with international bodies, as I said, to make Ghana a hub for emerging sports. Ladies and gentlemen, in the area of protecting our borders, we will not compromise on our efforts to ensure Ghanaians feel safe and are free to go about their daily lives. We will therefore continue to keep our borders protected, our communities and neighborhoods also safe. We will complete the 15 forward operating bases at our border frontiers of Ghana. This will allow the military to swiftly respond to any external hostilities and threats posed by terrorists in the sub-region. We will continue equipping Ghana's security services to build their capability in protecting the nation. And we will also focus on equipping the prison service as well as the fire service. We will deepen the cooperation of our neighboring states and the international community in the fight against violent extremism. We will recruit and deploy 20,000 more security personnel to enhance the visibility and strengthen the human resources of our security services. To make our neighborhoods safe, we are going to roll out 50,000 more anti-crime cameras, the CCTVs. And so far, we have rolled out about 11,000 CCTVs. But many districts and regions, many district capitals and regional capitals are not fully covered. So we ask national security to undertake an exercise to tell us what is needed so that we can see what is happening in every public street, in every regional capital and every district capital, every day and every night. They came back and told us they needed 50,000 cameras CCTVs for us to be able to accomplish that directive. And my government will provide the 50,000 CCTV cameras so that we have complete visibility in all our regional capitals and all our district capitals to basically make sure that if you commit a crime, we are going to catch you. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll also roll out more body cameras for the police and other logistics. I believe that we can find, ladies and gentlemen, a broad, find broad contours of a national development plan for which we can find consensus in areas such as education, healthcare, industrialization, and so on. I will support such a consensus national development plan. Specifically, I propose that we can amend Article 87 of the 1992 Constitution, as well as the NDPC Act, Act 479, to mandate political manifestos, political party manifestos, and consequently the economic and social policies of governments, as well as budgets, to be aligned to agreed broad contours in specific centers. The current Constitution was designed for political stability, and it has achieved that. We need to amend it with the help of Parliament to align it more to national development. In that context, we are committed to the process to amend the 1992 Constitution through public consultation, with key emphasis on the election of MMDCs to deepen democratic decentralization, ex gratia, and so on. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to build a nation that cares for and invests in the vulnerable, like persons with disabilities, the aged, the street kids, the lepers, cerebral palsy patients, and so on. In cooperation with faith-based institutions and the private sector, my government will also focus on special needs. To start with, we will recruit 1,000 special needs teachers and retrain teachers on how to work with special needs students. We will also train more speech and language therapists and occupational and behavioral therapists. We will also set a quota for the recruitment of persons with disabilities in all government recruitment, and also provide incentives for the private sector to recruit persons with disabilities. Now to the youth. To the youth of our country, kindly lend me your ears. I have been to you, and I have listened to your concerns and soaked your aspirations. I want to assure you that I am for you. Our nation is at a crossroads. We are preparing to elect a new president in December 2024, and I believe I will serve you better as your next leader. I am a problem-solving leader. In the last 7 years, I have, with the blessings of President Nana Akufo-Addo, led and championed initiatives to address some of the fundamental problems in the public service delivery area. I possess the integrity you require in your next president. I believe that the Almighty has blessed me with a fortitude of character to ensure the implementation of bold solutions for our future. My track record of public service and in international development is public knowledge. My entire career, from academia through to the Bank of Ghana, the African Development Bank, and my current role as Vice President, has been anchored on competence, diligence, and efficient and effective management skills that have contributed to my ability to see projects through to completion. I am determined to make your future my business if you give me the mandate to serve you. My proven ability to manage and deliver results professionally and transparently sets me apart from the rest in the race. As an experienced professional with unblemished national and international credentials, I am ready to bring that expertise to bear on national governance with the sole motivation to transform. The NPP delegates resoundingly gave me the mandate to lead the party based on my performance and the delivery of major signature projects and programs and vision. Given these and my verifiable personal integrity, I humbly ask you, ladies and gentlemen, that you hand the steer to me. That you hand the steer to me to usher in a new government, a new management style that will give us additional results, a paradigm shift in how we manage our resources, and let the benefits of nationhood reach out to every member of society. With all humility, I declare that I am a visionary leader who can generate new ideas to confront problems. I have the exciting ideas for the 21st century nation. We have done well in creating jobs in the last 7 years. 2.3 million jobs, the most of any government in the Fourth Republic. However, unemployment is still a major issue amongst us. I make a firm commitment to sustain and expand the rebounding economy to address the problem of unemployment. To the Gen Zs, I am well plugged into the new world you belong, and I know the keys to press to unlock your potentials within. I am your plug to your dreams of a prosperous Ghana. I am your plug to creating opportunities and decent paying jobs. I shall offer you a problem-solving leadership built on my values of integrity, compassion, and sincerity. To this end, I have presented for your consideration our manifesto for 2024. The manifesto is giving. It is giving hope. It is giving ideas. It is giving jobs. It offers the opportunity to create a new generation of entrepreneurs through my business support initiatives. It strives to make Ghana a fully digitalized nation in which you are able to access public services with ease. It incentivizes the private sector to expand and deliver good jobs. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe that as Vice President, the policies I have championed or initiated have impacted or will impact the lives of virtually every Ghanaian. I have, with the full blessings and support of my boss, promised and delivered on many groundbreaking policies that are happening for the first time in our history. These include championing the Ghana Card, Agenda 111, e-pharmacy, Ghana.gov, one constituency, one ambulance, Zongo Development Fund, paperless ports, motor insurance, database, renewal of NHIS on your mobile phone, Ghana Card number as your TIN number, SNID number, NHIS number, zip line, delivery for drones, gold for oil, gold purchase program, and so on, and so on, and so on. Through, ladies and gentlemen, through the successful implementation of these policies, I have proven to be a problem solver and a promise keeper. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, the choice Ghanaians face in 2024 fundamentally is a choice between a brighter future and a bleak past. As I noted in my presentation at UPSA in February, we have to ask ourselves a number of questions in making that choice. If you want someone you can trust to come up with innovative and impactful ideas to transform Ghana, then it is Dr. Bawumia. If you want someone with personal integrity who can be trusted to fight corruption, then your choice is Dr. Bawumia. And if the person you have in mind is someone you can trust to work tirelessly and selflessly for Ghana, then it is Dr. Bawumia. If you want a leader with a proven record who you can trust to create jobs for the youth, then it is Dr. Bawumia. If you are looking for the man who has the vision and the commitment to prepare Ghana for the fourth industrial revolution, the digital revolution, then it is Dr. Bawumia. If you are looking for the man who is more committed to protecting and using the natural resources for the benefit of Ghanaians, then the answer is Dr. Bawumia. Who will be more accountable to Ghanaians? A one-term president like my opponent, or a person who can look to a long-term development of Ghana, because he will return to you after 4 years to render an account for the long term? It is Dr. Bawumia. Who can you trust? Who can you trust to protect free senior high school education? The answer is Dr. Bawumia. Who has demonstrated to the development, who has demonstrated a commitment to the development of deprived communities like our inner city communities and the Zongo communities? It is Dr. Bawumia. Who can you trust? Who can you trust to provide bold solutions to improve our economy, create jobs, and improve social protection. It is Dr. Bawumia. Ladies and gentlemen, I am determined to make a difference, a positive difference. I am determined to use the experience I have earned over the last 7 to 8 years from the challenges and the priorities we have tackled, from the successes we have chalked to the hard work to succeed with you on the priorities that I have laid before you today. I will work for you, with honesty and integrity, with wisdom and decisiveness. I have clarity of mind as to what I want to do from day one as president. I will not ask you for a honeymoon to cool off and think about what to do with the responsibility you give me. I am prepared and ready to serve. You know what I stand for. You know my vision. I believe in the ingenuity of the Ghanaian. Together we can succeed in building a progressive society of possibilities, enterprise, compassion, open opportunities, and shared prosperity for every Ghanaian, born rich or poor, born in the north or the south, born Christian or Muslim, born a girl or a leper, or a boy, a leper or a disabled person. I have never been president of Ghana before. I am presenting myself to you for the first time to ask for your precious vote to serve you as your president and to continue the development agenda of the NPP. When you make me president, inshallah, I will implement my own vision that I have outlined. In all humility, I will ask you to give me the opportunity to become one of the most impactful presidents in Ghana's history. In conclusion, dear Ghanaians, what I have presented today are just highlights of our manifesto. There are many more details and policies that are found in the full version. I implore you and entreat you all to read the full manifesto. This manifesto we are launching today is a manifesto of hope, a manifesto anchored on bold solutions to usher in the golden age of good governance and accountability, and a manifesto of possibilities, focusing on quantum leaps in jobs and prosperity. Our positive mindset is built on a strong track record of innovations and achievements. Unlike our friends who regard every life-changing policy proposal as impossible, we in the NPP see possibilities. We innovate, deliver, and prosper. I mean to deliver for you and your family, for your future, for your business. Indeed, Bawumia means business. I thank you for your support, your prayers, and with God's guidance, we can win together. It is possible. Thank you for your attention. God bless you, and God bless our homeland as we launch our manifesto. We launch our manifesto. We launch our manifesto to the glory of God.
And that is the launch of the NPP manifesto for 2024 elections. Dr. Bawumia just laying it out for us a bit more detail. A lot of what we expected that he would put out, he has indeed done so with a bit more detail, perhaps. But he says the full document is available. We'll get that and pour over that. But my colleagues are still with me, Winston and Raymond. What are the highlights for you, Raymond?
Our number one priority is to stimulate businesses and create jobs with a strong focus on the private sector. Is that not enough?
That's your part. That's a top headliner for you.
Yes, I get that. He also spent almost 15 minutes dealing with the digital economy. If you see that section too, it's also huge. Then he spent some time, again, he said, before even making the general comments, he made this claim that he has gone around the country and there are issues that people have actually spoken to him about. So those are the ones that he's going to actually highlight. So within that spectrum, you can understand. And the ones he talked about were clear: cost of living, jobs, and roads. Cost of living, jobs, and roads. When it comes to cost of living, he spent a chunk of time on it. So to me, the biggest one is the man intends to stimulate private sector. And you see how he talks about the role private sector is going to play in provision of infrastructure and everything connected to that. Then he talks about the other things, except, and maybe what you are asking me is, did I hear one district, one factory? Did I hear one, and there appears to be a slight remodeling of that particular policy, the one that we were all interested in, the 1 CD, 2 CD thing. I think what he has restated it to mean, it's more likely going to be, you will pay small, instead of the 1 CD, the 2 CD. You know, 1 CD, 2 CD became controversial. So you pay small. What I didn't hear is the 1 district, 1 factory, free SHS kind of thing. But you could, in replacement of that, hear similar policy geared in virtually the main sectors of the economy. Some you may want to, because gold for oil appears to be our mainstay when it comes to the currency and also cheaper fuel. That's what he's still talking about. My only difficulty is that I did not see the evidence of gold for oil impacting our exchange rate. And I did not see, even though he mentioned that sector, a lot of focus on it. It appears too broad a thinking that in 4 good years, what I'll be asking is, in 4 years, which policies can drive us back to, if it's even modest, 6 cedi to $1. Those are the direct ones I wanted to hear. The things he was talking about, there are many of them. They are interesting in some areas. In other areas, they sound like we've heard it consistently, so it doesn't say much. But certainly, you heard some of the things that you wanted to hear. Not the usual one district, one factory, one...
And a few more will be unpacking. Let's listen to the president himself now, who is about just speaking there in Takoradi.
Hello. Indeed, Bawumia means business. Mr. Vice President, Second Lady, our incoming Vice, National Chairman, Chief of Staff, General Secretary, Majority Leader, Chairman of the Council of Elders, and all the great and good of the NPP gathered here. My task is a very simple one. You've heard about what we have tried to do these last 7.5 years. I don't intend to go over that. You've also heard about the exciting things that we're going to do in the next 8 years. I don't intend to talk about that. What I want to do is to give testimony and make an appeal to the Ghanaian people through you why they should give the leadership of this country to Mahamudu Bawumia and Matthew Opoku Prempeh. Because at the end of the day, plans, policies, programs, if there's no character, if there's no strength, if there's no determination of will on the part of the people involved, they just remain plans and programs. I don't think there's anybody in this country better placed to testify about the capacity of our presidential ticket than me, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. I am the best. I am the best placed person to give the testimony, and clearly also the best place to appeal to the people of Ghana to give the stewardship of this country for the next 8 years to Dr. Bawumia and his running mate, Napul. 16 years ago, that Mamadou Bawumia and I first met and decided to join our lives together. I can say that there's not one day that I've regretted joining my life to his and his to me. In opposition, as well as in government, he has been a model of loyalty, of honesty, of dedication, and of patriotism. This is a man who lives and breathes Ghana. Whatever commitments he has made before you and before the people of Ghana, I can put my hand on my heart and say he will deliver on each one of those commitments. People have had problems with their vice presidents in the Fourth Republic. We won't go over that. I, Nana Addo, I've never had any problem with my vice president. I've gone to bed every night secure in my knowledge that my vice president stands firmly with and behind me in everything that I've tried to do in these last 7.5 years. He has been the picture, the model of loyalty itself. And all I can say to his vice is that even if he has half of the loyalty that Mamadou Bawumia has shown to me, he's going to be an excellent vice president. This is a man who has respect for the people of Ghana. This is not a man who is going to tell the Ghanaian people that you have short memories. That is not the kind of man we have here. That is not the type of man we have here. He's a man who has respect for the people of Ghana. This is not somebody who's going to say to the Ghanaian people when his policies have failed that I am not a magician. That is not the language of Mamadou Bawumia. That is not the sort of person that he is. We have here a man who is respectful and who will work night and day to make sure that our country continues on the upward trajectory. You have, in the business that we have chosen, some who blow with the wind. They say one thing today, and they'll say another thing tomorrow, because they believe that we have short memories. We don't remember their record. We remember their record. The record of failure. There have been 5 presidents in Ghana. One, unfortunately, died in harness. But the other 4 that are left, and I'm saying this because I know there are going to be a lot of first-time voters, people who perhaps don't remember our recent history very well. But 3 of these 4 presidents, all of them, because of their record, the Ghanaian people renewed their mandate. Jerry John Rawlings got a 2nd term. John Ajekum Kufuor got a 2nd term. Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo got a 2nd term. There is only one whose record did not merit a 2nd term. And you and I know who I am talking about. Is a man who wants to come back to save his image because he believes that Ghanaians have forgotten his record. Mr. Candidate, your record has not been forgotten. We will not allow that record to be forgotten. So, I don't have any hesitation in saying to you and saying to the people of Ghana that the leadership that Muhammadu Bawumia is going to provide for us is exactly the leadership we need to take us to the next step of our development. If indeed the biggest strategic interest of the 21st century is the development of the digital economy and the unfolding of the 4th industrial revolution, there is only one man in Ghana today that can take us through that 4th industrial revolution. Muhammadu Bawumia is his name. He's going to be ably supported by a young man. Are you still a young man? By a young man who has always impressed me. In 2012, he was the director of my election campaign. When, by the grace of God and the generosity of the Ghanaian people, I was honored and privileged with the office of President of the Republic. The most important flagship program of my government at its outset was the implementation of the free senior high school policy. I had no doubt in my mind that he was the one person who could implement that policy to success. And that is why I confined him to this job. Everybody in Ghana can testify to the success with which he implemented the free senior high school policy. We're talking about these 2 people. We're talking about achievers, people who achieve things in their lives. Our presidential candidate and incoming president was on his way to becoming governor of the Bank of Ghana, having had a brilliant career as a central banker until he met me, and I diverted him. But I think at the end of the day, he will agree today that the diversion has been worth his while. Matthew Poku Prempeh is an achiever. Apart from implementing the free senior high school policy, he has been for the last 3.5 years our energy minister. Not only has he kept the lights on, but he has helped us through some very difficult programs of restructuring our energy debt and putting our energy sector on a much sounder footing than we came to meet it in 2017. These are the two people who are asking for the mandate of the Ghanaian people. I have no hesitation, as the outgoing president is saying that they will be worthy successors to the office of president and vice president. So I want all of you here, the leadership of our party, from top to bottom, from the polling station to the national leadership, from all members of the campaign committees, from the electoral area through the constituency, through the regions, to the national level, to make an extra effort to go out and sell this golden ticket to every nook and cranny of our country, to make sure that when the results are declared, hopefully on the 8th of December, we will hear the sweet news. The 6th president of the 4th Republic, Mahamudu Bawumia, has won a clear victory. And as I told you, when I hear that noise and I go to Black Star Square on the 7th of January, then I'm off to Chibi. And I'm expecting to see some of you there in my retirement. Thank you, and may God bless you all and bless the NPP. Thank you.
The baton has been taken from him. Now we're about to scrutinize a bit more of what we've learned today. This is the moment of truth. Now we know what the NPP stands for, the social contract they're putting before us all in an attempt to get us to sign it on December 7th so they can get an opportunity to implement. Raymond, you were summarizing for us what your top headliners are from what you've heard. You've mentioned the 3 key things that Bawumia himself says as he went the country to talk to people. People said cost of living, roads, and jobs.
Were the 3 most important things that he engaged the people and they gave him. So he restructured everything he's going to say in that particular direction. Then he started with the sustain and expanding of the job sector, but also made some points about what they will do when it comes to cost of living. In fact, he said they will further accelerate the growth and expansion of the economy over the next 4 years, achieve and sustain an average 6% growth. And he was quick to mention specifics, like the sectors they were going to expand: agriculture, mining, ID, 1D1F, emerging industries, sports, tourism, and creative arts. Increase public-private sector partnerships as an important funded model for delivering public infrastructure. And he spent some time on that, basically saying that no matter what happens, government is going to be freed of some resources because instead of building, say, the Tema motorway, well, they get private sector involved. When they build it, then they can find ways of actually getting the payments down through that process. So government will not have to pump money into that project and use it for other things. He also talked about establishing an independent fiscal responsibility council. And by this, he was clear that they were supposed to not only give proper advice, because people have raised concerns about the current fiscal responsibility council, but the law itself will be reviewed so that they will not exceed, is it 105%?
Yeah, 105%.
Yeah, so that is also part of the point. Of course, specifically what he said is amend the fiscal responsibility to add a new fiscal rule that requires expenditure in any year does not exceed 105% of the previous year's tax revenue. That is what he said in connection with that. Training 1 million youth in digital skills, you've heard that. So skills also came in. Then he spent a long time in ICT. But what I summed up with was that till now, I've seen interesting points being raised. I've seen some that I'm very doubtful about. Some that require proper, further and better particulars to expand it to our hearing. What I'm here to hear and see are the catchy slogans that had actually come with NPP manifestos that at the end of the day, we knew free SHS came out. We knew one district, one factory came out. We knew one village, one dam came out. Those are the ones that appear missing in here. Maybe they'll couch and sell that later on.
Yeah, and that is a key thing they were waiting for. But one of the things that struck me is this is very comprehensive from what he put out there. It touches every part of our national life. What for you were the key highlights?
Let me just touch a bit on what Raymond said. So, you're comparing 2016, even before the 2016 manifesto of the NPP, you had the VSHS was since 2008. You had the one district, one factory. You had the, one village, one dam. You had the one constituency, $1 million. You had the Zongo Development Fund and others. And it's something you don't hear because at the end of the day, people are going to go around and ask the question, what is he promising? You're not going to say, oh, he intends to do this, what is he promising? What is he promising? And so, I think that now the NPP would have to go back and actually look at the manifesto all over again and begin to do like we do here at Jones when it comes to our hotline documentaries. Just get a one-sentence thing that would really resonate with Ghanaians. I like the Ghana First thing, the fact that you want to, if there's anything you have to buy, you have to look within. But in looking within also, it'll be important for us to know those Ghanaians who their beneficial owners are. It's not just saying I'm buying from, say, Evans Mensah, but if you're buying from Evans Mensah,
who is a front for a foreign interest?
So Evans Mensah must not be a front for a foreign interest, because I have consistently maintained that we should be looking forward to creating Ghanaian billionaires. And so it mustn't be a case that every government comes in and would want to cripple Ghanaians, some Ghanaian businesses, and improve others. But this is it for me. I look at the health bit, for instance. It says, completing the digitalization of public healthcare institutions under the e-health project. So then it talks about scaling up telehealth services, establishing 2 additional sites in addition to the existing 6 when it comes to the zipline, phone-seek, to enhance drone delivery services, to ensure nationwide coverage and ensuring interoperability of the National Electronic Pharmacy Platform, then offer incentives for healthcare to buy. These are things you've had in budgets past. These are things you've had in budget past, okay? So this is it for me. I like the reduction of charges at our ports, okay? Because today, our ports...
Making it as competitive as Togo.
As Togo, which, today our ports are not competitive.
And to be fair to him, this is something that he's been talking about for a while now. Yeah. And for some reason, it hasn't fully materialized, but he's sticking to it. And for me, I was looking at, because he's been a vice president before and the chair of the economic management team, how is he approaching consolidation in some of the things that he started already that hasn't fully materialized?
But you see,
and you've seen that in this document, some of the things he's doing already has started. He intends to consolidate and to complete if he becomes a president. That's one of those.
Yes, of course. These are, when he announced in 2019, was it 2019? No, when he announced about the benchmark, reduction at the time. We also saw why, when he did that. So, yes, that's something that he did. But this is the other point for me. Okay, this is the other point for me. I listened to him. He talks about using the private sector a lot. Engaging in PPPs that will lead to the building of houses. He talks about schools. I would want to know, and he says this is going to free up some,
3% of GDP. That's about 30 billion.
30 billion Ghana cedis. I would want to see the math behind that. I would want to see, for instance, how he intends to achieve that. So when you say, okay, I want to build roads, we can say, they will tow the roads. Okay? When you say you want to build schools, they build the schools and lease to government, and government pays them how much? They build the schools, so if I am leasing it, so we need to look at, because first of all, we need to find out whether it is financially prudent. Is it just a case that you are freeing up fiscal space to do other things, and so instead of, say, paying this year, you're paying over a 10-year period? We then must have the discussion and decide.
It's like borrowing anyway.
It's like borrowing. We then must have the discussion and decide, within that 10 years that I'm going to be paying for this, how much is that going to cost me? If I had paid it within the period, we will do the time value of money analysis and indicate which is better. So it's not just saying, I want to do this, and that's the end of it. Also, he's talked about, for instance, the private sector leading in businesses, establishing industries, and all of that. It's not in itself bad, but again, how is that going to be different from, the one district, one factory? Because we know the lessons from the one district, one factory. And research will indicate to you that, look, existing businesses create between 60 to 80% of new jobs. And the various literature will put it, some say 60, some say 70, some say 80. So to be on the safer side, we say existing businesses create between 60 to 80% of new jobs. And where communities export jobs, there's a promotion of the services sector even within that community. How are we doing this?
Yeah, so, and just as to wrap up, I also, my highlight was the tax reform. He says his objective is to achieve low tax, high coverage, which is the objective. So reduce the taxes and improve coverage and expand the net. But what I didn't hear is, so what really is the ultimate goal? What is it? What goal do you have? We currently know, for example, I was looking at something to the effect that we currently have a 13.1 tax to GDP ratio. With what you're proposing, for example, what target do you want to hit in terms of increasing the tax to GDP ratio? Do you want to at least just do the Africa average of 16.5, or you want to do more to 18 or 25? What is it? I want to hear that. And how then do you use your low tax, high coverage policy to deliver that?
Whenever we talk about COVID-19, one of the things we don't talk about is the fact that COVID-19 presented us an opportunity to actually help a lot of Ghanaian businesses. Over 100,000 MSMEs were helped. We're giving a 2-year moratorium at which they had to start repayment. It will be important to know how many of those businesses are currently registered and paying taxes to the state. Okay, these were funds that we're giving to them. Whether they're making losses or not, we should be told, for instance.
Because the criteria for getting the funds, right?
Yes, the criteria for getting the funds was to be registered. So these people became known to tax authorities. How many of these businesses are paying taxes, for instance? So it's okay to say you're giving tax amnesties. It's okay to say you're having a flat rate, but it's also important because you're consistently.
And he also defined what his tax amnesty is. This is a whole comprehensive broad of tax forgiveness, including interest and penalties, all of it.
Yes.
You asked for that, you got that clarity?
I asked, but yes, I will go and check. He was saying, I'll go and check what is in the document again to actually compare that to what he said. We'll do the analysis. But yes, he's clarified that. But this is it for me. So once you're talking about taxes, it is expected that at least you tell us how many of these persons.
But hold on, let's let what's here, so we can get it. Implement wide-ranging tax reform. Offer a one-time tax amnesty to all Ghanaians and corporate through tax amnesty from the payment of taxes from the previous years. B, the waiving of interest and penalties for failures to file taxes in previous years. And this will enable everyone start their tax journey afresh. It will wipe the slate.
And the reason behind that made sense to me. He says,
no payment of tax.
But what he said, and the reason was, from what he articulated, I want to introduce and reform the tax structure. And he claims that his reform is the first since independence. Again, something that we'll have to fact check. That this flat tax that he's coming to put out there, he says is the first since independence. And that if this is what I'm coming to do, then it makes sense to let everybody else start afresh.
Saying that this is the first time you are reforming tax.
No, he's talking about the flat tax. The flat tax. The flat tax reform, he says, hasn't been done since independence, and that is what he's coming to do. That's something that we definitely need to fact check, right? But the reason why is then, before when he said he would do tax amnesty, questions were why? I mean, in the past, we expected that the tax amnesties will simply mean you don't pay the penalties, but the tax still remains, you have to pay. But now he's defined that. But he's defining it in the context of introducing, this very broad tax reform that he believes. Before you do that, let everybody start afresh.
And listen,
does that make sense to you, though? And I know you are a taxman.
Oh, it makes a lot of sense. Look, it's actually a way of getting people into the tax nets. So he says, you know what?
This scheme is different from the VAT flat rate scheme.
Different from that.
Yes, it's different from that.
And this is what he says, though, just to break that down further. He says that this flat tax rate will be benchmarked against, so it's a flat rate against your income. So it's flat, not only income of businesses, but salaries of workers. So in other words, what I got him saying was that if you earn a certain percentage, if you earn a certain amount, that flat rate is, say, 5% of whatever you earn is what you're going to tax. And it's across the board.
But
that's the sense I get. You have to still clarify. And that if you also earn, you're individual, and your salary is, say, 5,000 cedis amount. Regardless of what you do, there's a flat percentage that you pay as tax on that salary that you have. They have to explain that, but that is the sense I get across the board.
Currently, the progressive income tax, I'll check the rates again. If you earn this amount of money, this is how much you pay.
Yes.
Then it moves up. As you earn more, you pay more.
Because we wanted to make it progressive.
He's talked about the Estonian example, and that's something we'll look at later on.
But if this is what he's proposing, is this regressive?
Again, I want to know.
Because if you earn $1 billion and you still pay 5% of that.
Again, I want to know.
And I earn 5,000 cedis and I pay 5% of that.
Because your 5% is not the same as his 5%.
Of course, it's not the same as his 5%. But I want to know what he means. Because
they need to definitely explain in the breakdown a bit
more.
more.
Would explain that. But I was saying that the thing about a tax amnesty, again, because we've tried a lot of ways of trying to get people into the tax net, and we've failed. In the past, we used to have this conversation about, everybody who's a beneficiary of free SHS, for instance, should have a guardian or relative, a guardian who's known to tax authorities. And so we even suggested at some point in time that beneficiaries of free SHS, your Ghana card, at the time we're talking about tax identification number, should be the qualification for your ward to enjoy free SHS. At least get that person known to tax authorities. Then tax authorities will follow up on that person. That didn't work. Then we came to, every Momo go and register and all of these things. We said we wanted to get people to know all of this. It has not worked. He's introducing a new approach. Well, on paper, hearing him explain for the first time, I don't think it's a bad thing. Would people take advantage of it? Is another thing. Would people take advantage of it? Is another thing.
This must come from a background where we have identified that to be the biggest problem.
Yeah.
Because, you see, taxation is sometimes funny. Generally, people don't want to pay taxes. Especially in parts of the world where people do not see a direct link between their taxes and the goods, the public goods they are getting. So there is an undercurrent as to whether clearing the slate
will get more people in.
Will get more people in.
But that's not all.
And we'll deal with the undercurrent
It's
issue.
clearing the slate and having a low tax regime.
I get your
Those
point.
two. Wouldn't that do the trick?
The tax regime is just one of the reasons why people are not paying the taxes. I've realized and I pointed out that philosophical fight that when public goods appear not to meet the standards or the needs of the people, some say it's when you pay more taxes that public goods are delivered. Others say it is when public goods are delivered that people are incentivized to pay taxes. As to whether people who do not or find means of dodging, that's using the word properly, taxes, or some will call it tax planning, but dodging taxes.
Permissible by law.
Dodging taxes is truly the reason, because you should be able to, Evans, target to know that 80% of the people are not paying tax because it's a cumbersome system. It's a difficult structure, and it's unreasonable.
Yeah, but
But if they're not paying the tax because they fundamentally believe that you have no moral authority in taking the tax, clearing the slate will not incentivize them to pay the tax.
So you're very right. It'll be important to know what sort of research would have led to this. But I also belong to the school of thought that says that you must deliver the public good to incentivize people to pay tax.
I see.
So I am not those who say, okay, look, the only reason why I find it easier to go and pay tax is because I criticize those who don't pay.
Yeah.
And because I'm going to criticize those who don't pay, I don't want to
be the moral authority.
Yeah, the moral authority to do that. But
not that he is naturally inclined to feel that it is worth doing.
I have professors who have sent me messages and these are professors of economics and finance who have said, what is there to show the prudent usage of our taxes to warrant my willingness to pay these taxes? So I say, if you use it well, because currently we are paying. If you use it well, people would have no problem coming into pay. But let me just end on this note. So when it comes to corruption, I've heard him talk about, the things that, they've done in the past, they've continued to fight. But you don't get, clear-cut things on what he intends to do in the fight against corruption. The passage of the public, the conduct of public officers bill, for instance, is something I didn't hear him talk about. Okay.
And the 2022 amendments to the criminal code, which would then even inculcate corruption practices within corporate institutions, all of that. He's been sitting with the Attorney General's officer for God knows how long.
Yeah. So you say that is a low-hanging fruit that he can push.
Yes, quickly we are
let's wrap up on this very controversial note, but he touched on it. Family values, the protection. He says he will protect cultural and family values. And when he said that, there's a bill whose title sounds very, very familiar to what he said he's going to protect, right? But he was categorical in making the point that he will protect Ghana's cultural and family values. There's a bill to that effect. How did you read that when you heard him say that? Because remember, coming into today, the biggest controversy is this bill is still stuck between Parliament and the executive.
Yes.
At least more in Parliament than executive, because the Supreme Court...
Basically on the table of the Supreme Court.
Yes, about to be dispatched, but held there now.
And has not been
stuck there, hasn't been... And then the judiciary is also adjudicating with this particular matter. The key question then becomes the next president, and there's a demonstration coming up very soon. Whoever the next president is, what will he do with this particular bill which was passed by Parliament? He says he will protect Ghana's cultural and family values. Did he mean on day one he will assent to this bill if it's transmitted?
First and foremost, President Akufo-Addo,
and this is very briefly,
had cause to say in a church that he would never allow gay marriage in the Republic of Ghana, except that was not the point in discussion.
No, that's not it.
Again, Dr. Bawumia had said before that he does not support LGBTQ and whichever alphabet follow activities. He has said that before. So to me, I'm not surprised, except that what does the protect Ghanaian really truly mean? Because there's a system that's in motion. What people want to know whether or not you support the bill and you think it should be assented to by the president.
Bottom line.
That is clarified. That is so straightforward. As for protection, there so many things can constitute protection in this country.
Okay. So, you?
Well, Evans, you see the question, you know the question you asked us? What does he mean? What did he mean?
Yeah.
Because you do not have clarity on what he meant. Okay.
Except that what he said he would protect sounds very much like the bill, which is
But you see, when the
abeyance.
man goes to Kumasi and says, I am against these things, I'm a Muslim, I'm against these things, you expect him to be bold and say, I am against this. Not, so now we're beginning to think, what constitutes Ghanaian cultural and family values? Is it because there's an act of parliament, proper human, sexual and family values?
It is not even an act of parliament.
It's a bill.
It's a bill that hasn't passed.
Today, the determination of those values are what the Constitution mentioned in a few points. That bill had as its intent categorically stating what those values are and what ought to be protected. So in Bawumia's mind today, what will be those cultural values that
and by the way, immediately he said it.
He scattered the most important.
Yeah, but immediately he said it. Within the context of the controversy, anybody listening to him will think the bill.
Oh, he supports the bill.
The bill. So when his people come tomorrow, that's a question that we'll ask, obviously. Did he mean the bill? And then he'll have to tell us what he meant. I'm looking forward to that. Listen, gentlemen, thank you very much. We have...
Evans, we'll continue the discussion on the Super Morning.
On the Super Morning Show.
Tomorrow.
And then, of course, across our shows, doing some analysis, by the way. We have a few days ahead, exciting days ahead in Prosper, because the NDC's manifesto is coming on Saturday too. So we have both sides to look at and analyze for you. Enjoy the rest of your evening. This is your election headquarters, and it's always brought to you by our partners across the board. Indeed. Enjoy the rest of your evening.